Ready?
Yep.
We live. We live. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for coming across.
Come on.
Oh, no, stop. Just,
Can't believe
just
it.
in time. F.
Hang on. I'll just get this done. Can I just link it together? Oh yeah, not bad.
Oh, smooth.
Is it me, or is Lewis Hamilton not very good at doing donuts? It seems like he does like weird shapes. He just doesn't do a circle.
Should I try and get a photo? Because he does do that. He just does figure eights.
Maybe it's personal preference, but I don't know. I always think it looks better when you go around like a single point. Oh, just jumping a bit.
Sorry, that's me.
Oh, Callum, I think, sorry guys. I think the chat is from the old stream on my...
Apologies, I will fix that.
The chat just distracts me.
I will come and grab it.
Yeah, okay. Sad. Well, I need to do a pit stop this lap anyway, so you can do it then as well.
Okay. Good job, guys. Back so soon. Yes, thank you. I will take full credit for that. I'm confused why they're changing stream. It's because YouTube doesn't it will let streams go over 24 hours or 12 hours, but you can't keep them as a video. And we would like this to be available if people would want to watch them back. I know I watch endurance streams all the time. Back again. So it will stay as a video if we do it this way. And it also means we can make a highlights video of it. Right, I'll change your chat, Scott.
Mega mate, I'm going to come to the pits now. Do a quick lap.
Sorry.
Oh my goodness. That is horrible. Okay, burrito.
Scott, you're going to have to bear with me if you want the chat, otherwise it will freak out. So give me a second.
Okay.
We're just getting Scott a chat window.
Is everyone okay?
We're all good. How are you?
Yeah. I'm good.
Rest in pieces.
More fuel, a bit of burrito, and put in the chat in my view, because as we changed the stream, it moved. We need to change the chat that I have on my screen as well. Okay, here we go. Oh, I didn't put enough fuel in then. So we got 4 laps.
Okay, no problem.
We're just honing in on 100 laps. David should be on soon as well, right?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. A couple of minutes. You scheduled for? Maybe. Okay.
push on this lap. Well, I am pushing on this lap. Oh, but I came out the pits, didn't I? Oh, okay, so it won't be a complete lap. Thank you for the donation that I just saw come up.
It says radio check.
Radio
200
checks.
rubs from Burning Tire, thank you. And we have David Brabham in the waiting room. Let me let him in.
Amazing. Thank you for the 200 rubs. Again, don't know what currency that is.
Hello, David.
Hello, who's that?
It's Callum here. I'm running the
Hey,
stream.
Callum,
Scott
how you
is here
doing?
as well. He should be able to hear you.
Hello, David. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, good. You? How you getting on?
Yeah, 77 laps in, and I think is that 7.5 hours? I think something like that.
Yeah?
Not too bad, actually. Although I think the next 6 hours are going to be the most challenging. I'm not sure.
I think you're absolutely mad to be doing this. I've done quite a lot of simulator stuff, you know, when I was racing for Acura in America, and you know, you spend all day on it, and my eyes are like bloodshot.
But yeah.
I come home, I don't want anyone to talk to me, and you know, for you to do that for as long as you are, yeah, hats off, mate.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. I hear you've been at Donington today.
No, I didn't go today. I'm going up tomorrow.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah.
We just spoke to Darren Turner, who's been racing in the GT Cup there today.
Yeah, I think he got. I know he got a second or something in the first race.
Yeah. I think his client did, and then in the longer race, which was the Pro-Am race, I think they had a bit of an issue on track, had a bit of contact or something, and a difficult pit stop. So I think they came sixth. He said.
Right.
How about yourself? What are you doing up there
I'll go
tomorrow?
up tomorrow and get the drill on what's happening up there.
Fantastic. What are you doing up there tomorrow? You driving?
I just go up there and just sort of to talk to people, watch what's going on.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice to get out of the house.
Yeah. Are you racing this year?
No, I mean, look, my full-time racing stopped in 2012. So since then, I've just been working in, you know, bringing the Brabham name back to life, and obviously with Brabham Automotive and the BT62 is the start of that, and it's an exciting project, and it's, you know, you could imagine, you know, trying to put a deal like that together and then build a car and take it to market. Yeah, I don't have too much time to go racing. If I do, it's like Goodwood. It's a bit of fun.
Yes.
I don't take Goodwood that seriously. Never really have. I know lots of people do, but yeah, for me, it's just a bit of fun and a bit of socialising.
Callum, I think you're already doing it. Can you bring up Brabham
Yeah, I'm
Automotive
working
on the site? Yeah, you're on it, mate.
Yeah, bear with me. David, for those who haven't seen you race, could you just give us like a little 2-minute what racing have you done in the past? What racing have you done in the past?
Yeah, I mean, obviously from my family background, my father was a 3-time Formula One world champion. The Brabham name is synonymous with Formula One, and you know, when my dad retired in 1970, you know, he had the biggest racing car manufacturer in the world with his partner Ron Turenak. The Brabham Formula One team continued, you know, in the 70s and 80s. And, you know, growing up in that environment, although, you know, with my dad being very, very famous in Australia, I never really took to motorsport. So I was much more interested in playing football, soccer. But then when I left school at 16 to work on the farm, I went to America and saw a go-kart for the very first time. I didn't know any of them raced go-karts. So I thought that would be a good idea, it'd be better than chasing sheep on the farm. And 7 years later, you know, after having done karts and Formula Ford and Ford Lasers and Formula Atlantic, and Formula 2 in Australia. Came over to Europe, and yeah, 7 years after I sort of thought about racing, I was doing Formula 1 with the Brabham Formula 1 team, which my dad didn't have anything to do with that. It was owned by a Japanese firm. And sort of in and out of sports car racing, Le Mans 24 hours, which I did 18 Le Mans 24 hours, won 3 times. Raced in America for 12 years, so very much part of my life, and felt privileged to have that kind of career, to be honest.
Incredible, amazing. I'm just flicking through this for everyone. The Brabham BT62. Could you tell us a little bit about this? It looks incredible. Yeah,
it's an incredible car. I mean, you know, we were obviously looking for a way of relaunching the Brabham name, and you know, I met up with a group in Adelaide, of all places, Fusion Capital, a private equity group, who were involved in lots of different companies, and as well as advanced manufacturing, and they were looking for a sort of halo project. I was looking for a project that the Brabham name could be part of, and we created Brabham Automotive. We built the BT62, which ultimately was the ultimate track car. It was designed to be extremely fast, and of course with a fast car it needs to be light. It was 972 kilograms, 700 horsepower, 5.4 litre V8,
yes,
1200 kilos of downforce, carbon brakes, ABS, traction control, and every test track we went to, we were breaking records. And we're only building 70 of them. And then we had customers say, look, can you race them? Can you put them on the road? So we now have 3 variants. So the ultimate track car, the competition spec, and the BT62R, which is the road compliant conversion of the ultimate track car. So yeah, I mean, it's an exciting project, and we're working on the next vehicle, which will be a fully homologated supercar for the road.
Oh wow, yeah. In terms of pace, what could you compare this to? Is it like it looks a lot quicker than a sort of a GT3 car, and it's got more downforce, more power. Where would this sit if you were to place it alongside a race car?
Yeah, in its unsort of restricted form, yeah, it's probably 3-4 seconds a lap quicker than a GT3 car.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, yeah. Sort of between that and a LMP2 or somewhere there.
Yeah, not LMP2. That's a whole different ball game. But it's a kind of like a GT3 on steroids. We went to Bathurst to break the lap record. We only had like 12 laps, and a GT3, Audi GT3 unrestricted, sort of got the record, and then we beat it by, I don't know, like half a second. But we had a technical problem on the lap where the engine cut for 2 seconds, and we lost 2 seconds. Actually, no, I forget how long it was, but we lost 2 seconds of lap time, and we could have really absolutely smashed it. And we only did 12 laps. So when the Audi did its time, it did it at the end of the day after testing all day, made it unrestricted, and then went for a lap. So the car's very, very capable. It's very easy to drive. Can be a bit intimidating for people jumping in it, which we've had a lot of feedback on. But when people get out, they say, wow, can't believe how easy the thing is to drive. And having raced with so many different manufacturers and teammates, you know, I had a pretty good idea of you know, what a car should be in terms of anyone being able to get into it and to be able to drive it and push themselves, because that's what this vehicle is all about, is pushing people to their limits.
Did you do the development on it, David?
Yeah, I did quite a lot of the development along with some other test drivers as well. So we needed some other feedback from different drivers, because that was important in terms of its development. So yeah, it was a great program.
And what does that process look like when you're developing a car from? I guess a lot of it is done from the beginning, right, in the design of the suspension and understanding all of that. But then once you get in the car and feel it, and you actually, you know, the tyres hit the tarmac, what does it look like from a driving perspective then?
Well, I mean, you know, I've never been involved in a kind of project quite as deeply as that. You know, as a racing driver, you get the new car you're not really involved too much in the development, but you are when you jump in the car and you start to develop it. So obviously the process started a lot earlier, and I knew, you know, what I wanted from the vehicle, and to be as quick as we wanted it, you know, it had to be light, it had to be powerful, it had to have good downforce. So they were the sort of the key elements, because you know, without that you're not going to get that kind of performance, which we were able to get straight away. So that was really good.
Excellent. Sorry, I just made a mistake.
I don't know how you're talking and doing it. I would have been in the wall by now, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's. I was saying earlier on actually that the first thing that goes is my conversation. Like it's like the driving has priority, but if I get overloaded slightly, the conversation's the first things to drop. But,
I have to say, my son Sam has done a bit of this, and he hasn't done a lot. But how he commentates as he's driving without making mistakes, I have no idea, because there's no way I could do that.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I'm of kind of the older generation that I didn't have these things when I was growing up, but it's like the newer generation, because they're used to it from quite an early age. They can do the multitasking and almost have a bit more capacity, I think, to do those things than I do, at least.
I agree. I think it developed them in a different way to how we developed as youngsters doing what we were doing. I think there's so much going on. They're able to not only think quickly but react very quickly as well. So yeah, it's quite fascinating looking and seeing what's happening out there in the world with how people are developing skills.
Does your son race himself or just in the sim?
Yeah, no, he did karting, he did Formula Ford, Porsche Carrera Cup, and he went over to Australia really to visit my other son, who was out there in a gap year, and that was 2.5 years ago. He hasn't come back. So
okay, yeah. So
yeah, he was putting a deal together, and then COVID came along and scuppered that. So he's picking things up now. Things have sort of opened up more, and people feeling a little bit more confident about you know, the future.
Yeah, the racing going ahead. So what was that? Sorry, he was doing. You say he did Formula Ford and Carrera Cup? Yeah,
Formula Ford, and he did Carrera Cup here in the UK.
Oh, did he? British Championship.
Yeah, he did kind of half a year before he went off to Australia.
Yes. With the Toka package, that one.
Yeah.
Touring cars. Yeah. How's he getting on?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know if you've ever driven one, but they're not particularly easy to get that sort of last half second. So he was on a massive learning curve, having jumped in halfway through the year while everyone's, you know, pretty much up to speed.
God, I went halfway in. Yeah, that's tough.
I
drove. I did one race in it. Do you remember when Autosport used to have that? Well, they called it the VIP car. They put a different driver in it each race.
Yeah.
I did the Young Driver of the Year award, and so they put me in it for one race. And yeah, like you say, exactly what you said. Actually, I mean that was an older car. It was a 996, I think, back then, H pattern thing. But yeah, you know, you race up to being half a second off the pace, and then the last bit is quite tricky, actually.
Yeah, and you know, like I said, he was a bit of a steep learning curve, but you know, I think at Silverstone Grand Prix qualified 8th. He wasn't hugely off the pace, which you know, I thought was pretty good considering.
Yeah, on such a big track as well, especially when people have got some more experience. I drove it.
It did surprise the pit lane.
Yeah. It's good. Well, I hope he can do a bit more there, because it's a good championship.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in Australia, there's lots of kind of opportunities, I think, down there for him, and you know, he seems to be very well settled, and yeah, it's a new chapter for him, which is great. I went the other way. I grew up in Australia and then came over here, really not knowing how long I was going to be. In fact, I would say it was after 6 months of doing Vauxhall Lotus when I came over here, and I hated it. I was used to former Atlantic cars, which were like 2 steps up in performance, and it wasn't going particularly well, and I was actually thinking about going home. And then I jumped into the British F3 Championship in Class B, and that all of a sudden, you know, I won 7 out of 5 races, and that was it. I was off.
Yeah. What year was that, David?
That was 88.
88. Yeah. Okay. Who was in the championship at that time?
Well, I
F3
mean,
cars, that's super cool.
yeah, I mean, F3 was a successful period for me, I guess. 88, I did half a season in Class B, and you know, in Class A, you know, you had JJ Leto won the championship, and Eddie Irvine and Damon Hill, and you know, lots of those guys. And I then did F3 the following year in Class A, and then I was racing quite hard racing with Alan McNish to win the championship. And Mika Hakkinen was there, and Mika Salo, of course, and then, you know, Alain Manu, Ricard Rydell, so really good drivers. And then we went to Macau at the end of the year for the World Cup, and I managed to win that against Schumacher, Benlinger.
What's it like driving at Macau? I've never been there.
Amazing. Yeah, really cool.
It's not too.
It's
not
a
too
fantastic
twisty.
circuit. It's fast.
Yeah.
You have to be absolutely committed. And it was, you know, it's always been a bit of a crash fest as well. So there was a big shunt in the first corner, which I kind of had a sense of going into that bend, and pulled over to the left because everyone was on the right for a right-hand corner. I just thought this doesn't look good, and there was a big crash, and my car managed to come out unscathed, but some of the top contenders actually couldn't start the race because of damage, which definitely helped me, because they would have been difficult to beat for sure. You know, I think that little gut feel, making a decision, actually probably helped me win.
Yes. Yeah. Amazing. Fantastic. So what's the we get asked this question quite a lot in the chat from the different drivers that we've had on. What's the favourite kind of car and circuit combination that you've?
You know what, tracks I've deliberately not have a favourite, because I found, not just with myself but also with other drivers, if they had a favourite track, they did really well there.
Yes.
Which meant they didn't quite do as well at tracks they perhaps didn't like. So I took the mentality of no favourites, every track's the same, you got a job to do, you maximise it. And that, I think, helped with my consistency. When it comes to cars, yeah, I've been very fortunate to drive some amazing vehicles. And the one that always sticks out is the XJR14, which Ross Brawn did in the World Championship WEC for Tom Walkinshaw.
Yes.
Yeah, Silk Cup Jag. So that was phenomenal. I'd done Formula One the year before in 1990, and it was in a Brabham, and it was a bit of a rubbish situation. There was no money, the car was slow. I then the following year jumped into the XJR14, which obviously is a much bigger, heavier car, but you know, we would have qualified in the top 10 of Formula One races with that.
Is that right?
So wow. This thing was an absolute weapon. And it was the last car that Ross Brawn actually designed himself.
Right. Those cars.
Great team, great teammates, Derek Warwick, and a funny thing, I drove with Derek Warwick and Teo Fabi. So you might think, well, how did that work? Well, it was 3-hour races, and I was the sort of in-between driver. So I'd start in one car, do an hour, sit an hour out, while the other guy did 2 hours, and then I'd finish in the other car. So when I did my very first event at the Nurburgring, where you are now, but not the old track, the new one, I finished first and second. So that was kind of weird.
Which step did you stand on the podium?
Well, I wasn't going to stand on the second one, that was for sure.
I've never heard of that before. That's amazing.
Well, the only other person that really did that was Martin Brundle.
Right.
It's because I took over his role. He was doing Formula One at the time, and I jumped in after him. I think after Le Mans, he couldn't do it because of F1 clashes, so I took his spot. And he'd done it previously, and then I was the second one to do it. I don't think anyone else has done it. It's kind of weird.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's brilliant. That's a great record.
Just showing the car now, so the XJR14. Alex Brundle was talking about this earlier.
Downforce spec, I was told it had something like 10,000 pounds of downforce.
Wow.
You know, I don't remember ever getting the rear of the car sideways. Didn't matter how hard you hit the throttle, the thing just launched off. It had a problem at high speed understeer, and then when you tried to lower the front or get more downforce, you got then a porpoising effect to the point where, you know, I used to wear a closed helmet, and I'd have the visor up, and I had to put some black tape on my visor, because when you got the porpoising, the visor would fall down. That's how violent it was. But sometimes it's the quickest way just to have that little bit of porpoising, but you had less understeer in the high speed.
Those cars from that era, David, were like absolute animals. I've not driven any of like the Group C stuff, but I've driven some of the early and mid 90s F1 cars, and like, yeah, you just see them kind of get, you know, the cars obviously just get better and better over time, and more supple and more kind of friendly. But those cars in the early 90s are really, I think they're a great balance of like absolute raw speed and that kind of incredibly difficult to drive at the same time.
Yeah, you're busy because obviously, like when I was racing for Brabham in 1990, you know, we still had, you know, a H-pattern gearbox, which, you know, in a Formula 1 car you brake quite late, especially with, you know, when we had qualifying tyres back then, you know, so your braking distance were pretty short, and you know, you go down the gearbox and you had no power steering, so you had a lot of kickback in the steering wheel, and a lot of the tracks were, you know, weren't like they are today, where they're like a billiard table. They were quite bumpy, so it was actually quite a physical thing to deal with.
And then when you were changing down, because that was the biggest. I drove at 92 Benetton, just tested it for somebody, and that was one of the biggest things. Like the car stopped extremely well, but to get down the gears was really difficult. How did you manage that, and like what was the technique that you used?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? It kind of depended on the corner, because I kind of found that when I was heel and toe and going down the gearbox, it's also like a rhythm thing that you have before you enter a corner. So sometimes I would skip the gear, or sometimes I'd go down each one, and it would kind of give me some feedback on what the car was doing before I was preparing to turn into the corner. So I wouldn't say I had one technique, but it varied from corner to corner. Yeah,
that's incredible. Those cars, absolutely incredible, and super stiff as well. Like that's the thing that stood to me about that 92. Like the suspension was so stiff, I suppose, to keep the rake and the aero as consistent as possible. So then it meant over the curbs and over the bumps, it was much more challenging.
Yeah, I think that back then there were quite a few cars, you know, to sort of get a kind of lap time. The cars were probably somewhat sensitive to aero, you know, pitch sensitive. So you ended up having to run, you know, the front of the car quite stiff, to, you know, obviously reduce ride height to allow the center of pressure to be underneath the car to be somewhat more stable. And then you had to adjust your sort of driving style, the way that you use the brakes, you know, on the brakes and off the brakes, to help balance it. But, you know, when you watch the Formula 1 cars of today, I mean, the steering input, it looks like a Sunday drive compared to what we had, for sure.
Yeah, I hope that at some point that kind of, you know, when you're watching on board and it looks like the driver's working hard compared to just driving with fingertips as we have nowadays, you know, it just looks faster, doesn't it, when you're, you know, the driver's working to keep the thing going. But I guess that's a combination of the cars and the circuits as well, because they're so perfect nowadays.
Yeah, and the tyre development too. You know, tyres have developed so much since then, and they are, you know, as well as aerodynamics, they're the two things that really govern your speed, as well as obviously the driver. But, you know, you can do lots of aero stuff and find, you know, 3 or 4 tenths by making some aero changes, but you can change a set of tyres and you're 1 to 2 seconds a lap slower or quicker. So, you know, the tyres are so important.
Yes. Callum, do we have any questions in the chat?
Yeah, we do. I have one first I'm going to ask, actually. So,
jump the queue.
forgive me for not knowing this, but when you're coming down the gearbox, why do you go to every gear, and why can sometimes you skip them? And like, how are you controlling the car as you're heel and toeing down through the gears?
Yeah, I mean, it's a feel thing. It's also, you know, what the gearbox likes and what it doesn't like. The Brabham at that time was the first. It was the BT59, and we had a transverse gearbox, and it was the first time that the team had ever done one. We had a lot of issues with it. So, you know, you had to sort of work around a little bit of that. And like I said, it's kind of like a feel and a rhythm. And, you know, when you go down the box, hit the brake, you got the clutch in, you give it a blip to match the engine and the gearbox, and you go down the gears. And it really depended on, like I said, the sort of braking distance, the rhythm of the lap, on what you would choose to do. You know, it's nothing, you know, scientific too much about it, but from a driver's point of view, you got to do what you think you can do to get the most out of yourself and obviously the vehicle.
So are you balancing having engine braking against like wear on the gearbox, or what?
Yeah, I mean, you know what, that's a good point in terms of the gearbox, because the gearbox was not so reliable. You perhaps had to think a little bit too much about the gearbox to make sure it lasted the race. So that would also affect, you know, how you went down the box and what sort of revs, you know, how much load you put through the gearbox under braking.
Awesome, yeah. In terms of other questions, there's lots of questions about would you consider taking your new race car to Le Mans? Lots of people asking about that.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, when we launched, we said that's where we want to get to. You know, the car's not eligible for WEC and Le Mans, but the plan is obviously with the next vehicle. You know, that there's quite a lot of thought around, you know, Le Mans and going to Le Mans in a Brabham with that next vehicle.
Yeah, that'd be incredible. That would be really, really good.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'll probably be too old and too slow to drive. So.
And then other questions
I've got a
about...
son who's putting his hand up, that's for sure.
Other questions about like when you first started racing, you know, coming in with the Brabham name, like what was that like? You know, you suddenly, I imagine Mick Schumacher's finding it at the moment. You know, coming in with a name like that, you've got a lot of pressure from the get-go.
Yeah, and you know what? I think for me, the pressure was even before I went racing, because, you know, I grew up in Australia. My dad was 3 times world champion. He retired in 1970, at the end of 70, nearly having won the championship again. He was very competitive. And then he was famous for that, and also he was on TV a lot doing adverts. So everywhere I went as a kid, you were always like picked out of the crowd and said, "Hey, that's Jack's son," you know, and it was kind of like overwhelming in many ways. And by the time I kind of got into a go-kart, I think the expectations were, you know, unrealistic. I was somewhat lucky that I spent a lot of time on the farm going flat out and sideways. And although I never, you know, really felt I was going to be a racing driver, I loved speed. I loved, you know, sort of doing risky things. I do a lot of crazy stuff on the farm. And, you know, driving, you know, utes, tractors, cars, motorbikes, flat out, sideways. I should have been a rally driver, because I learned my car control that way, and then when I jumped in a go-kart, you know, it felt pretty natural, and success came fairly quickly. So I was lucky to kind of get through that. But I don't think until you get a bit older that you don't probably move out of that shadow. You know, when you start to feel more comfortable with who you are, you've had your own success, people start to respect you differently. That it's a much different journey to someone who just rocks up, got no real name, no background, and is winning races. The focus is 100% on them. And of course, when I was winning races, the focus was about Jack. You know, so it was, you know, it was what it is, you know, and I had to learn how to kind of deal with that. And, you know, I don't think anybody can sit there and go, oh yeah, I obviously I know what that is if you've never experienced it. It's you have to experience things to really know what things are about. And you know, for me, and you know, the reason I came over to the UK in particular was I got lucky in a sense that Camel Cigarettes at the time were sponsoring Sons of Famous Fathers, and they put drivers in you know, F3 and Vauxhall Lotus, and I was one of them. So it actually opened up a great opportunity for me to come to Europe and go racing. You know, it was a free drive. So you know, back then some of those opportunities actually were around. You know, there was more money for motorsport. You had great TV on BBC. You know, BBC Grandstand, sponsors were in there. When I think about F3 Grid and all the blue chip companies that were involved, we were live on BBC Grandstand. You know, there were opportunities of free drives, and I got 2 free drives, one in Vauxhall Lotus and one in F3 by winning a contest. So, and then the next year I'm in F1. It's like, well, how'd that happen?
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Those contests were like driver shootouts?
Yeah, it was a driver shootout with Bowman Racing, and Jewson here in the UK were sponsoring it. And I remember going and having a meeting about it with the people who actually bought the sponsorship to the team. And there was this shootout, and they said, look, this company called Jewson. I said, I've never heard of Jewson. Who are they? You got any information on them? So they gave me some information. I walked into a store and went, oh, okay, I get it. And then I went to the shootout, and I was probably the most experienced of the drivers. You know, there was Paul Warwick, Vincenzo Sospiri, Derek Higgins, myself. I forget who the other one was. But when we had a meeting with the MD of Jewson, he asked one question: what's Jewson? I was the only one to answer it.
Really?
All the other drivers said, don't know.
Oh.
And it was like, that was a really, really good lesson for me. And when I was running the MSA Young Driver Development Program, that I would relay that story, you know, go out there and do your homework, you know, because you just never know when you're going to need that information. And you know, it probably saved my career, to be frank, because I had nothing else, and it was either that or go home at that time. So I managed to win it, and then win the championship and the World Cup that year with Jewson. So it turned out to be a smart move, I guess.
Brilliant. Callum, do we have any other questions for David?
Bear with me 2 seconds. If anyone would like to ask, this one here. Which would you rather drive again, the Peugeot 908 or the Bentley 8?
The Bentley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Bentley Speed 8 was just a fantastic car for Le Mans. Just the engine. We had the Audi R8 engine. The car was developed in-house up at Norfolk. There was a collaboration, obviously, between Audi and Bentley. And I was lucky enough to be at that program at the right time, because they'd done 2 years previously with another car, and they weren't as successful as they would have liked, understandably, because it was a new program. But they got rid of a lot of drivers. I think the only driver that stayed was Guy Smith. And then, you know, myself, Marc Blundell and Johnny Herbert were in one car, and Dindo Capello, Tom Christensen and Guy Smith in the other. And we finished first and second. And, you know, just to be part of that program was great. If I could choose the engine, obviously the Peugeot 908 diesel engine, it just was unbelievably strong. I remember when I first got in the car at Barcelona, and I drove down the pit lane and accelerated to the first corner, and my grin just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And I just immediately, when I did that, turned into the corner, I went, I can win Le Mans.
It was instant.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like so obvious to me that this car had the opportunity to win Le Mans, and I won that year. So, you know, it was it was a great moment.
Was it particularly better on fuel than the other cars? What was the thinking with the diesel? I don't know. Had that been done at the time? Was that fairly new, or did they just take a different approach on the diesel engine?
No, I mean the diesel had been around a little bit, and again I kind of rocked up there when they'd done it a couple of years before and did okay, but they hadn't won, and you know they came out with a new car and refined the engine and refined the team, and the team got better and better, you know, Alexander Wirtz and Marc and I, we were kind of the third car. We weren't the sort of car to win. But what it did, it allowed us to kind of do our thing, and we completely had a different strategy to everybody else. Didn't quite get carried away in some of the politics that was there at the time. And we had a perfect race, and we weren't the quickest, but we had a perfect race. We knew we weren't going to be the quickest. We managed to get across the line with a perfect race. And I'd had 2 years previously with Aston Martin in the GT1, where I won those as well. So I had a period where I won 3 Le Mans in a row. So, you know, the icing on the cake was obviously 2009 when I won. But an interesting story was, you know, having won the 2 years previously and then walking off the podium and seeing the overall winners go up, I thought, man, you know, it's an amazing feeling. You know, being on the podium, looking at all the people in front of you, all the flags, lots of Brits, obviously. So when you're in an Aston, there was a lot of support. And I always wondered at that point, you know, what's it like to win overall? And then the next year I win overall. And what kind of shocked me was the feeling was exactly the same. It didn't matter whether you won a class or won overall. From a driver's perspective, certainly mine, it felt the same. And I think it was when I was walking off the podium, I said to myself, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And I think of 16 Le Mans, and I hadn't won overall, and I'd won after my 16th attempt. And I didn't have always either a great car or the wrong class to win overall, but I got my opportunity and I got it. And I just thought, you know, when all the teammates you work with, the family, the ups and downs, you know, the teams, to get there, you know, you look back and you think, wow, it is very much about the journey. It's not just about picking up the trophy at the end of the day. And I learned a lot out of that, I must admit.
Yeah, incredible. Amazing. Scott, you're a third done. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. Is that a third done in terms of time, yeah?
Yeah. How are you like hydrating? What are you doing to keep yourself going?
I've had about 10% of a burrito, David. I need to drink more water, but I've got some here.
Yeah, because if you dehydrate, you're going to make mistakes.
That'll be the problem. I'll get a headache. You know, looking at a screen for that long is difficult enough. No, just normal stuff really. I've got everything here. It's not like I'm moving around, is it? So I've got all the food here, and I think having these great conversations and you guests on is really helping, because it means the time just absolutely flies by.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it feels like exercise for my brain, because I'm not normally talking this much when I'm in a race car. You're talking to the engineer, but nothing like this. So it feels like I'm acquiring a extra set of skills where I can talk and drive at the same time.
Yeah.
You know,
definitely.
Yeah, it's fun. And the circuits, I've done 8 laps now, so the circuit's coming to me. I didn't know particularly well before this, so that's quite nice. Yeah, brilliant.
Well, you should know the track by now, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I can't learn it in 80 laps.
Yeah, my God.
Yeah.
I my wife raced at the Nurburgring.
Really?
And I've never done it, so she's got bragging rights in the house.
Very good. What did she race at?
It was actually, I think, one of her very first races. So she did the Nurburgring 24-hour in, I think, a Clio or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, very slow, and she was in everyone's way, she said. But she actually completed it and finished. I don't know where she finished, but you know, like I said, she's got the bragging rights for the ring.
Good on her. Okay, David, thank you very much. I won't take up any more of your time, but thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it, and yeah, all the people watching have really appreciated it as well. So thank you from everybody.
Yeah, the chat have been loving this chat. It's been brilliant. Thank you.
You still there?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, good luck with it all. Great cause that you're doing as well. I hope you raise loads of money, and also you should know, I've seen you drive. I'm a fan. Trust me.
Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Can I print that on a T-shirt, please?
Yeah. Seriously, I've always thought you had the talent, definitely. So yeah, good job.
Oh, David, you made my evening. Thank you so much.
Hey, cool. Welcome.
Thank you, mate. Well, you take care. Thank you for your time again, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Yeah,
you'll have to come and drive a BT62 sometime.
Okay, I'll send you a follow-up email on Monday.
All right, mate. Cool.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Oh, amazing. Scott, I will let you have an eat of your burrito. I've got a few things to go over here.
Oh,
so we've ticked. Yeah, isn't that brilliant? We can have people on and talk to, you know,
legends.
Yeah, really incredible people. That was a really good talk. I hope everyone in the chat thought so too. So, what was I just about to do? I was going to go over. The chat. So we have reached 22,000, and if we include super chat as well, that's sitting at around about £1,000. So we are getting very, very close to our goal now. So thank you, everyone. Noah, I'm going to leave it to you, Scott. £20. Thank you very much. Daniel Snelling, £100. Massively appreciated. Thank you, sir. James, all the best for the full 24-hour. £10. Thank you. Anonymous again. This is brilliant. Thanks for doing this from Thomas. £20. Thank you, sir. Johannes, we've got £20. Thank you. Martin, Ellis, Anonymous, Pascal. Thank you. And then there's been a couple of super chats as well. Thank you to everyone. There's a few people asking. Yes, this is iRacing. It's the Williams FW4. No, not FW14. FW31. Let me get rid of the name tag there as well. So we got that as well. Yeah, great to hear from David. Everyone's saying thank you. It was really good chat, wasn't it? Yeah. Is the drink on? Is the drink on? That's a Kimmy quote. Could
Give me my gloves.
Yeah. Bring me the gloves and the white
gloves.
Yeah. The gloves. Could you have done it in a motion rig? I'm sure we could have, but it would have been sick. Yes. The time, the plus and minus time is to the session best lap. In there, so I think that the best lap you'll see down the straights, it goes down. I think Scott was following Adam at that point.
It's actually to my all-time optimum best, which is a bit unfair.
Maybe we should change that.
So that's showing my time against the optimum ever, so the best sectors that I've ever done, which is a bit of a tricky one sometimes because you can have an amazing sector and then the car not be quite as quick in the second half of the lap.
Yeah. Epic stuff, guys. Thank you. Keep going. Yeah, amazing from the chat. Thank you.
And Melissa and Jackson, okay?
How you doing?
Guys, if you want to, I don't know, do something else with please feel free. Ooh, feel free.
The video has been a bit weird actually this stream because it's not been pushing it to the top. I know it's not on the top of my homepage. It's showing the old one.
Oh, that's annoying.
Was it on yours? But we're up to 1,000 viewers again because it was sat at sort of 700. I do think it was because it hasn't pushed it. Okay. It's not on there. Oh, there we go. It's on there. Chainbear shared it. What a guy. Hello, friends. If you pop over to Driver 61 right now, he's doing a charity stream racing Nordschleife solo for 24 hours to raise money to build a school in Colombia. If you have any pennies, that'd be great. Amazing.
What do we call Chainbear? Mr. Chainbear?
Stuart?
Mr. Bear? Mr. Taylor? Stuart? I don't know.
The Bear.
Do we know why he's called Chainbear? I've never thought about that.
We need to ask, don't we?
Yeah.
I think his videos are brilliant, really good. Loads of detail. Explained simply as well. In an hour and 15.
Is he the next guest?
Yeah.
Do you see if Christo is available to come back on? I wanna do a push lap and beat him.
We'll make sure he goes on the same setup as you.
Yeah, that's true.
How do we get hold of Christo?
My WhatsApp.
Yeah, he knows all the details, so you can jump back in. Chainbear is amazing. A collab will be amazing in the future. Yeah, that'd be fun.
That would be cool, actually.
Really good.
Oh, these muscles that go into the top of my skull, or the back of my skull, are extremely painful.
Oh, wow. What rigged to run the sim on these graphic settings? It's a... I forget who the PC's built by, but it's a GeForce RTX graphics card.
The rig was
running...
built by Digital Motorsports, who, yeah, they sell all kinds of sim bits. So they put my rig together for me. Very happy with it.
And then we're not running at max settings just because normally it would, but because we're streaming as well, that's got quite a high demand. So we've turned it down on some of the shaders and the trees and things, and the stands and people, just because you don't need that. I really want to see what Tommo says to my livery. He's the man with that.
You should email it to him and see if he can put it in Photoshop and then do a live. He can share his screen on Zoom and then do a live teardown.
I want to see if my paint is on him and show him. Oh, it's the top one for this car. So this is the paint, everyone. This was good fun to put together. So it's got all the sponsors on it. Ooh, you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. Survived.
He's okay. He's okay. So yeah, these are all the sponsors that have contributed. Not all of them actually. There's been a few that have come recently. So.
Talk us through your design philosophy, Callum.
Design philosophy. So obviously we've got Driver 61 white, black, and orange. And my experience designing liveries is limited, so I went for like a stripe down the middle and on top of the side pod. It looks a bit like an arrows, and I liked that vibe.
Callum, sorry to put it in. I've just realised that the Sonrisa de Leon logo is not in the middle. Why is it not in the middle? Oh no!
Scott, it is in the middle.
Broken me. It isn't in the middle. Oh, Callum.
Oh, it's in.
Everyone's
it's in the
going to
middle
leave
on the
the stream.
template, all right. It's in the middle on the template. Oh, what a boy!
What? Is he going back on?
Christo's coming on.
Good lad.
Turn off Zoom here. Sorry. Yes, anyway, so that was my entire design philosophy. What can I do simply? And put the logos on. And this Canada Drives logo, I think, makes it. That looks really cool. Next level racing on the wing. You'll see there's also a slight texture on the orange. So, yeah.
Can I have my phone, please? On a call.
And then this was an iteration beforehand. This was a little bit simpler at the beginning when we first put it together.
Right.
Before the sponsors. That looks cool, doesn't it? Look at that.
Where's
That's Christo.
Oh my god. Something massive.
Anyway, rate my livery out of 10, everyone. So many falls. What setup do we have? It is standard high downforce for this car.
I'm going to go in the pits as well so that
we made a few changes, but we made it worse.
Okay, let's get going again. My phone's on the floor. Tell Christo to put the same setup on.
Yeah, I will. So we've got 7. 0 out of 10 from Archie. Thank you, mate.
Oh, Archie!
Professional noob says 4. Splitter says 8. Apparently don't text and drive. 61 out of 10. Thank you, sir.
Lol.
People like it. Wow.
Do they? Did they like
Yeah.
that the stickers were off center?
Oh, right.
I've got 10 hours of looking at that. No, way more than that.
What's going on
man,
here?
15.
What's going on here? Is this a remake? Well, we were inspired by Super GT, yes, but we're having guests on, making it into a bit of a show and raising money for charity. So I think you can, yeah.
You can be inspired by. and
You're
take
raising more
ideas.
money for charity. Then what's wrong with that?
Yeah. He didn't invent 24-hour races,
No.
but we fully support his contribution to charity. Is mega, and actually he did 27 hours, so better if anything.
Tell Scott I'm still watching. Colin Lewis, who's that?
Colin, you still watching? Come
How do you
on.
know Colin?
I told you early on.
Oh,
I coached him, and then he helps me with Driver 61 a little bit. Bit of mentoring there. Where is it? I can't. This chat isn't refreshing. It's just at the top.
oh, apologies.
So I
Hang
can't
on.
see any of it
Has it been like that for a while?
since you did it. Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna have the mouse on.
This is the corner where I make a mistake almost every time.
If I send 40k, will you crash on purpose? Yes. If you're going to send 40,000
What currency?
crack on.
Because if that's Colombian pesos, it isn't that much money. What was that? I didn't hear that.
Super GT invented the Gregorian calendar. 24 hours. I saw that on his wiki.
Wow,
yes,
I didn't know that. I
Chainbear is
didn't
on.
know that.
Yeah, well, true
I didn't
story.
know. Oh, bit of curve.
Everyone's saying we should make this a yearly thing. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
Maybe we
charity
could.
are raising money
I could race Super GT. I'll do it in the F1 car. He can do. I don't know what car did he do it in.
He did it in a McLaren 720 GT3.
Okay. Yeah. So I might. Yeah. We'll be fairly well matched.
Oh, it says 40,000 Zimbabwe dollars.
So there's a few things that I don't know about that. Do you have dollars in Zimbabwe, and how much
Yeah.
is that worth?
Like
Can we
pennies.
Google it, please?
I think you have to be up in the millions to be a significant amount of money.
They've had some inflation, haven't they?
Yeah,
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 that's
no.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, people are saying they're going to bed because it's late where they are, and you're still going to be going when they get back up. Yeah, 15
fair
hours
enough.
left to go. Unless you're going to sleep
Just
for
stay
16
away.
hours.
We've got some really exciting things happening in 10 minutes, so. Oh, is Christo coming on? And have we got any challenges? Whoa! There we go. How many laps? Yeah, let's have a look. 86. How many miles is that? I like the mileage number, it's quite high.
That is 1,118 miles.
Okay, how far into Spain have we got? What if I went the other way?
God.
Do you think I can get to Moscow?
Can someone do the maths for us?
Yeah, somebody else needs to do that.
We're central England.
To Moscow, just put into Google into Moscow and see how far.
So apparently, at one stage, Zimbabwe, oh apologies, had $100 trillion notes, which was actually cheaper to use money notes as toilet paper than buying actual toilet paper. Wow.
Is
Why is Scott's camera moving? Because the camera does that. We apologise, but it's quite funny, so we're leaving it happen. Well, you can't turn that setting off.
because we didn't buy a GoPro, we bought something else.
Yeah. Okay. Not far to Moscow then.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
You're, yeah, 1900 for Moscow, and you've done 1100.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, MB, for the super chat. Appreciate it. £5.49. Thank you to everyone who's donated again. If you would like to, there is a link in the description. If you can, donate on PayPal, because 100% of that goes to the charity. Whereas if you do it on Super Chat, that's also good. I know in some regions you can't use PayPal, but some of that does go to Google. Someone's posting facts about potatoes. Thank you.
Tell me the potato facts.
The potato is a root vegetable native to the Americas, a starchy tuber of the plant, then a Latin name, and the plant itself is perennial in the nightshade family.
We're starting to sound like David Croft on Sky Sports when it rains during a free practice and there's nothing to talk about.
We just have to come at random stuff. Sorry, lad. GTG bed now. Well, we'll see you when you wake up again, I think.
Yeah, please come back tomorrow. I need the support in those difficult hours.
Those are going to be the tough ones, I think.
And it'll be great to go over the line. We've got some champagne ready here. If I manage to do it. Going in hot. I wonder what the tyre bill would be. Does it have a pit stop count somewhere?
We could look at the laps. I would like to, for the community post when we say thank you to everyone afterwards, I'm going to do a little chart of your lap times and how they progress over time. I think that would be interesting.
Okay. I should concentrate then.
I can. Let me get you a link. Do you want to try the link?
I need to eat some food. I'm definitely not eating enough. So when if and when we get to 25,000, I'll do the shoey. The only question I have is I don't know what liquid to put inside it. And it's going to be disgusting, because I am quite warm set on this simulator. Oh, I've gone quicker than Christo. No one noticed. I'm back to P1. Oh, Daniel Rick said to make sure whatever your shoey is cold. Any beer in the fridge. Yeah, I guess you don't want it to be warm, do you? Although I think my boots are fairly warm, so it'll warm up pretty quick. Red Bull, yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Tell them to try it now.
Sorry?
Sorry, I accidentally removed Christo earlier.
Oh, did you?
And now it's like, oh, he must have been being abusive or something, so it won't let him rejoin. So I just had to like go into my Zoom preferences in my account online and manually let him back in. It should work now.
Poor bloke hasn't
I'm
done
gonna have to
anything wrong.
apologise when he comes
All
back.
he's doing is
really
helping
sorry.
us. Laps to, or 12 laps to go until 100. Someone's asking about Chainbear. Chainbear is 10:30 or 11:30?
11:30.
11:30.
Got an hour
So
to
in an hour from now. Get your F1 technical questions ready for that clever man.
Got a question here. This is interesting. What type of professional racing driver would make the best getaway driver on a bank robbery? yeah, why are you asking?
I think all of them actually.
Yeah. Wouldn't you want someone like aggressive, like Magnussen, or like Kimi, who'd be like stone cold, very
Kimi,
calculated?
yeah, it's got to be Kimi, hasn't it? Got to be Kimi. You want someone who's unflappable.
Yeah.
Apart from when he hasn't got his gloves.
Scott, what's your favourite F1 car you've driven?
Oh, that's tough. Sorry, I'm taking all the time. I do like that 92 Benetton. Can you get a picture up of it, Callum, if you've got?
Yeah, of course.
It's the camel yellow one. That was super cool. That was a great car to drive, just because it was like, it was fast, but it was also incredibly difficult to be quick in. Like, I got out of that car, and as I said to David and a couple of other people today, I think those drivers were heroes. The things are difficult to drive. I drove it at Zolder as well, which is definitely not a kind of modern standard track. There's not much runoff. It's bumpy. The curbs are all different and difficult to get perfect. So I feel like I got quite a realistic perspective on that car, because the car was from '92 and the circuit was dated in terms of how smooth it was and runoff and things like that. That was a great car. And then actually there was another car that I've driven that was I don't think it was particularly quick in its time, but it was a 98 Tyrrell, a white one. PIAA was the sponsorship on the side. That was mega. Just a sweet car to drive. And then I do love the cars from '97. I'm not really making a decision here, am I? I'm just listing off. But they're all. I mean, of course, they're all brilliant fun, aren't they? So, sorry.
The Tyrrell looks really cool.
Yeah,
just
cool
pulled
car.
that up.
Yeah,
really cool. It's a nice livery, that one.
Yeah, but then the cars from '97 were great as well. So I think it's more the kind of generation that's interesting.
The '97 Ferrari is very nice.
Haven't driven that one. I've driven a '97 Benetton, Jordan. I think that's it. The Jordan one was cool. That was the one with like the Benson and Hedges livery.
Yeah.
With the snake on.
Powered. Is Christo struggling? That's awesome. That's interesting. Would you rather be a billionaire or an F1 driver?
F1
driver?
I'd be a billionaire and then I could buy a team.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's how you stop being a billionaire, I think. Doing something, running a race team.
Yeah.
You drove them in real life, yes. People are saying rally drivers like Ken Block or someone would be good because you could go off road.
As a getaway driver.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I thought it was F1 drivers was the.
Yeah. I said type of race driver, but yeah, I can see what you.
Type. Okay. Yeah, rally drivers for sure.
That's interesting. What's the fastest you've been in a car?
Well, it's, you know, the F1 cars all, apart from this kind of new era of F1 cars, they were all about the same pace, apart from 2004, where they were like 900 brake horsepower, that kind of era. But you basically, I think there's a sweet spot with the kind of speed really, but it depends that you're limited by the track. So of course, yeah, Monza would be the quickest. Although I've never. You on the video that we did about how fast could a Formula 1 car go, Callum?
Yeah.
What was the quickest track? Mexico, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Mexico. Yeah, Mexico was the top speed year before last because the atmospheric pressure was very low. Like even though they run pretty high downforce, they're still absolutely rapid.
Oh, I also did Indy Lights at Indianapolis on the oval. Well,
I bet that was
the
mad.
rectangle. That was mad actually. The ovals are mad, absolutely mad. Like I went over there with zero experience on the ovals, and originally the plan was just to do the road course races. Ended up doing a couple of ovals as well, and it was mad. Yeah, it's really tricky, really tricky because you're playing with such fine margins all the time, and even if you make a small mistake, you know you're offline and you're in the wall. Like you do well to catch one of those slides, and you need to have it like a loose car and a slightly oversteery car that rotates to be fast. Anything less than that and you've got too much wing on, so it's tricky. Having said that, when the car is set up perfectly, it can be relatively easy. You know, I remember doing a qualifying where the car was absolutely sweet. Basically I was flat out, and as long as your lines were right, you know, everything worked perfectly. It's when things aren't quite right that's when you really earn your money. And during a race, when the tyres are going off or you're running in traffic and the aero's different, that's when you've got to manage everything and requires a lot more skill. And in those cars, you can change like the roll bar, the front roll bar. I think you can change. So you've got a little lever in the cockpit where you can change the stiffness of the roll bar, and you can also jack the cross weight, so it's got a little like hydraulic pump under one of the rear springs, and you twist this kind of knob in the cockpit and it changes the cross weight, so it turns the car into the corner more or less, which is super interesting actually. Guys, this is mad. This is... it's slowly coming to me as I should be asleep.
Only just hit you.
This is flowing through that section there. It's like, oh, goodness. Oh, there we go. It's like your brain has to work at such a... You know, because I don't want to just cruise around. I want to push.
You look most comfortable when you're on the... Like, when you've been backing off for a lap, you
make a mistake, yeah, because your brain goes elsewhere. It's always like on the cool down lap you can do that. But I got a pit for fuel this lap, and I'm gonna run to the toilet.
you want any setup? No, we want a fixed setup. Don't
Nah,
use
just
the
leave
same
it.
as
Yeah,
this
it's
one.
fine. Gonna stretch the legs. Melissa, did you say Bijou got in touch? Okay. Tomorrow. Or do you want to line it up? So that's good.
People are saying they want music. Do you want music or not?
Oh, you try some music if you want.
We could
people
put
normally do
some
that on streams?
Epidemic Sound. We have licenses for that, so we're allowed to do that.
What? iRacing or Zoom? Right, I'm going to run...
Okay,
Oh,
let's try-
there he is. Is at the end of the pit lane.
Try joining without the video? No. The host removed you from the meeting. Yeah.
Jack, can you let me know if you can hear him?
Hello. Can you hear me, Scott?
I haven't got anything.
Hey,
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
Good, man. Let me get you connected up. Bear with me.
I've managed to get the video up, but for some reason I'm facing the wrong way. Not that it really matters, it just means that everything's spelt backwards on the... I got a GMA on the helmet instead of AMG.
Hello.
Alright, Scott.
How you doing?
Yeah, all good. You can hear me alright then?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
There was an echo. Oh, there is an echo here.
Okay, bear with me. I'm having to do quite a lot here on the fly. Sorry, Adam. When you went off, I think it was, who was it? Karun coming on. I was like, oh, remove so I could let him in, and it removed you forever. It assumed I wanted to boot you out, and so it wouldn't let me.
No, you don't love me anymore. You've changed.
Sorry, man. But I changed the setting in the settings, but I don't think it updated.
No problem.
Okay.
Hey, Scott, you're pretty quick now.
Where are you?
Right behind you.
Go on then. We'll let Callum sort out the audio as we go. What have you been doing?
I've been losing iRating. It has not been so good today. was like, right,
What
let's
iRacing
go.
are you?
Pardon?
What iRacing are you? Oh, no.
I'm back at 3.4, so I managed to get to 3.5, looking good, and then ended up almost at 3.2 today. I managed to get it back a little bit, but
Sounds like you got a gambling addiction.
yeah. So I wonder if I'm getting the echo from. Why would I?
I think
So
it's
you-
me. I'm sorry, I'm trying to.
No problem.
It's gone now, Callum.
Oh, there we go.
Callum, it's gone.
Radio check. Radio
Okay,
check.
okay.
What setup have you got, Adam?
So, what circuit? Oh shit! Oh, sorry for the bad language. Note to self: try not to turn up Scott's volume whilst I'm going around a corner. There we go. Talk a sec.
Yeah, Adam is a bit loud as well, Callum. I'm sure you're seeing that, but just letting you know.
So on the Discord, if you
Adam,
right-click on my name,
Could you whisper for?
you-
Oh, okay. Yeah, turn him down.
yep.
Sorry, guys.
There we go. That should be better. Let me know how that is.
Go on, talk, Adam.
Radio check. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yeah, he needs to come up a bit now.
Okay,
We've just changed that, and you're a bit loud now, Callum.
okay.
Sorry, guys. We
You blocked me
switched
from
Zoom to
Discord, so
Discord.
we're having to. Sorry, blocked me from Zoom, so having to sort out Discord. What setup? Oh shoot! What setup are you now using?
just high downforce. I've
Okay.
got you.
Oh.
I know where the track goes now, though. I know every bump.
There we go. That's good. Ready for? Oh wow! I just took off. I don't know whether you saw
that's
that.
what I meant. Yeah, there's areas where you go over a certain section and it just launches you. It's not like it's a bump. It just launches you. It's weird.
Yeah, there's a
Like-
ripple in the tarmac, and
It's like it amplifies it a bit more than it really should be. Oh,
Yeah,
quick
yeah.
through there, Adam.
well, I got a time to beat now.
I've done 90 laps.
Yeah, I know, that's incredible. And how far in are we? We started at so we're 10 hours in, right?
No.
No,
Eight-
8
eight.
hours.
Almost 9.
Yeah, so I was doing a bit of iRacing. It's like, right, let's go Formula 3 to Alton Park. That was going pretty well. And then
Sounds like it could be chaos.
I did a race at the Nordschleife in USF 2000. Or no, what's it called? I want to say Indy Pro, which is basically what Star Mazda once was. And
On the Nordschleife or the GP track?
yeah, on the Nordschleife, so it's a
Really?
5-lap sprint. Yeah, this exact layout.
Mad.
Anyway, that ended up being involved in carnage, so that wasn't very good. And then what happened? I was like, right, let's go back to Alton Park and we'll have a good race there. That ended up even worse. And then I can't remember what else happened. I think I did, I don't know, 5 or 6 races. Anyway, the last one was around here in the USF 2000, and we won. So at least
nice.
I managed to get some iRating back. Otherwise, it would have been a complete disaster. But after driving this, there's a few corners that you need to be a little bit more cautious with. In the smaller car, just because it doesn't have the downforce. Like this next section that we're going through now, you have to definitely be a lot more cautious through there, and it caught me out whilst I was practicing. So typically I do the last minute, right, let's go and do
Yes.
this.
Do you do
race.
any open setup stuff or just fixed?
Yeah, so on Monday nights I always host 3 sessions, different
I
tracks,
saw that,
different
yeah,
layouts,
on your
different
Instagram.
cars. Yeah, just basically a bit of fun. Anyone
What, and
can
you have
join, there's no
people come
server
and join
or
you?
anything.
Oh, that's
yeah,
amazing.
So like I've had plenty of like race drivers come and join, which is always cool, and then generally it's just open to the public.
That's so cool. We should do that actually. I'll come on to one of yours.
Yeah. Well, I'm hosting on Monday. I've got a feeling that I might be.
I don't think I want to do it on Monday, mate.
So
I might have a day off the sim. I don't know.
God,
hey, you'll be an expert. You'll be fresh.
Yeah.
You'll have the advantage.
I'll just carry on.
So, yeah. Why stop?
audio. Sorry, I've had to change a lot of
Well done, mate.
audios.
Yeah. See you, Melissa. Thanks.
Oh no.
Oh, I can't hear you, Mel.
Can you hear me now? Radio check. Radio
Yeah,
check.
I can hear you. Sorry, Melissa's just leaving. We didn't know how many people to have here to help because, you know,
Yeah.
this is all new for us, and we had guests coming on and everything, and so.
And how's
Settled.
everyone else got on?
Yeah, really good. Well, no one else has driven.
Oh, they're not.
No, because they didn't have sims.
Okay.
So
yeah,
we
yeah.
had Karun Chandhok. He has got a sim actually, but he I don't know if he's away from it or didn't want to use it. Will
I reckon
Buxton.
you were scared that you were gonna lay down some more quick lap times and you wouldn't be able to keep up.
Yeah. It was quite funny actually. After you'd been on, everyone was asking me like, "You're driving by yourself, but how are you second?" you were faster than me, so.
But yeah, it was only like 10 laps ago that you put that lap time down.
Yeah, exactly. It's only taken me 70 laps. It'll really annoy me now if you come on and just beat me straight away. No, I'm joking.
I'm trying.
I'm not. I'm joking. I'm not bothered at all.
Oh. Maybe I'm overdriving.
Both are quiet still, Callum. Anyway, that could be fine. Sorry. Oh, why are you lying on the floor? Okay.
Is that enough?
He's just laid face down on the floor in front of the sim. It's more distracting than looking in the pedal box.
Well, you got me pushing there. Oh no.
Oh, he's pinned it. Oh, you got away with that.
Skills. I have no idea how. Actually, this thing can be quite forgiving.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that I chose it. It's like, even though it's quick, it's quite friendly, isn't it? You always get understeer down here. Struggle.
It might just be the setup.
Yeah.
Like if you've got more rear wing than front wing, I suppose.
Yeah. But it's it's weird, isn't it? It's down here. I'm trying to brake so much into it. And you're way faster than me through this section. I turned in too early. Still haven't learned.
Yeah, it's a super late apex, that is. Now we're
Yeah.
going up Kesselcombe, which is the biggest, obviously, uphill climb.
Yeah.
I'm sure the stream now know about it. I had a big shunt there where that curb is, and I ping-ponged off the barriers on the left. In fact, I almost rolled it. And for some reason, even though there's steam coming out of the car, part of me thought, I can still get this back to the pits. But realised very soon after that the thing was toast. I shortened that Porsche by about 2 foot, unfortunately. I remember someone always saying to me that the Nurburgring will always get you at some point.
Yeah.
And it got me that day.
Yeah. Got me 15 times already.
And that's just this lap.
Yeah. Every time I go through the carousel, I feel like I can go faster, and then when I go faster, I mess it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just like real life.
Yeah.
God, the traction of this thing in like 3rd gear is so good.
Mad, isn't it? It's a super fun car. We're both pushing because we're not really talking.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
sorry, chat.
I'm 2 seconds up on the time. Oh no!
Loser. Sorry, chat. This is going to be a battle of 6 hours until one of us gives up.
We've got 24 hours to figure out who could do the the quickest single lap.
Callum can interview the next guest. I've just got to beat you.
Who have you got on next?
Chainbear F1. Have you ever seen any of his Formula 1 videos on YouTube?
Does he have a yellow logo?
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Then I believe I have.
He does like technical videos, like explains Formula One in a really understandable way.
Yep.
Yeah, really cool content. And then we've got Tommo F1 on, who I don't know how to describe Tommo's channel. What would you say, Callum?
$21.1. That's rapid, mate. Right, I'm coming after you this lap.
Are you behind me?
Yeah.
I'll let you through. I'll let you have a proper lap. Go
I
on.
wanted the toe.
Come on.
Wally.
Like,
I'm still flat.
I haven't got my mirror on, so. Oh god, there we go. We can't hear you, Callum.
Can you not hear me?
No, I don't.
No, I
hear
can't.
now.
Very faintly.
Sorry.
Has it got some kind of gate on it?
Ah, yes, that's why.
Yeah, unless you shout it isn't picking you up.
Aha. Right.
There we go.
Sorry. Thank you. Figured that one out. There we go. You should be able to hear me now.
Yep.
I thought you were just ignoring me. Yeah, Tom is like a F1 commentary channel. He does like, I don't know, like he's just generally
He's just
very
cool,
good at
isn't he?
chatting about F1.
Yeah.
Like he's like Will in that
Just
he
like
can
us.
talk about it in a really engaging way.
Is it his annoyingly cool lad, and that's his problem?
Yeah.
No.
He is an incredible video. Like as a video editor, we look a lot. Of
Oh, you got a little quiet.
We look a lot of like his video editing style. It's amazing. Like he's a designer as well, I think.
Yeah,
so
he is.
he knows what he's doing. No, it's fine.
You put any bias towards the rear, Adam?
It just says it's on 0 at the moment.
Yeah, put
I
it
don't
back
even
a
know
bit.
if I can.
Okay.
So what to?
I think I went -2.
At -0.7.
Okay.
Let's see what it's like.
Melissa just came back, so that's my excuse for dropping off the back here.
Oh no, Adam!
Has he binned it?
Was it the jump, Adam?
No, it was the same corner.
Yeah, but was it the ripple in the road?
No,
Caught me-
so what I
caught me out a
tried
few
to do
times.
was... No, I think I'm getting to that ripple now.
Oh, God.
It was at Piff Path. I tried to go a little bit wider on the entry into it so that it didn't bite me, and I ended up just clipping the grass.
Oh, okay.
What was the lap time of
Sorry?
the VW? No, it wasn't the VW. It was the
The IDR or the 911 Evo?
the LMP Evo thing.
The 919?
Yeah,
Porsche?
It was
Porsche?
yeah.
5 minutes 19, I think.
5:19. Right, that is the target. Can we beat a 5:19?
Was that on
It's
this
in there.
exact track? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
in
yeah.
there for sure.
Yeah, with setup, I think you can do that.
I wonder whether. Well, I don't know whether having less downforce will necessarily be much faster.
No, I took it off and it made it really edgy through some of the stuff that was flat. It made the
Yeah.
stuff that was flat not. So, for my brain, we put it back on high downforce because it just made more of the track difficult.
Yeah.
What's the chat saying, Callum?
The chat is saying we were correct about the 5:19, so that is the time to beat. Yeah, saying should be doable.
Yeah, I think so.
Mum said it's my turn to use the Xbox. Joe Crook's back. Hey, mate.
He's back!
He's back. Joe, do you want to come on later?
Come on, Zoom now.
Oh, we're on Discord.
Oh, I've done it again.
Adam, your consistency is really dropping off, mate. Look,
Yeah,
just
I know.
accept it.
So I'm pushing
half
too
a
hard,
second
that's what it
faster
is.
Then you just accept it, mate.
When they did the 5:19, honestly, I was a little disappointed. I thought it was going to be closer to the 5-minute mark because there's certain corners where they're 80 kilometers an hour faster than us. And then there's
Really?
other similar corners where they're only like 20. And I was like, why is it like only a little difference in that corner? And it's the same kind of speed corner. So I reckon there was more in there. Plus, they ended up doing 2 laps. And I always thought, well, if they just pour the electric battery into one,
Yeah.
could they have, how much faster could they have gone? I don't know if it's a gearbox limitation or...
Oh,
I don't know.
Joe's saying he's tired. Scott's been driving for 9 hours.
I'm going to bed, mate.
Can't wait, I'm super tired.
Wet lettuce, that lad.
Well, when he wakes up, you got come on.
Where are you, Adam?
Where am I? At the end of the straight. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, sorry, I'm having some chicken wrap.
Will you change track? Everyone keeps asking this. No. Nordschleife for 24 hours. Same.
5:18.
Yeah, you've just... Oh, God.
No.
This guy.
But there's a 17 in there.
Off you go.
Stop pushing
Well,
me.
actually, there's probably quicker, but I keep on end up
I
like.
think we should try bump drafting up a hill.
Okay. But I think I'm on the medium setup.
Oh, you're on the medium.
All right.
Just behind you.
This guy keeps asking the same question, so we'll ask it. If or when you do this again, would you consider making this a race with, say, 10-minute pit stops with maybe a charity entrance fee? That's a cool idea. It's just what we were considering is people might ram you off.
The other thing is, if you make it a race, if you don't get in before the start of the race, then you won't get in at all.
And people will drop off over time, and so keeping a decent number of people on track is tricky. And
Do you think you could get... How many people do you think you could convince to do 24 hours in a sim?
I
Well, if you have a look in 3 weeks, there'll be about 20 servers of 60 teams doing the Nurburgring 24 hours around here.
I mean single drivers, though. So doing what I'm doing, how many people could you convince to do that?
No, you're on your own, mate.
Oh, come on. I've got to pit this lap. I'm only putting 35 kilograms of fuel in each time.
Oh, mine's in litres. I don't know what it is in weight.
It's in litres.
Yeah, well, it's what's on my race labs.
Oh, right, okay.
I gained half a second through there.
Oh.
Man, I'm so scared to get on the throttle there.
Has that little rollover oversteer at the end, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I end up at like half throttle for the majority of it. Right, we're going to sort you out through this corner. So you got to go straight. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to follow you.
So you brake at the sign and you end up going... It's like a super late apex.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. It
How's that for you?
requires so much... Requires so much resilience not to turn in.
Yes.
My brain's
You
just
definitely
going,
gotta get your permit this year now.
turn.
Yeah, well, you almost want to use it like a bowl, don't you? But you can't. You've got to... The bowl or the camber is later on.
It just feels so weird to be like, you're literally just driving like around the outside of it rather than the car doing anything. I don't know. It feels awkward.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like a bit like, you know how Graham Hill at Brands always feels a bit awkward?
It's... Yeah, well, that's because it falls away a little bit, but... It's because you want to use more track limits on the outside, and of course, Palmer will charge you for the grass if you do. I'm doing a track day on Monday
Are you?
at Brands.
What, for fun
Yeah.
or working?
Well, yeah, I'm going to give the Clios a bit of a shakedown. They haven't been out on track for forever, so I thought,
Amazing.
well, Let's go and take both of them round. Just double check. I've had the suspension done on the rear of one of them, so just wanted to double check that one of them's always had understeer, and I was always thinking, why is it handling so much different? And I thought, well, maybe it's because it's Cat D, but it wasn't. It's when they were side by side, I then suddenly realised that one is lower than the other.
Right. Okay.
And it's because the spring that was put on it originally, the lowering spring, was also super soft versus the spring that should have gone on it, which is the same as what they run on the race car.
Right.
So once I realised that and had it changed, of course, now it looks like it actually sits better.
Yeah.
But I just haven't ran it yet, so.
Go and test it.
So go and give it a little test, give it a shakedown, blow the cobwebs off. When are you next on track? Oh wait, you're doing a test in a...
I'm testing the F2 car, yeah.
F2
Tuesday.
car, I was about to say GP2. Yeah.
Yeah. Tuesday.
Mega.
Tuesday, but I'm not doing, I'm not doing anywhere near what I used to do.
Oh wow, that was a bit too much of a lift.
Are you there? Oh, have you just driven into me?
Yeah.
Oh god.
See what speed we could get you to.
306, 307. Look at my
It's gonna end
deltas
up-
coming down. Nah, it's fine.
But
It's harder when you're behind. Oh, release me!
Oh, no. Next to you. Ah! Oh no! I'm stuck in the barriers. Why have you not got a mirror on? Carry on. I need to go to the pits. Oh, you'll be in the pits as well.
Yeah, I need to.
I'll meet you in the pits. Definitely got to request a new car.
The danger of bump drafting.
Well, I was next to you, but I just
were
don't think
you?
you realised. Yeah,
Okay,
I don't
no,
think you
didn't.
realised I was
No,
there.
I didn't.
So. Oh, how funny.
That was funny.
Yeah, we wanted screen space with that, and we thought, well, Scott's 90% of the time going to be driving on his own, and the mirror isn't needed.
Yeah. What is it? What, I can't even. Oh, you have to put the mirror on.
Yeah, you just turn virtual mirror off.
Let me just get my gloves on. I just took 'em.
Feels weird without gloves on.
Scott, have you ever done bump drafting in a single seater, or is it? I know you
Not
did
in a
it on
single
Fun
seater.
Cup.
I've done it in.
Some we could do it in Star Mazda because they had a real long crash box on the rear of the car. But generally in most single seaters you can't. The only other thing was because the crash box was angled up and the nose was angled down. If you did it too quick, you'd lift the rear tyres up to the car in front.
That was like Lando and Max did that, didn't they? They took each other out in a competitive. Lando went to bump draft Max in a iRacing. I don't know what it was.
Oh yeah, it's so easy to wipe yourselves out on iRacing. Yeah.
Doesn't connect properly, does it? It's like
Certain cars do. So a great car for doing that is the Daytona prototypes.
Yeah.
The old Daytona prototype, because it's just got a square front. It's like a shovel. I was actually quite amazed how well the F1 just did it then. The skip barbers, they're great for getting a good toe. Yeah, I was quite surprised how this one managed
I
it.
think it's a great car. Such a
Yeah.
nice-
This is one thing that upsets me a little bit with iRacing, is if it seems that if you touch another car, more than likely one of you or both of you just end up crashing, like what happened there. But on one or two other softwares, you get away with it more. It's a little bit more lenient, let's say.
Yeah. Adam, sorry to cut in, Adam. Could we have an update on the donations and things?
Yeah, sure,
Please.
absolutely. Sorry, I've been a bit lacking on that. I'm getting tired now.
Are you?
Right, I'm fine then. Pushing through. 22,355.
Oh, you're almost there.
Amazing.
Almost there,
And
that's
it's nearly is around about £1,000 in super chat as well, which is incredible.
So, wow.
Sandro, keep it going, £25. Thank you, sir. Thomas Lee, £10. Thank you. Luca. Anonymous, what a great idea. So happy to contribute. Thank you, Anonymous. Stephen Walker, great cause. Thanks, £25. Thank you, sir. Frank, we've got the Understeer podcast. That sounds fun. Great cause. Can't afford to give much, but I hope this helps.
Thank you.
Oh, they're great guys.
Marc as well, £20. And Jonathan, 15. Like every time we update it, I mean, I know the stream is out of sync now as well, so you know, got to keep updating it. And it's going up every time, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That's so cool, everyone. It's amazing. I really feel like we're going to be able to make it. I really do.
You boys are smashing it. You're doing so well.
Adam, I think you might, if you stick around for another 25 minutes, we might go over 100 laps together. I'm on, this is lap 95 we're on.
Yeah. Oh, mega.
We're also in hour 9.
That's mad. Honestly, it's gone quite quickly.
Yeah.
Let's see how you feel in 10 hours.
That's the main difference with Steve GT, you know, is that like, he did it on his own.
I know, yeah, that is mad.
Oh, and that was on Gran Turismo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I watched part of that. In fact, I ended up going into that and chatting to him a little bit, like on just through the YouTube. Was he? I can't remember if he did it on Twitch or YouTube.
YouTube,
I think,
yeah.
Brilliant.
He did was it the longest race on GT Sport?
GT Sport, yeah.
Which is 200 laps around here.
24-hour Nordschleife circuit, 200 laps is the maximum.
What car did he do it in? GT,
McLaren
wasn't it?
GT3,
Yeah, on the longest circuit as well.
Yes, he had the GP loop.
It's a mania.
So 200 laps times, well,
It took him 27
roughly around
hours.
8.
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Adam, I meant to ask you. So lots of people say that in the 24-hour
Hold on a second. I need to turn your volume up a little bit.
Oh, I can turn me up.
You're a bit low, Callum.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't.
There you go.
Let me
That's
do
better.
that. Let me
There
do
you
that.
Yeah.
So is the surface very different? I know a lot of people say it's very, very slippery, and you know you got to get used to the different surfaces on the track.
So they re-tarmac sections of the track every year.
Okay.
And when they do, it's a little bit of a shame because they smooth.
Spin
Oh no.
Go on then.
They smooth out some of the bumps and stuff, so you lose a little bit of its characteristic, and it makes it almost a little bit easier. And so you do get obviously used to the different tarmacs, and you end up using like the tarmac changes as references for certain corners and turning corners and braking. Oh yeah, it gets a little taily, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But where you struggle is when it's wet. So some of these new tarmacs are already shiny, and so of course it makes it just extremely difficult to tell whether it is dry now or not, whether it's still slightly damp.
Do you have? Oh mate.
That's me being greedy.
Do you have a favourite section of the track?
Yeah, in the GT3 car it's Mud Curve, which is after the big uphill climb of Kesselken. So, like 3 corners before the carousel, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the GT3, we get there in 6th gear, and we literally just drop it down a gear, don't even brake, and that's enough to just slow it down so that you can go flat, not flat through the corner, but it's just like a half lift.
Is that what they call Bravery Corner? Or
Yes.
is it the next one you're talking about? It's Bravery Corner.
Well,
In this, it's flat, isn't it? And then in most GT cars, it's like one
Yeah.
gear down.
and this is fun as well, because this is touch and go flat, and you have to turn in a
In the
little
GT
early,
car?
almost put, yeah.
Oh, you have to turn early because of the bump.
Yeah, and so
The
you
crash
have to
roll.
almost aim for the grass, and you almost get a wheel on the grass there, because then if you go a little too wide, then you do hit the bump, and it upsets the car. So we end up going through there, and we end up basically asking each other, "Oh, what speed did you get at here?" Because we end up looking down at the dash to see what speed our minimums are in between that corner and braking for the next one.
Wow.
this is a little lift. This is generally where I have a little advantage over my teammates. Just that little flick through there. It's a shame there's not a massive straight after it, because you don't get the advantage for much. This is cool as well because this is flat through here, and then we let it scream all the way through here.
It's so easy just to make small mistakes everywhere.
Oh yeah, I know. That's it. Like obviously in real life, everything is obviously we're chatting as well, which takes a little bit of capacity away to fully concentrating.
Apparently mud curve is German for bravery corner. I'm sure I've said that wrong.
Okay.
That's cool. Everyone's correcting me. Nice.
Okay, makes sense. Have you sorted your visor strip out?
Oh yeah, I have actually. I don't know if
we did that.
Did you map it or did you find it?
I mapped it.
Okay, there you go.
I think we had like accidentally mapped something over that button.
Yes.
Yesterday and forgot to redo it. So
I should have sent you my steering wheel map. I got a feeling we might be on the same steering wheel. Does it begin with an F?
F.
Yeah.
Did you see the bit where?
Anyway,
where Jackson was putting the chair together?
Oh no, I missed that.
What was that? Was the most gripping bit of the stream.
Jackson's our video editor, and I bet him that he couldn't put the chair together in less than 20 minutes. No,
what chair is this?
4 laps.
Right, okay. Did we have a webcam on it?
Yeah, we did.
We
did.
He
was doing it live on stream. It was pretty intense, I have to say.
That little section's great as well.
I feel like we might win an award or something for that. Sorry, this bit,
over the curb there.
Yeah. Are you taking that?
Really
oh goodness, I'm making some mistakes. Are you taking that curb on the right that looks like you can take it? But
yeah, and we do in real life. Yeah, in both. So you
this
sacrifice like the entry through the left, and then you just go straight over the right.
A lot of these down the back, they look on entry. The corners look the same. So if you don't really know it, it's quite tricky. Ooh.
Yeah. When I first came here, there was 2 parts of the track which I always thought looked the same. And for the life of me now, I can't figure out which 2 corners those were. But okay, like now, I only found out I was coming to the Nurburgring. Like I know I did the Grand Prix race in Formula Renault, but when I found out I was coming here, I only found out I was coming the day before, so I had no chance of jumping on the sim. But I swear, from driving this track as a kid on Gran Turismo, funnily enough, the Mercedes Challenge, I think it was Gran Turismo 3, you could only complete part of the track until it unlocked the next part. That's how basically I ended up learning or memorizing the track.
Yeah.
You're in my toe, you should be. 45 meters, 46,
I'm just,
47, oh
I've
no.
got my hands up. What does the blue spanner mean? Joe, well, maybe we shouldn't tell him.
Yeah, I made him a moderator. I thought everyone I know in the chat is a moderator now. Dan says, "Looking mega guys, we tired yet?" I think that goes without saying.
How are your fingertips, by the way? Are they tingling at all or anything?
No, they're okay actually. It's you know the muscle that goes directly into the back of your skull.
Yep.
Maybe I should know what that's called. That is hurting.
Are you like tilting your head forwards, trying to go faster?
Yeah, always.
Trying to go head first.
Human DRS.
Yeah. Like a runner at the end of the finish line, sticking your neck forwards.
Yeah, for 24 hours. Yeah, that's it.
Adam, chat has just reminded me, but we had this question earlier, and we said we should have asked you. What do you think to the iRacing scanned model? Do you feel it's close to the real one?
Yes, I do. So actually, this is an interesting question because during lockdown, obviously flat out on the sim, iRacing, tried some of the others, got used to how the Mercedes drove around here, and then the first time I came back, I was like, wow, this feels weird. This is in real life. I came back. I was like, everything just seems so narrow and tight. And part of me was thinking, is it because of the POV that I'm using? Or is it just because I haven't been here for almost a year? Because basically from previous round the year before to when we went for eventually the first round once it all restarted. It'd been like over 9 months, which is the longest that I've ever spent away from the Nurburgring. Because like a few seasons ago, I ended up doing 11 races around it. Not just around the Nordschleife, but like including the Grand Prix circuit. And so at that point, I was like, oh, has iRacing messed with my head a little bit? So what I thought, I did actually. Honestly, I panicked a little bit.
Yeah.
Because of course, the last thing you want to do is contaminate what we're really meant to be doing. And so, anyway, I thought, right, my little trial is... Oh, there's that bump. After that round, I'll do some more on the sim, and if I come back for my next race and it feels exactly the same, then I was thinking, right, I'm not going to do any more iRacing before I go back to the Nurburgring. But thankfully, the next time I went back, it just felt completely normal. So I think it was more the fact that I just hadn't been there for so long, and it'd been 6-7 months before since I'd been in a GT3. But the scan, I think, is actually really good. It's just the driver. From what I understand, the scan is the same as for iRacing as it is for R-Factor and Assetto Corsa.
Oh wow.
So what the Nurburgring scanned their track, and then they gave or sold their scan to the companies. I think, from what I understand, that's what they did, which is different to some of the other tracks where they end up scanning their own.
Makes sense, right? You would assume
Well,
similar, hardware and software, and then they just layer on their own things on top of it. Maybe, I don't know.
Exactly. There's going to be a few changes. Like I said, every year they update certain parts of the track. So there's new tarmac going into that previous corner. They re-profiled the carousel just fractionally.
Are they ever going to get rid of this?
2 years ago. So I don't know how often the scan is updated, but I think it's a pretty large thing to do. So do you know how the carousel ended up starting?
Nope.
So originally it was the top part of the track, you know, where if you overshoot it. And basically, just from people driving through the dip, it created a bigger and bigger dip, and it ended up being the fastest racing line, just to use the dip to scoop you around the corner. Until it got big enough that actually you just put the whole car in it.
No way.
Oh wow.
So the cars dug it out themselves?
Yeah, basically. Like the touring car boys do around all tracks. Where they end up cutting a little
That's quite beautiful,
exit.
really, isn't it? The cars dug the track themselves.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat has offered to edit the highlights video for us. Yeah, sure.
You best make notes every time something decent happens.
Yeah, we should have done that.
Or someone
actually.
says something funny.
Yeah. It's all
You'll
been
have to start from now. There's still going to be plenty to go. Right, Scotty boy, let's see what you got. I'm coming after you. Oh, that's such a shallow lift through there now.
I haven't got my mirror, so I'm just going to weave anyway to get you out my time.
I'm 3.5. I'm 1.4 behind you.
Oh, hang on. Yeah,
You don't get a tow until I think about 0.7.
Is that true? I've always wanted to know that with iRacing. Is it per car that changes, or what?
No, actually, you're right. It is different per car. So on the ovals, it's about a second that you start to get it. I'm running less downforce, so it should like scoop me along a little bit sooner, I think, because I'm actually just naturally gaining anyway.
I've got to get some fuel. I need to put a few litres in. Oh, it's great driving with someone, actually, Adam. Thank you. You're pulling me through.
No, you're welcome. I was just getting ready to go to bed, but I was like, well, I'll do a few more laps.
Do a few more laps.
Lyd had already fallen asleep, so I was like, right, I can sneak off. There we go. So I watched a bit of Bad Night Saturday TV earlier. She tortured me, I think, because I was on the sim so much earlier. She got her own back and made me watch some awful chat show thing.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I'm going for a fast lap.
Scott, Dan said he's just about to jump in a private server to have a go and see if he can beat your time. Should we
get him to come on here?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I just said. So we'll get him on.
Well,
That'd
let's
be
see how
cool.
many laps we've done. We can all do 100 laps. We've done 97 laps.
Oh,
Dan,
brilliant.
come on. If you jump in the Discord.
Dan's
I
one of
will
our
share
Driver
the-
61 coaches, Adam, and his
Oh no, he's going to upset me.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to end up becoming like last in my in my own thing.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah. I have no perception of time. Like, it's so strange.
Yeah, it's noon Scott time. And it has been for 10 hours.
Oh, that wasn't very good.
Do you have a favourite hotel that you stay in at the Nurburgring, Adam?
The easiest is the Lindner, which is right at the entrance, because you basically roll out of bed and you're on the grid.
Is that the one that looks really like 70s? It's made out of concrete?
No,
Is that
no,
a
this is the
Nürburgring?
one with the casino.
Oh, right, okay.
Right on the entrance of the Grand Prix circuit.
Which is the track with the hotel right next to the circuit? Is that Nürburg?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Nürburgring's got two, so they got the Lindner, they got the Darren, they've got the,
Darren,
Lindner
it's that one,
Conrad.
the Darren, yeah.
Yeah, that's the like salmon-coloured one with the F1 car on the wall, the Zach Speed car on the wall.
So we've got Chainbear coming on in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Daniel is joining the session. He won't be a voice chat, but just because we're chatting to Chainbear, I want to get some
Yeah.
good talk to Stuart properly.
Yeah.
But he'll be on the track. So
Well,
we'll
first
see
of all, we
that.
need to understand how to address him.
It's Stuart. His name's
Mr.
Stuart.
Bear.
Mr. Bear, the Bear.
Yeah, I know, but okay. All right.
I know what are you going to say. Should we just address him by like a really weird name from the start and just commit to it?
Well, the first thing I want to find out is why the channel is called Chainbear.
Yeah.
I'm stuck.
What, in the barrier?
No, on the curb.
Just stranded.
You'll see. Just give me a little nudge when you find.
Where are you?
You'll see me. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just a little nudge.
Yeah. Don't roof me.
Should I hit you from? I don't want to get trapped up there, mate. to be
Just
honest
hit the
with you.
front.
No, just hit the front. Yeah. Little more. Come on, you got 600 horsepower. A little bit more. There we go. Thank you.
There we go. Go. First one back round to the line wins.
First one to shoot out the carousel wins.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Oh, I thought you were pushing a bit, Mark.
59 incident points.
I've got 26 just in this run. I know, maybe that included earlier because I don't think it refreshes.
Okay.
Remembered all the corner names yet?
That's an exercise for 3 AM, I think. Keep Callum awake.
Oh God.
If you can see fast enough, there's little black signs around the track.
Yeah.
Like you'll see one on the left, right here. There we go. Missed it. I can't
I'm
remember what
not
it's
seeing
called.
that, mate. I can't see anything.
Yeah, when you're racing here, do you just give up with corner numbers and use names, or
Yeah.
yeah?
Yeah, where do you
Cool.
begin with setup, Adam? Like, do you categorise all the corners together and then say, well, like, you know, on a normal racetrack, you say, well, you know, if I give the car a bit more front end in this section, it's going to ruin it, or, you know, make it worse in this section. But this track's so long,
yeah.
like, that seems difficult.
Generally, you're just going for what feels like it gives you the most confidence.
Yeah. Okay.
Like the difference between when we used to have the confidential tyres around here was about 5 seconds a lap versus the customer tyre. And that's in the dry. The wet tyre, the difference is even bigger. That's fast now, that section. Okay. Might give me a little
98
too-
laps. What are you doing, Step Driver 69? Hands, what car is this? This is a Williams FW, 31, 2009 F1 car.
Come on, what's your top speed? Come on, come on, come on.
300, it's just stuck. Just stuck.
That's on your dash though. Yeah, 304 I got to. Right, let's try and go for a lap where we don't shouldn't this time. Are there different compounds for this?
No.
Oh.
Oh, Say's in the chat. Night night from Romy.
Oh, I called her. Night, darling. Sleep well. I've almost done 100 laps.
Everyone's saying you should do 24 hours of Daytona next time.
Oh, I don't really like that track. No.
Yeah.
Oh, that would
That'd
be
be-
repetitive.
There's a long straight, isn't there? I think I prefer to do Le Mans. Well, I would. Or Spa. What would you do, Adam?
I suppose Le Mans would be a little less repetitive, won't it? Just because it's a longer lap. It's the repetition that gets me, I think.
Yeah.
We have Mr. Stuart Taylor in the waiting room.
Fantastic.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Adam, but we're going to have to jump off. But thank you so
that's
much
fine.
for coming on, sir.
I'm going to go for a super flying lap.
Go
So
for
in
it.
fact, I'll mute myself if you want, and then I'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah, go on,
Okay.
let us know. Jump in. Good luck.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So I need to hang on. Bear with me while I switch everything over.
Whoa, Callum.
Oh, sorry,
Oh!
sorry. It's broken.
I'm driving on a screen that is... I don't know if everyone can see that. Oh, there we go. Cheers, mate.
Sorry about that. Right, zoom.
Screen went to 20% of what it was.
Hello, Stuart. Mr. Chainbear. Welcome.
Hello, how's it going?
Hello. Very good. Let me just get Scott
Callum,
on.
you've got
I've
loads of
had it
echo,
for a
mate.
second.
Just stop. That's it. Hello, Stuart. How you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you going? Is the madness set in yet?
Actually, I'm feeling okay. I think having plenty of guests come on has been a lifesaver. So thank you very much for you coming on. But having the really, I've lost my perception of time. I've done almost 100 laps now.
Oh my goodness.
And 10 hours.
So not quite halfway yet.
No, not quite halfway yet, but we're getting there. I think this will be the hardest bit. I mean, it's already way past my bedtime, so I think I've got through that bit. Hopefully I don't get too tired. I haven't had an energy drink for about 5 years, and I've started drinking a Monster, so don't know what that's going to do to me, but we'll find out soon.
I want to be around for that bit. Do you have any windows where you are? Like, do you have a concept of
What time it is outside? Yes, just about. We're in our office in Leamington. We've got some windows, so I do know that it's dark outside, although it's midday on the sim.
Okay. Just that confusion.
What have you been up to this weekend?
Formula E weekend, so I was checking out
of
the Rome Prix. It's the usual shenanigans.
Yeah?
Free practice one, they managed to crash into each other during a practice start at the end of the session.
Good lads. Yeah.
Usual kind of chaos. The leader didn't seem to lead, so it was Good fun though, good fun. And there's another race tomorrow, so I'm sure people will be spoiling to make up for all the mistakes they made today.
Do you make any content around Formula E?
Make a little bit. I'd like to make more, but I'm not as like in tune to it as I am with Formula One.
Yeah.
But it is fascinating. When back in the when you could go places days, I went to the the Valencia test, and I went with a microphone, and I was doing some sound analysis of the electric motors that I was going past to try and work out what frequency they're spinning at. That was quite fun. Yeah.
Amazing. Is that the same kind of technology that they would use in Formula One when they used to like map the ratios and things like that?
Yeah, similar to that. I mean, but just me and a boom mic and going back and sitting with Audacity.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that video. That was really cool. I didn't understand much sort of watching it Formula E and coming into the motors, and then it was really cool.
It was fun. Problem with Formula One, of course, is they don't let you go anywhere or do anything. So it's quite fun to do something like Formula E, where they're very welcoming to like smaller media. So you can just go in and poke around and talk to people and make videos like that, because otherwise it's just Ted Kravitz that gets to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And his cheese.
And his cheese, yeah.
So, Stuart, are you an engineer, or what's your background? How can you take such complex subjects and make them so simple and entertaining to watch?
I'm not an engineer, although there have been many times where I thought that's probably what I should have studied instead of. I did. Well, actually, I was going to do fine art. That was my original.
Yeah.
And I did an art foundation. So if you do an art degree, you normally have to do an art foundation first, which is just a year of basically throwing everything at the wall, like every kind of art you can think of, and building up a portfolio and working out what you want to do with your life.
Right.
And what I worked out was I missed the nitty gritty of like maths and stuff. So I then went straight on and did a maths and physics degree after that.
Yeah. Okay. They're quite different subjects.
They're quite different, yeah. But sometimes you need to go the wrong way to figure out what you really want to do.
Absolutely.
I don't really know about how I fit into that niche, but I think I've always been quite good at the communication side of when I was doing science. I think a lot of people who don't want to disparage people who do science and engineering, but they talk in their own language quite a lot, and when they try and talk to people outside of their field or their bubble, it's just absolute gobbledygook.
Yes.
So I quite like science comms as a thing.
Callum, what was that thing that you sent me the other day about? I can't remember what it was. It's a little image that you saw on Instagram or something. And it was like, I'm an engineer.
It was a meme, and it was like, imagine being someone so intelligent and not being able to articulate it, and below was like, have you ever met an engineer?
Yeah.
But I know, like, I write some of the content on Driver 61, and I have a mechanical engineering degree, and like I came straight out of uni into this job, and so going from writing like engineering papers and things, and then coming to writing content, as I'm sure you're aware, it's a complete shift. In explaining things simply and picking out the real core of it, whereas quite often we get lost so far in the weeds, and you know, picking out the core and running that through and explaining that is a real skill.
It's I think what I sort of realised was, you know, if you watch things like the Formula One, you know, the coverage and stuff, and you'll have people like Ted Kravitz or whoever going off and doing a little technical explainer, or just the way the commenters talk about things, there is like a level of jargon they're speaking at, and you just kind of have to assume they know what they're talking about to a certain degree. And I think a lot of people don't actually understand the fundamentals of what they're saying, even like simple stuff like tyre wear and things, which seem quite fundamental to what you're watching.
Yeah. And
it's quite nice to kind of bridge that gap between what I think the level of knowledge a lot of fans have, which is almost nothing in some ways. Like, they'll sort of understand the jargon, but they won't understand what that actually means, and just sort of like, I quite like the idea of empowering people, which I think probably quite similar to what you guys do in that, just like actually making them understand rather than just being able to follow jargony language.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's fantastic. And so what are your plans with YouTube and the channel and everything? Because I saw you, like, was it a couple of years ago now, you were making some content for Autosport as well?
Yeah, I mean, what am I doing with the channel is just a question I constantly ask myself, and
Yes, mate, same here.
it just panic.
Sorry, yeah, I know that feeling well.
Do you have like a list? Do you have a list of topics that you just sometimes stare at and you're just like, I don't know which one of these I could go into right now? Yeah.
Yes.
We're getting more strategic, I think, and a bit more. We're planning a little bit more, but yeah, we still have moments where it's like, oh, I don't quite understand what's going on here, or what we need to do, or where we need to go to kind of find that fine balance of doing what works on YouTube and doing what we want to do as well.
And sometimes you want to spread your wings a little bit and do some things that are a little bit different, but you always get pushback from people like, I only signed up for this one specific thing that I enjoy you for.
100%.
Yeah.
And YouTube chimes in as well. It's like, oh, how dare you step out your lane? I'm not going to push it anywhere.
Yeah. But sometimes I think you just need to press on, or at least do it alongside the normal content, just to try and diverse. It is tricky because YouTube definitely wants to do one thing over and over again forever.
Yeah. We just took a big step back from the channel to try and understand what would be going on, because we saw a bit of a drop in views a couple of months ago, and I think we'd tried to stretch our content too far outside of what we had been doing before, and yeah, just kind of doesn't allow you to do that.
It is tricky. How many of you are there, like, as a sort of team of?
Our Drive 61's sorry, we just clicked over 100 laps. Thank you to everyone watching.
Nice. Congratulations.
So, on the videos, there are now 3 of us, but then Driver 61. There's. It depends how you look at it. We've got an events manager, because we do driving training as well.
Yeah.
So we've got a couple of coaches who work there, and then an events manager called Melissa. And then on the sim side, we've got my partner on that side of the business, a guy called Mike, and a couple of people working on that, and I don't like 10 coaches also, but they don't work full time.
Sure. Yeah, and so on my side, it's just me, which in some ways is quite nice.
Yes.
It's just like I have control, and then there are days when I kind of miss sort of knocking heads with people and bashing out some ideas, or at least splitting the load, you know.
Yeah.
Because I think one of the hardest things, enjoyable but hard, like on my channel, like I had to learn all the animating from scratch.
Did you? Wow.
Yeah. So, and one of the fun things has been, like, most times when I do a video, I try and learn something new to achieve the thing I'm doing.
Yes.
But sometimes it's a bit beyond. But yeah, I mean, that's been really rewarding, and I feel like much more competent with that kind of stuff now. My first couple of videos were just very complicated PowerPoints.
Right.
Yeah. And then I managed to start using After Effects, which I was using a license that I was using in my old job, and they weren't using it, so I just used it till it expired and then got my own. But it was every day's a school day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And how much do you get into the like the analytics side of it?
Depends how much I want to loathe myself.
It's so cool to hear from someone that has the same feelings as us.
I think we need to start a therapy group.
Yeah, right. Especially
amazing.
because YouTube just chastises you, like.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
it's
most
brutal.
sport, Twitter in particular, has a little bit of a dip over the winter, and then YouTube freaks out. It's like things aren't going well, something's wrong.
Just turns the tap off.
I mean, I look at it a bit. I try and make sure they're sort of at a level now. But my kind of growth spurt is sort of it's kind of smaller now, so I'm just kind of happy chugging along. And I know I can pay my rent, so that's the minimum.
Do you do it full time?
Yeah, I have a couple of little side gigs. I have some, like, a couple of illustration jobs, and I do some bits and bobs. But yeah, so I try and stay attractive to sponsors.
Yes. Oh, I loved the best ad that I've seen on your videos was the raid one. I was laughing so much.
Cherry.
That was brilliant. That is the best advert I've ever seen on YouTube. It was absolutely brilliant. What video was that? Was in so people can go and look at it. I can't remember which.
I will have to look. I'll have to look that up quickly. I had a long back and forth with them because they've been bugging me for ages. I'm sure they bug everyone. I was like, I really don't want to do raid because I kind of only want to do things that I would use, but. I don't know where they get their money from, but their fees are much higher than anyone else's. Yeah. So I was just like, fine, I'll do it, but I'm going to have fun with it.
And did they say anything about that? Because I was watching it, like, you just ripping the mick out of them. Thought it was brilliant.
I think they just like having their name just constantly on the internet. I think they're quite happy.
Yeah,
I went to
perfect tone.
It was enough. It was like, this is good, but also I have no idea what's going on. I went to a Google Analytics course once, and when I had a job, I was in comms for a little bit, and it was about Google Ads. It's all kind of merged into one, but they say sometimes just brand exposure is just much more important than anything else. Apparently, once a year until Google changed their algorithm, so it was impossible. Coca-Cola. For like a whole day, used to buy 90% of the Google ads just so Coke was just on every website, just their logo.
Right.
It used to cost them a fortune, but just in like the massive Coke effect. It sounds a bit dodgy, but
sounds like what I need.
Yeah, wait till our 20s pops around. But I haven't been approached by Coca-Cola yet, sadly.
No, unfortunately not.
Where did you learn to animate? I know I do similar, much more scaled down sort of drawings rather than animations for the channel now. But where did you learn to do that? And has it been like every video you push a little bit further into it? And I try to push a bit more. So I was always quite good at PowerPoint. I quite like using it sort of artistically. And I would
run out of fuel, by the way.
If you run out of fuel, you're gonna have to reset.
Amazing.
Such an interesting conversation. We all forgot. Well, it's mainly me. There you go. Let's carry on. Adam's in the 5-minute 14. Anyway, sorry, shit.
No, that's all right. I used to be quite good at PowerPoint because I used to find it quite entertaining in my like normal job. So if I had to give a presentation, I would just make the PowerPoint as ridiculous as possible, which used to get a laugh as long as I got the material in the thing. Anyway, but yeah, so I sort of was translating that into After Effects. Like my first videos, even though they're actually quite simple, took ages to make because I was just learning everything from scratch. And I don't know if you use After Effects, but anything like that, when you get into it, it's just completely incomprehensible at first. Like, high-end design software and stuff is just impenetrable, and you have to just kind of learn one tiny thing at a time. But I think with that kind of thing, like same with Photoshop, I found Photoshop completely...
Yeah, I was going to say that. When I first used Photoshop, it was like, there's just way too much going on here.
Yeah, and you just need to like give yourself a challenge to do one thing. Like, I want to make this particular graphic and just do it step by step, and then you tend to sort of learn things that we use forever. So that's, and there was the reason I only recently this year did videos on suspension.
Yes.
Which I think most people are curious about, and is quite a basic topic, and but just the way I had to animate it, which involved a lot of JavaScript, which I don't know, but I had to have like every component coded to react to the other components around it, so I could just
wow.
So instead of having to animate like 18 things every time I wanted to do something, I could just move the tire up and down, and everything would kind of compress and expand.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
And now that's a skill that's really useful to me, but I just wasn't ready to sit down and do that for a while. I knew it would just be a headache.
And now you've got those assets so that you could use in a kind of a different video, right?
Yeah, and that's the another benefit is every video you make, you actually have things that you can pull out of the bag next time.
Yes.
Yeah, that's amazing. We did a similar one on the Renault Mass Damper, and compared it to the Mass Damper in the skyscraper in Taipei 101, and I animated it frame by frame just because I was like I could link all of these up, but I didn't take the time at that point, and I think we were on a time pressure. So, how long does it take you to make a video? What's kind of a normal time scale, and what's your workflow for it?
Time really depends. It also depends on like my mood as well, because actually my mental health is like not always 100%. So sometimes it's just like I'll spread it out over like half days just to keep things going, and sometimes I'll be like in a completely like, yes, I'm going to crack this like 90% of this out in one day. But my workflow is I start with sort of, well, I suppose it goes back to that spreadsheet where I've just got a load of topics that I will never touch. And then some. I'll just keep looking at the spreadsheet every now and again, and nothing will sort of. I'll never get that spark, and then I'll be in the shower, and I'll think this is how I want to explain it. This is the graphic I want to use, or this is the analogy I want to use. And then once I've got that, it's like such a fire in me that I end up building the whole video just around that, because that's the thing that's got me going. So then I'll start doing quite a lot of research and start building up a sort of like a quasi script, just sort of like a bullet, like points flowing into another, or branching out, or sectioning it off into the areas I want to cover. And then I'll sort of go to the second batch of research, because I won't trust that I have understood properly what I've researched. Because I think some people who watch my videos like think I am just like an encyclopedia of like information, whereas actually I'm my role, and you may like sympathize with this as well, is like I have an understanding of sort of basic engineering and physics and math and stuff, but I don't know all the things. So a lot of it is research and then turning lots of like technical language into something that people can follow, rather than just spouting things out of my brain. Like it's a lot of there's a lot of research behind the scenes, and then which bits do I want to cover, which bits do I want to leave out, what's important.
But you have a good enough understanding of it to understand it when you read it or when you do the research, right? I think
I think that's the key thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You sort of I'll sort of, I think I'll read a lot of things that my audience may not follow from that text.
Yes.
Like not completely clearly, and I will turn it into something that's a bit more digestible and friendly for a non-technical audience. It's tricky when I talk about this. Sometimes I feel like I don't want to like patronize people and say that they can't understand stuff, but I think, like I said sort of earlier on, like things that are written very technically don't lend themselves well to people who haven't been sort of just reading or writing that technical language like for years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Definitely. And you're making it, palatable and easy to understand. And someone's probably watching that video in bed or whatever in their spare time. Yeah. So I think if you can make it easy and entertaining, then that's the best way to do it. And whatever. We've got a few questions from chat, and I would like to fire them at you if that's okay.
Yeah, go
the
for
first one is about the name Chainbear. Where did that come from?
Chainbear is so Chainbear has nothing to do with motorsport or at all. It's sort of a lingering hang-up. It was actually just kind of a name I was already kind of using. It came from, God, how long ago now? This must be like 2007, 2008 kind of time. My partner at the time, we used to sort of play a silly little game with each other, where you'd sort of draw out pictures to represent the sounds of like a book or a movie title.
Okay.
If you can sort of imagine that. And one of them, she had drawn chains, a bear, like the ocean, and then some like boxes, which is supposed to be Chainbear Sea Crates, which is meant to stand for Chamber of Secrets. But which made perfect sense, but my brain did not click with it at all, and I was just standing staring at it going, Chainbear? Which we found hilarious, and we ended up just calling the game Chainbear. And then when we sort of made a website, we were just like mucking around on that was just a thing I was using, and it was the website I had at the time. And then it became my Twitter handle when I joined Twitter. And then when I started talking about F1 a lot and talking with F1 communities a lot, I kind of realized the people who follow me on Twitter didn't really care about that. So I kind of shifted it into what was Chainbear F1 at the time, and sort of was just faffing around on there. But like, it was only years later that I sort of, I mean, I wasn't expecting the YouTube channel to be a thing, but then when it started to grow and stuff, and it became sort of a thing I was doing, that's when I sort of, it sort of became a me and a brand and stuff. And I was just, if I'd have started from the point where I was like, I'm going to make a motorsport thing, I probably would have started with Chainbear. Oh, that was close.
That was close. There's a little bump on the way into there, and I don't know, it's a bit unusual. Anyway, I've been off there a few times, Stuart.
I mean, I'm impressed you are still on the track, because I haven't played iRacing in a long time, but I haven't given iRacing a serious go since before they added like track
Dynamic
development,
time.
like the rubber would lay down and that kind of
like
stuff.
dynamic track.
Yeah, dynamic track. I was way back in the in the day. Anyway,
have you got a
that is
sim, or
Chainbear.
did you have a sim?
I didn't have I had the pedal and the wheels. I had a 4-speed back wheel and pedals. A standard GT something or other.
Like a Thrustmaster GT.
Yeah, that's the one. Like a Thrustmaster with the PlayStation buttons on.
Cool.
Which did me well. But yeah, I was never great, but it was. I got to the point where you weren't just like careening off the track every corner, which I think is the first 2 months of iRacing.
Yes, I think so. I think so. It's tough. You got some more questions, Callum?
Yes, we've had a few. Let me just grab those. They were back when I asked for them, so I've got to
Sorry, I butted in there.
People are asking about your songs. So about how did you come up with the Dirty Air song? Will you make more music in the future? Yeah. How did that start?
Well, okay. Well, I'll tell you, I am not a music person in terms of like I always brought this up actually when I was talking about like technical language and engineering things, because I don't know music at all. And if you saw the email I had to send to the music producer to explain how I wanted the song to go. It's quite something.
That's amazing.
And actually, the email I sent the person who wrote the little musical sting at the front of my videos, where I was literally just going dun 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 dun, and it wrote the words dun 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 in there. So Dirty Air came about. I used to go on a walk every day. Back on my old flat. I need to start doing that again. I've just moved. I haven't found anywhere nice to go walking. And I remember it quite vividly. I was walking, and I think I was listening to I don't know if you heard this. What was going to be the Icelandic entry to the Eurovision Song Contest?
I don't know what that is.
Which got cancelled. It's a very very Eurovision song. It's very cool. It's very poppy and like very catchy. And I was listening to it, and my brain just went some kind of weird place where I was like, what if I did a weird song and dance routine at the end of my video? That would be weird. And I just said it to my friend who's like, she's a singer, and she was like, no, do it. And this was, I think, March or February last year. You know, when such things were, when dreams were possible. And I was like, oh, should I? And it sat with me for ages. And I listened to that, and I listened to a song from the Lego Movie 2, which is also incredibly catchy and poppy. And I was just like, what if I make just an incredibly catchy bop that's about something stupid like Dirty Air or like or gravel traps or something? At some point I had my shower moment, and it all just clicked. I was like, this is what I think. I had like a chorus that came into my head like fully formed, which I then had to sort of translate to like some music guy to kind of. Yeah, it was.
So you had somebody like do the music for that.
So yeah, I did.
And you explained it via email.
I explained it, but I had a very detailed document. I broke it all down. I had the lyrics, and I was like, I want the chorus to be this kind of thing.
Have you heard about the NFTs that people are doing? I think this needs to be an NFT.
Some people are selling them for millions. This could be my big.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
yeah,
that
it could
artist,
be huge.
Yeah, Chainbear makes $68 million selling song structure.
Honestly, it's the most absurd document ever. But the weird thing is, he made a song that sounded like this is exactly the song I want.
That's mad.
How
many pages was it?
I think it was probably about 3 every chorus, and I was like, I want this to sound like.
I'm struggling to understand how you put that into words. Did you use that examples or?
I mean, I gave him those 2 songs, which he luckily already knew, because apparently he puts it on in the car for his kids quite a lot. They all like to bop along to those.
Right.
His music isn't even like that, like poppy or funky. He does these kind of like quite ambient, kind of bassy things. But he was well up for it. I had the dirty. I like want this in the background. I want the dirties to like come in on the. I don't know how he understood what I wanted, but. And I can't sing, as you know, so I find singing actually quite mortifying. So having to like commit to this stupid idea I came up with, that's quite the fun of doing these like end of season review videos, which are absolutely nothing like just my normal videos, because I just quite like having fun making videos.
Yes.
And I don't get to throw these weird ideas at my normal videos because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Amazing.
So I've kind of, the last couple of years I've really got into this kind of mindset of like, if I come up with a crazy idea, just commit to it and see if you can make it happen.
Yes.
And somehow that is a real thing that happened.
Yeah. Stuart, as well, we can't have you on without talking about this season of F1. What were kind of your thoughts coming out of the first race?
I mean, coming out of testing, we're all talking about Red Bull and stuff, who seem to be much stronger than Mercedes, but I never quite believed it. Because I know Mercedes like don't always show their hands in testing, and they always talk themselves down. They talk themselves down when they're sitting on pole position. They're like, oh yeah, but we're still concerned. But so you can never really trust Mercedes doing badly. But actually, it does look like we've got a little bit of a fight on our hands, doesn't it? I think we need a couple more races to be sure.
Yeah, my only concern is that do you think that it's because of the rake and what's happened with the floor? Do you think Mercedes will be able to resolve that? You know, have they got more room for development than Red Bull, and so will they be able to take a chunk of that back?
Hour 10.
Hey.
Sorry?
Nice. Hour 10.
Oh, hour 10. Amazing.
Nice. You're still coherent. To be honest, this is something I'm sort of researching at the moment because I want to be making a video about this. I got kind of sidelined by track limits last time. Another point of contention. The problem is that they can't just jack their car up because the rest of the car isn't designed to be high rake. So they're gonna need to find some. There didn't seem to be one definitive like kind of answer to what exactly is going on with the low rate cars like Mercedes, but it seems that cutting away that bit of floor and getting rid of all the details that they're allowed to put in at the floor has stopped them creating what's essentially like a virtual skirt down the side of the car, so which would trap all the air that goes through to the diffuser and make the diffuser more powerful. That seems to have stopped them doing that, so their sort of diffuser is sort of weakened.
Leaking.
Yes, it's leaking and it's not sucking. You're not getting as much downforce from the bottom of the car as they used to. Whereas Red Bull, who jacked up the back of their car with a high rake design, have already boosted their diffuser just by doing that anyway. So they're kind of not losing as much because they already had quite a big gap. So they kind of committed to that.
Is it because is one of the reasons because like literally the Red Bull has more rake, and so that kind of shielding they put down the side of the floor is almost kind of taller or stronger than the Mercedes? Am I getting that right?
But also by having more rake, it's almost like they have just a bigger diffuser because it kind of extends down the length of the car, the kind of swoop of the line. So I think they're gaining more out of that than they're losing from the sides being taken away.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Um,
yeah.
But I mean, a lot of this is kind of speculation at the moment, but that seems to be what's happening, and that's what Otmar Safnauer, who runs Aston Martin now. That's
Yeah,
what
he
he
was quite
seemed to be
direct
getting
about
at.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of like
They're
Toto was
screwing
like,
us.
yeah, a shame for them really, because they really were on the up and up and expecting big things. But again, this is a weird year because it's a stopgap year. We've kind of had this very minor change in regulations, which has actually had this big effect, and we're chucking it all in the bin next year.
Yeah. Yeah. There'll be a 5-second spread across the field again.
Yeah.
Well,
But also, like, we're going underfloor anyway. Next year, it's all,
Yeah.
they're allowing
Yeah.
themselves, not skirts, but shaped underbodies to get more downforce under there, which is what I've been arguing for ages. I think they secretly listen to me.
I think it's going to work. It looks, at least it's heading in the right direction, right?
I think so. I don't think it's going to be like this miracle cure that happens overnight, but I think this, and combined with the cost cap and the sort of staggered wind tunnel, I guess, what would you, I don't know how you describe
Equalisation
it.
almost? Well,
Yeah, the equalisation, like the bigger teams get less time in the wind tunnel, the smaller teams get more time. Will, I think, over time close up some of the gaps and just allow them to be more competitive, because they had to do something just to. If you're going to have open competition, you can't allow it to kind of just run away the way it has.
Yeah, with the costs.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's Imola next weekend, isn't it? So that'll be good. Although, actually, I can't remember the Grand Prix last year. I can't remember if it was a good one or not.
Yeah, Bottas got floor damage, didn't he? Picked up some of Seb's car. And Max Verstappen had a huge shunt. He had a brake failure.
Yeah, he went into crash that. George Russell
And
nearly got
the
points.
perfectly timed virtual safety car for Hamilton.
Oh yes,
It couldn't have been more perfect, could it?
he wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to win that race, but no, he
But he did. Again.
always got someone smiling on him, hasn't he?
That's when George dropped it in the wall, didn't he?
That was such a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did have a great end to the season, did he? It was just like luck was really against him. I felt bad for him.
Yeah. Really bad. Hopefully he'll. I really hope he goes to Mercedes at some point, and he's super fast.
Yeah,
He is.
Sorry, I've left the donations alone for a little bit, so I'm going to go over this quickly if that's okay.
Please.
Give Scott a break from talking as well. So thank you very much again. It's been incredible. Kieran, £4.80. Thank you, sir. Clifford Wheeler, he's one of my sim teammates. Thank you, sir. £110. So generous. Andre, £5. Thank you, sir. Anonymous again. Melissa said £1 for every hour I flaked out early. I'll see you in the morning. I'll bring coffee. Keep it going. £15. Stefan, Noel, thank you. Paul, anonymous. So our total is £22,776. Thank you very much, everyone.
Is that
And
including the super chat?
Super chat is about £1,000 you can add on to that. So we are getting very, very close now.
That's
so thank you very much to everyone who's donated. Yeah, amazing.
That's awesome.
Really cool. So, what are your plans for the next week, Stuart? Making some videos, finishing on off the one that you started.
I think I'm cracking on with this rake thing, which it's one of those topics I'm just a little bit nervous about because it's a bit speculative.
Yes.
And actually, I kind of worry
Yeah.
Imola will come around and then everyone will forget what's really going on, and my video will be completely
Just
always-
day after you release it.
yeah. But that's what I think I'm going to crack on with. Actually, I'm going to this. I say this isn't going to happen. My plan was to sit down and kind of work out what my next few video topics were going to be, so I can sort of get a run on them. But something will happen in Imola, and that'll throw me off course because I'll need to react to it. And
Oh no!
Oh, that's.
I'm stuck in the
that's-
wall.
Oh no, are you stuck? Oh no. Yeah, I know. With like speculative topics like that, I'm always like straight at Scott. Can we do this? Can we do this? Can we do this?
Yeah.
Like, can we do this video? And it's always like, oh, how sure are we? And
Yeah.
it's tough with those sorts of things. Like, and you can have best guesses, but yeah, you're right. The next race could come out and you could look very silly.
Yeah, I think you just need to, as long as your language is like, this is what people think, this is what seems likely, This is what the evidence is, and I think some people enjoy that as well, just that kind of the mystery and the sort of detective work, but also not knowing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Tommo F1 coming on in 20 minutes. You know Tommo.
Nice. I've never spoken to him directly.
Oh yeah, he's a really nice guy. Really good guy. Yeah.
He does seem nice.
Yeah. Oh, my back's starting to give me some.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. Just those little, those little points where, well, just because I've been sat down in the same position for 10 hours, however long it's been. But that's going to happen. Be fine.
Have you got people coming through the night shift?
We've got.
Have you gone overseas to me?
Canada and then Australia, New Zealand.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we're back into European time. So yeah, I don't know which bit's going to be the hardest.
Yeah. Are all of you doing the full 24 hours, or is your team?
Well, one of them's gone.
Jackson's flaking in a minute.
I think if I was just sat there, to be fair, I would be. It's a bit more difficult. I think it's been so much easier because I've had people engaged and talking to me that it's flown by quite quickly. So I don't know, Jackson, what's your plan?
See how interesting Tommo is.
You might as well go home now, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm finding there's so many moving parts with it. We are new to live streaming, as most people will know here, and there are so many moving parts. It's unbelievable, and keeping it all going is keeping me awake. So
well, it seems to. I mean, you got all the you got all the video windows all lined up nicely. I'm in the corner. I can see yourself.
Yeah.
That's much more mine. I did a couple of live streams a couple of years ago on the channel for random stuff like prediction videos and stuff, and I hated it. I hated every moment, so I do everything pre-recorded now.
Okay.
Did you feel the pressure beforehand?
And also just, I think also, just being me isn't very helpful. Although because I do stuff with Sean, who does the F1 word a fair bit, and he does it all by himself, and he's very adept at it. It's just something I cannot do. But I'm also not very good live. This is quite good because you're talking to me, but I can't present live. I just go talk absolute nonsense.
Maybe you think that you talk absolute nonsense, but I mean, so do I. So.
Sure. If I was a commentator, I'd be in the Martin Brundle role, just responding to everything that my lead is talking about.
He's so good at that.
I was going to ask you something. I can't remember now. Oh yeah, that was it. Talking about getting ahead with videos. We were ahead with videos, and then I came up with the stupid idea to do this, and it's absorbed so much time that we're now falling behind, and next week's going to be a bit of a rush, isn't it, Callum?
Honestly, two and a half weeks ago, this was just an idea, and then we've been just 100 miles an hour on it, like getting guests in and sorting things out with the charity, and getting a good idea of how the stream's going to look, and actually doing that.
Doing sponsorships.
Jackson had to edit a video in well under 24 hours to get it out for this week. So
that's amazing.
Yeah,
It's all very impressive.
Well, there we go. Okay, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Have you got any more questions in the chat for Stuart? If you've got time.
We've had
hit it.
Some people are saying they're disappointed that you didn't turn up naked like in your F1 season review.
Sorry to let you down.
Yeah. That would have got.
Is that your thing now, Stu? You just turn up everywhere naked?
Again, another stupid idea I had that I just committed to is.
No,
again, you should see the outtakes to that.
Is that on a different website?
No, well, my Patreon people they got to see outtakes to that. You don't get to see outtakes in the sense that you get to see outtakes. But I definitely was not standing behind the teapot properly for all of that video. So, less nudity next time. Although I did manage to accidentally raise money for shelter because my a bidding war started in the super chat during the premiere over whether or not I should keep my clothes on or off for the videos going forwards.
What was it? What was the verdict?
Well, the verdict was take them off.
Well, there you go.
So the mob have spoken, yeah, and I was like, this is really weird and embarrassing, so I gave it, I totted it off to shelter, which it wasn't 25 grand though, I've got to say.
Yeah. I have one more question while we're talking about speculative guessing.
Shoot.
Ferrari last year, and I know there are sort of guesses towards synchronizing fuel flow with the sensors in the car. How much of that do you buy? Yeah. What are kind of your thoughts on that?
I know we might never know. In fact, we probably will never know.
There'll be a book in 20 years, I think.
Yeah. To be honest, I do kind of buy it. To be honest, I think it all seems to add up. Like the moments, like the time that they lost all their power, coinciding with the rules that came in, and the. I think it makes sense, and I think the worst thing about it is this kind of like everything being shrouded in secrecy, and I don't understand why that happened. Like, why the police isn't the police of Formula One have to like do dodgy deals with the people they. I mean, because they essentially said they did something wrong and they are being punished, and we're not telling you what it is. So, yeah. What was it? What did they do? And why can't it's just very weird. I don't like that, and I don't like that all being hidden behind the scenes. But I honestly, I do kind of buy. I'm not up for conspiracy theories, to be honest. I know there's a lot of talk of who's biased against who in this sport and who's doing sneaky things, but it does all seem to add up, doesn't it? And the thing about Formula One is, I guess, with a lot of sports, is the rules are determined by what you can measure. For example, the wings aren't allowed to flex, but actually the rule is if we put like a kilogram weight on the wings and they don't move more than an inch, then you're fine. That's the rule. The rule is by the measurement rather than the effect. Yes. Which is why you sometimes get clever people like Adrian Newey who can pass the test in the pit lane, but actually flex in real life and stuff like that.
That was astonishing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really good that.
But yeah, so Ferrari passed the test, which is why they added more sensors to make sure they couldn't synchronize their fuel flow to kind of miss the sensor effectively. So yeah, I don't know what is legal. I didn't like it. Yeah. I think it put everything in a bad light.
Yeah, it did. Oh. Yeah. This is a challenging thing. Like I mentioned all the kind of pain points on my body, but also I'm concentrating. I don't think I've ever concentrated for this long.
I'd love to see the lap time graph over the 24 hours to see it.
Yes, I was just saying this. We're going to do that at the end. So Scott's got to be on it.
We did plan to kind of do a push lap, like a proper push lap every hour, but I've just been chatting for the whole time, pretty much. Yeah. So we haven't done that. Maybe we could do one at 12 hours, Callum.
Yeah, that would be a good test.
Put a single lap of fuel in it and see if I can go any faster.
Yeah, test your metal. Yeah. Maybe after like a caffeine boost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Get some rich energy in.
Oh yeah, people keep asking why.
We should have got sponsored by him. Oh, that would have been brilliant.
No, they wouldn't have paid up, or every time they crashed, they would have tweeted about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are cancelling our sponsorship.
Yeah. Inadequate of performance.
Amazing.
Oh dear. Okay, Stuart, thank you so much for coming on.
No problem.
Really appreciate it, and really, really good to speak with you. Let's catch up soon, and good luck with everything.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of respect for this. I'm excited. I'll when I wake up in the morning, I'll see if you're all still alive. Cool. Yeah. Best of luck for the night shift.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Cheers, man. Bye.
Yeah, good luck.
What a fantastic interview. Well, chat. It wasn't really an interview. That isn't a hard-hitting interview, is it? Me driving around here, but what a lovely bloke.
Yeah.
I feel this connection with because I don't speak to many people who do YouTube, but I feel this deep connection of the pain that you sometimes have, that we have.
Oh yeah, that was cool. In our content is very similar in so many ways. So it's cool to, yeah, it's really cool.
Can't hear particularly well, can I, by the way?
Oh, sorry, I'm talking quieter.
Okay.
That'll be why.
106 laps. Am I almost in Moscow? $15 to Tommo? 10 minutes to Tommo?
Yes.
Wow.
1,300 likes as well, thank you. If you haven't deployed your like, we'd appreciate it. That would be awesome.
Yeah, can everyone hit it?
Yeah, deploy your like.
If we get it over, what is it on?
1,300.
1,300.
13, just hit 1,400, it's flying.
Get it over, how many people are on the stream?
I don't know. 1,000. Just
Get it over
1,000.
1,600. I'll give another 50 quid to the charity.
Oh, well, the total's racking up.
Would you write this down? Because I owe it £150 now.
Yeah, but yeah.
In addition to the 1,000.
Like deployed. Thank you, everyone.
What is it on there?
It is on 1,609.
1,609. Is it? Keep on going.
1,619.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Lando's still not been on. Has he called either of you two?
What? Lando's just called me up.
Yeah.
On the phone. Yeah, I didn't pick up. I don't pick up to him anymore.
Won't stop
We had a
calling.
falling out.
He's calling you for iRacing advice.
Yeah.
Are the with the lockdown things, are massage places open on Monday? Because I'm gonna need to take out a few knots in my neck. Change gear. Oh.
16. Oh yeah, 1,700 likes now.
Amazing.
Thank you very much.
Maybe we should do that every time that we come on, and then it might push it out to a few more people.
Yes, we should. It took a little while to push it on.
Can we have some interaction with the chat? What's going on?
Oh, hang on. Has Tommo got a stream going? That's cool. Yes, Scott. What are your favourite tracks from Scott Stir?
There's one that I like lots of tracks, different reasons. You know, it also depends on what car you're driving, because some circuits are too small for a quick car, and some circuits are too big for a small car. It's quite difficult. I really like a circuit in France called Dijon, and then of course you've got Spa, you've got this place.
Super GT is in here. Hello, mate.
Sorry.
Super GT's in the chat.
Hey,
how's it going, Scott?
Our
Still
inspiration.
Alive? Yeah, we need to. Scott needs some advice. Steve.
How was your neck, mate? My neck's hurting me up here.
Tommo's here.
Oh, we've got everyone.
Oh, amazing.
Everyone in here.
Oui. Yes, Scott, any advice I think would be... sorry, not Scott. Steve, any advice would be greatly appreciated.
If you guys don't know who are watching, Super GT was our inspiration, along with the charity, of course, for this event. That guy's mad. He did 27 hours of driving, because he did the longest race that you possibly could on GT Sport, which is 200 laps around the Nordschleife plus the GT loop.
Super GT's going to jump in a Zoom call. Yes, let's get you on. Who have we got coming up?
Tommo.
We got Tommo. Yes. Yeah, let's check Steve in. Steve, I'm going to DM you from Scott's Instagram with a link. That should do it.
Maybe we could we'll bring Tommo in as well, and we'll just have 3 people. See all of those people who stayed awake. Worth it.
Steve messaged earlier and none of us saw it.
So
sorry, mate. He said, good luck today. I'll drop in chat when I can. Having people chatting with you will be a massive help in my experience.
Yeah.
Especially during the middle 8 hours overnight. Yeah.
Sorry, Steve. I don't have the notifications on my Instagram. Was that on Instagram? That's
yes.
why I missed it. Nightmare. Tell you what I can't do, Steve. I can't look at the chat while I'm driving.
Yeah.
I could see your eyes moving on your stream. I haven't got that skill, unfortunately.
Yeah. Someone's asked, how much time do you take for a video, including editing? I can answer that one. Normally a week, so 5 working days. So we tend to have ideas ready to go. So we like pick from a selection of videos, choose what we're going to do. Normally I'll come up with a rough plan of what we think that will look like, and then me and Scott jump on a call and go over it and like just throw ideas down. It depends who's writing the video. Most of the time it's one of me or Scott, or sometimes one of other writers, and then we will talk about that a lot, about the bullet points, and then run through it, and then we'll sort of start to, over the 2-3 days, research and then pull that into a script, and then we start adding things like the animations. So I record those with an iPad and then sort of build those into the script, and I'll have an idea of where we're going to go with that. Once the script is done, Scott will record it and then ping it to whoever's editing, normally me or Jackson, and then I will do the animations and we'll pull it all together. So that normally takes like at the moment we've got it down to about 4 days normally, but it's intense work. We used to do it where it was I would write with Scott, and then Scott would record it, add some of his own bits, and then I'd sit there and edit it, and that was a full week. I had no time for anything else.
Plus, on top of that is like creating the ideas as well, right? That's a lot of
time. That takes so much time.
An extra additional time that we probably don't count, because we're always trying to create new
That's
ideas.
A good point, actually. Yeah, definitely.
It's a lot of work. I love it though. I love making the videos and working on those things, and it's brilliant. And really, we only started putting more focus on the YouTube channel in March last year. So the growth that we've seen recently has come so quickly in the last 12 months. I started 2020 with 97,000 subscribers, and now we're at, I don't know what we're at, 520 almost, maybe.
Yeah. Steve Brown in the house. Here he is. Hello, sir.
Hello. Connecting to audio.
There we go. Amazing, we can hear you.
I can't hear him.
Steve's pulling things together. I can hear clicking.
Oh.
I'm zooming in there. There we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, sir.
Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad. You were right. So, I don't know if you heard, but we didn't see your message earlier on. I don't have the notifications for Instagram on my phone, so we missed it. But yeah, having the guests on to talk to has been an absolute lifesaver, because to be honest, it's gone quite quickly.
Yeah, I think, I mean, when I did mine, I didn't speak to anyone for 16 hours, and then a friend...
Were you by yourself as well, or...?
Yeah, I mean, I had the chat, of course, to interact with, but I think having someone directly to speak to... Hello, everyone. Hello, but yeah, having someone directly to speak to is a massive help, because you've got something else to think about.
Yeah,
the time just flies when you do that.
Yeah, I can't believe that you just sat there by yourself for, what was it, 27 hours in the end?
Yeah, I mean the stream was 30.
Oh mate.
But the race was 27 hours 40 in the end.
Why was it 30? Did you do something beforehand?
So I took, I guess, 2 hours 20 minutes worth of breaks, just pausing it.
Oh right, okay.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like constant. Otherwise, I think I would have actually passed out if I didn't pause it.
What did you have coffee and Red Bull and things?
Well, actually, I didn't. I don't drink caffeine too much. I had a rich energy. That saw me through.
Oh, that's got to be done, right?
Yeah, it has to be done.
They sponsor it.
Was that? No, I should have done. But I had a rich energy. So there's proof that rich energy does work, I guess. It got me through to the end. How far have we gone now? 10 hours and a half hours.
Yeah, 108 laps.
My
But you
goodness.
did the GP loop as well, right?
Yes, so yeah, GP loop plus the Nordschleife. I think in a GT3 car I was taking. My fastest lap was like 8 minutes.
Man. When we were kind of deciding what to do, I didn't want to do the GP loop just because I thought it was like extra. There was more work to do on that track. Like on this one, in this car at least, you're flat out for a fair bit of it. So giving myself a bit of a break where I haven't got to think about, you know, the car rotating or whatever. Thought that this version of the circuit was a bit easier.
Welcome, Tommo, as well.
Oh,
Hello, boys.
dream
Tommo,
team.
how's it
Hello,
going?
Tommo.
How we doing? I feel like the odd one out because, well, Steve, I was with you when you were doing the 24-hour Buckmore, and then you've done that also digitally, and now Scott's doing one as well. So I feel like
You're next.
what can I play Pokemon for 24 hours or something? 'Cause that's my vibe at the minute. But yeah, how we doing, boys? How you holding up, Scott?
Yeah, good, thank you. I was just saying to Steve, actually, I think it's we've had some wicked guests on, including you two, but talking to people is just really helping because, to be honest with you, it has flown by. It's gone pretty quickly. Not halfway in yet, but it has gone pretty quickly. I don't spend that much time in the sim, so I'm getting some like little like pain points, where my body's just not used to sitting here for that much time. But yeah.
What's the longest race you've done, like in real life? Have you done
like 24 hours? Yeah, but
Done,
you're never in the car for really any
yeah,
more
of
than
course.
3 hours.
25, Scott, isn't it?
Yeah, 25 actually. Yeah. But you're never in there for more than 3 hours. So yeah, and this is taking the same amount of concentration as it would do if I was driving, you know, properly.
Have you had any offs yet?
Yeah, loads, mate.
You meant to say no. Come on.
I haven't had an off for a while. I'm going to go off now. Watch this. Yeah, look.
See, in his head already. But,
Yeah. Is that you come to torment me?
this is what you get. You're getting something different with every guest, you know.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Steve,
can
did
feel
you have
that.
many crashes?
Yes, I had plenty of crashes. To be fair, halfway through it got to a point where I was just ramming off the AI for fun, just something to do. So yeah, I think I would have died 20 times.
How long did you take to like fully get back to 100% after that though, man? Because I dropped in a few times and you could see the struggle. Like,
yeah. So I would say to Scott that the hardest bit was actually the middle, sort of 8 hours, and then then you get through it, and you're just entering that now.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
Because that's when you'd normally be asleep.
This is why we're here. This is why we're here.
And then you'll push through it, and then it'll be okay again at the end. But actually, yeah, how long did it take to recover after? Well, the next day I actually felt sort of weirdly okay, but it was the second day after that I felt awful. So it took maybe, I don't know, 3 days to really sort of settle back down into like proper sleep and feel normal again. I had a 15-hour sleep just after.
Did you?
Yeah, solid. The best sleep I've ever had. Absolutely solid. Did not wake up one little bit.
That's mad.
But yeah, that was the best sleep I've ever had, I think.
Beautiful.
I've got an 11-month-old baby, so I might struggle with that.
Oh no, of course. Oh
Yeah.
mate.
And I'm testing a real car on Tuesday. So it might be irresponsible.
I hope you turned the false feedback down.
Yeah, yeah, I have. Yeah. It's on on the minimum that I can get away with while actually just keeping the things on the road.
Good lad. But you were saying before about like the growth of the channel over the last kind of period of time. I mean,
Yeah.
Steve, how much has your I feel like this last 12 months for loads of people has just been like the numbers have grown crazy. You know what I mean? Is it because of the lockdown? Has that helped us out? I don't really know. It's hard to say.
I think it has helped a lot, but yeah, I've seen Scott's growth. Your growth has been crazy, and especially in like the last sort of month or so.
Yeah,
it's been mega. I think you went past me like today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think we're both on about 515-ish.
Yeah,
and you're
something like that. Yeah.
So, but yeah, it really has grown a lot recently.
What happened for us was that, well, lockdown happened basically. So Driver 61 originally was for coaching amateur drivers, and I made videos around that on YouTube. Like, really, they're actually quite boring videos, but for the right people, they're really valuable. You know, they're like whiteboard tutorials and circuit guides where I go into depth about driving. So for the right person, I still have people coming up to me at the racetracks, thanking me. It's really great. But for YouTube, it obviously doesn't get recommended out that much because it isn't that interesting.
Too niche, isn't it? Yeah.
And then, so off the back of that kind of supports sales of driver training programs that we have a couple of coaches working on. And then when the first lockdown happened, all of that stopped, which was a shame because it was kind of going pretty well. And I kind of sat there and thought, God, what am I going to do? And decided to focus on YouTube. We had 97,000 subscribers at the start of 2020, and kind of really focused in, broadened out the topics somewhat, and actually got consistent with putting videos out. And then it just kind of started from there, really. Yeah, and then Callum came along, and now Jackson's working with us, and so we can spend a bit more time on the production and writing, and I can spend a bit more time on like the strategy of it, really.
Yeah. Would you say there's like a particular video that sticks in the mind as being one that was like particularly important, or one that particularly kind of caught the algorithm, like to
the Dragster video?
No, well, no. Before that was when I started to so someone gave me some advice. Is like, take your skill and your background and try and blend that with popular culture. Yeah. And broaden out the content somewhat. So for me, it was, I made a video about Ayrton Senna's throttle technique when he used to blip the throttle, going out the coming out the corner, and that one started to go. And then I did something similar with Alonso, and that one really went, and they're at like 3 million views now. And then I had an idea for a video about dragsters, and Callum came along. That was actually Callum's second video that he wrote.
Easy game.
And now it's got 8 million views.
I'm just looking at it now, 8.4 million views. You've got a lot of videos, just looking at it, maybe 20 with more than 1 million views. So obviously doing something right. I really like the when Formula One teams cheat.
That was all Callum.
That was a really
good one.
Yeah,
so
I like that.
That was inspired by Mr. Beast, right?
Ooh.
So it's like the taking tension, building it, and then releasing it. So like, how did they setting it up? Like F1 wanted to get around making their F1 their wings flex, but they had this rule, and so they made some carbon fiber that let them pass the rule, but also flex, and like do that over and over again. And that thumbnail I banged out in 15 minutes before we released it, and it just did amazing. Like, it was just one of those, every time you try and you think this could be good, and then it's not, and then the ones you don't think are good sometimes are. And
simplest ones
that was one of them.
Best. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that just went straight away.
That's always how it is on YouTube. You can try and preempt things and try and work out trends, but then, you can try and copy that thumbnail, and it just won't work. There's a lot of luck behind it in many ways.
Definitely.
But I think you just have to be generally quite consistent, and then
that's the other thing. That, like,
if it works and be kind of similar, then it will kind of pay off again.
Yeah, that's it. This is the most, well, we put a video out every week and we have done for a year now, and that's the first time I've ever done that, so it's made quite a big difference there. Yeah, we've actually spent a lot more time now because I'm freed up a bit more to kind of like look at the strategy and look at what's been working for us and actually take a step back and think about it.
Yeah.
Because normally when you're like just for me, YouTube actually seemed like, 18 months ago, seemed like it was, I did it for fun and it didn't earn any money. I didn't turn ads on until about a year ago actually. So it was always like, I'm making this video because I'm enjoying it. But
it's like a marketing support to the core business.
It was really, but it never generated its own direct money. And now actually it's the biggest part of the business. So
mad.
Yeah. So then we took on some staff, Callum and Jackson, and we use a couple of writers sometimes as well, and that means that we've got more time to actually think about where we're going to go next with it.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, because like obviously with video, you kind of, the viewership is infinitely higher almost. Obviously not infinitely, but you know what I mean, compared to actual real world training, there's kind of more restrictions around like how often you can take people out and all that, whereas like it's the video side, the fact that that's taken off like shows you're onto something. And
it's scalable, isn't it?
Yeah, so much more scalable. Crazy. Right.
How about you, Steve? What's your you've got some massive video, that karting one's massive on your channel, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got about, I think it's 5 or 6 above 1 million. The karting one got 3.2. I think I've got another one which has got 2.8 million, and one of the moves in that you featured on your.
Yes. Oh yeah. You went around the outside of that fella.
Yeah. So some of them just really take off, and I don't really think I've done anything different. But then it just, that's just the way that YouTube is. It just kind of goes crazy. But I'm happy with the amount of views getting on each video. I've got to a point now where it's almost like, I used to post maybe 3 or 4 videos a week, sometimes more. It used to be 5.
Wow.
But I don't even know if it's not even worth doing that
incredible.
anymore. It's almost like if you post too much, they get less views each.
Yes.
It's almost like post less and they will get more. So it's almost like less work but more views, or the same views. So I'm sort of just posting like 1 or 2 a week now, and that kind of just works. And I think that's kind of the way to go.
Yeah, I think so. That's what we went through a phase of that, trying to pump out a load of content, but actually we try and now take a bit more time with our content and do a better job, and maybe do 60% of what we were trying to do before, and it just works out much better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's kind of how it works now, and I think the thing I need to get on at the moment maybe is the shorts thing, because that's really kicking off at the moment.
Oh, we haven't done that at all.
No, make like a second channel and just pump. That's the stuff where you can just pump out 10 in a day, and you can be as clickbait as you like with the title and the thumbnail, and it almost does, you don't even have to think about being clever. You just pump it out, just see how it does. Some channels are just like taking off right now, with like sort of minimal effort.
So they're the videos that are less than 60 seconds long, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mad how because if you're like a streamer, then it works particularly well. I know like Jimmy's got a clips channel, and obviously he can just, quality moments from, small clips from, streams that he's done for years. But it's interesting with YouTube, isn't it? Because it's like, obviously it's a long form content platform, and you've got other platforms like TikTok and like Snapchat and whatever that work much better for short form, and it's like YouTube are trying to kind of siphon some of that off, and it seems like that the algorithm is definitely favouring that. It's putting a lot behind shorts at the moment, but I don't think that will be the case forever, because I think they're just launching this new thing and they want to try and see if they can make a dent in the market share that kind of someone like TikTok has. But I think long term it is still the home for long form. But it's interesting. It's interesting to see, because a lot of it doesn't have to be like, a lot of people uploading like vertical aspect ratio now and all that as well for shorts, and that seems to do better than landscape. So it's kind of adapting your content for that. But yeah, it's weird. It's a weird one.
Yeah,
Let's
they
hope
always
it
seem
doesn't change too much.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, we're out of jobs, boys.
Exactly, yeah.
Tom, how do you find the live stream stuff performs against your kind of written videos or the more structured videos? The normal videos?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like I don't tend to with the live streams. I won't tend to look back too much on the viewership. But I think like the last live stream I did, I think it ended up getting like 80k views total, and that was like through people watching after. Yeah, like I did my like watch-alongs that I do for qualifying, and it got like 71k views for like an hour and a half live stream, which is weird. But I don't even have those kind of switched on like monetization wise. And to be honest, like doing those, I don't know, I just enjoy doing them. I'm not really, I don't know whether that's positively or negatively affecting my channel, but to be honest, I'm not too fussed because I just enjoy them. They're like, it kind of allows me to connect a bit more, try and connect a bit more with like the audience. Because I guess for me, where it's been such a kind of like this time last year, I was still kind of I was still replying up until I hit 20k subscribers, which was like probably about bang on a year ago now. Like I'd replied to every single yeah, it was just ridiculous. And like I've replied to every single comment I'd ever received on my channel. Actually, I think this time last year I'd just been furloughed, so then I had like a few weeks where I was just kind of putting everything into the channel. But yeah, it's interesting with the live. I'm not kind of, obviously Twitch seems to have live kind of optimized a bit better, doesn't it, in terms of like interaction and bitmojis and all that. But I think as time goes on, like YouTube are definitely trying to make moves into live stream, and like I swear every time I do a live stream they've added a new feature, so it is getting there. But I don't know, it feels like Twitch is not reacting, and I think YouTube might kind of take over. And I always like, whenever people ask me like they want to start live streaming, I'm like, do it on YouTube, because I feel like long term like the discoverability is better and all that. But yeah, it's just good fun. I love it. I love it.
Steve, I've got to ask you, what was it like racing Lando? Like, tell us about that.
Yeah, it was a crazy experience, because I was thinking in terms of YouTube, there's nothing like it on YouTube. There is one video of some guy racing Lewis Hamilton, but he just kind of drove past him in the pit lane, didn't really interact with him. So to get that sort of close access to an F1 driver where I could just mess about with him, chat with him for a whole day was ridiculous. Yeah, and in many ways, obviously it was amazing to meet him. That was the first time I met him, but I wasn't totally like starstruck or anything. I felt like he was just a regular guy who you could just banter with, chat with, joke with. So it felt very normal being around him, and he's just a really good guy. He was really up for it. He's up for a good laugh. I think the content turned out to be really good fun. But yeah, let me tell you, when an F1 driver is behind you and you're going into a corner where he might have taken you, you know about it. You know that you're very aware of an F1 driver. If it was anyone else, you think, okay, whatever.
You feel like he's going to dive bomb you at any opportunity.
Yeah, you think, right, you're just hyper aware. You're just so much more aware of him than you would be any other driver. So it was a good learning experience, I suppose, like just dealing with pressure, because you're not going to feel much more pressure than an F1 driver who's actually a world champion in karts. He's like a multiple world champion in karts as well. So,
what karts were you driving?
Senior X30 karts we were driving.
Cool.
Yeah, they're pretty quick. I haven't really driven too much of those before, but I think the video turned out good, so that's the main thing.
Yeah. Where was he good? Everywhere. But like, what did you learn?
Yeah, I think the main thing that he was way better than me at. I think I was good like in the corners, like certainly mid corner, on the exits. He was really good on the brakes. Like, he really was leaning on the brakes and controlling like the angle of the kart into the corners, and then coming off the brake and then onto the power at the exact right moment, controlling the kart beautifully and perfectly. So he was on the brakes. He was really late, He was later than me and better at using the brakes to control the kart into the corner, like really blending it into the corner really nicely. So pretty much everywhere he was better, but mainly on the brakes.
And mainly in the kind of turning part of the brakes, in getting it to just for the rear. You mean for the rear just to come around a little bit as you're going in and then picking the throttle up?
Yeah, so I was driving those karts wrong because I'm used to braking a straight line, then turn it in. He was sort of braking in a curve to sort of like make the corner longer, but to blend the brake into the corner, and that really worked well with that type of kart.
Right.
And he was doing that really well. And I mean, at least I know what to do now. So when I go back and practice more, I try that technique. But he was very, very good on corner entry on the brakes.
Do you normally drive different karts?
Yeah, so normally I do a series called Club 100, which is like an arrive and drive series. It's the videos that you would have seen. Yeah. So it's a lot slower, maybe around the track I was doing 10 seconds a lap slower. So it's quite a big difference. And the tyres are a lot harder, so there's less grit, and you're really forcing the steering, where these tyres are a lot softer in the X30 and to be a bit more gentle in a sense. But yeah, different karts, totally different driving styles. You have to really, really adapt how you drive. And,
I suppose the Club 100 karts are a bit heavier. Are they four-stroke?
A lot
as
heavier.
Well, yeah.
They're two-stroke.
Oh, are they?
But yeah, a lot heavier. You basically have to manhandle it into the corner and just brutally steer it in. But yeah, on a proper race car, it's a different story. You have to be very, very gentle and precise.
Yeah. Wow. Awesome. Yeah, incredible. And Tommo, I've also got a question for you. Sorry, it's just me asking questions here.
Go on then.
My brain's gone off.
We'll forgive you. Scott.
It was
only 10 hours in, mate.
Yeah. It was my second time ever designing a livery for this, and you are known as the livery guy on YouTube now, and I wanted a Tommo critique on my paint, if that's all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I get a? Yeah, if you ping me a full size or get one on screen.
Oh, you want one? Okay, all right.
Come on, no, I want to see. Yeah. I can only see so much from the onboard.
Right, that's what I'm getting for you. Hang on.
Go, come on. I want to see it. Would you like me to pull punches or?
Tom, no, be honest, mate. Be honest.
Can I point out my main problem with the? If you look at the nose of the car, the logos are off center. Can you see that? The Canada drives and the.
That's pretty unforgivable.
Yeah, I know, mate.
In my defence, they are central on the template.
It's been annoying me for 10 hours.
Dodgy. You're not changing the next pit stop. Just get someone to.
You're scared of the string
tear
going
off
down.
there.
Yeah, pick it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
No.
I'll ping you a file, but that's it. I've got that one view.
I'm getting orange arrows vibes.
Yes, that was the vibe I was going for. I mean, because my knowledge wasn't very extensive on this, I was like, right, let's just have some black, white, and orange, and we'll have some orange stripes down the middle, and then we'll have some sponsors. That Canada Drives logo, I think, is awesome on there. Right, let me get you this file. I'll pop it back.
Lovely.
To you.
I was going to ask actually, so where is the orange from? Is that anything to do with? Because I know for example, with WTF1, the orange comes from orange arrows because Tommy was a lifelong Orange Arrows fan as a kid. I'm
running out of fuel. No.
Oh no!
No! I'm almost at the end of the lap.
Oh no!
This is
livery's the least of your problems right now, mate.
Can you take me back?
Wait, what happens now?
It's all right. It slipped. Yeah, it's okay. Thought I'd wasted a lap then. Oh god.
I thought it was all over.
Imagine.
10 hours in. Sorry, gonna have to do it again another
At least
day.
you can reset. At least you can reset there. If you make that problem if you do that on GT Sport and go past and then there's no reset, you're done.
Oh really?
That would have been tragic.
Oh
yeah.
mate.
And if you go past the pit lane, you can't turn around and go back in. So it kind of blocks it with an invisible wall. So if I'd made that mistake, due to tiredness or something, then yeah, I would have ended the race.
Did you get close to that, Steve? Did you almost do that?
I was like, every in lap, I was reminding myself every 2 seconds, in.
All right, Bono.
Get in there, Lewis.
Oh, brilliant. But well, from what I've seen, it looks pretty solid effort. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, sorry. So where is the orange from? What's the driver 61 orange?
I had my helmet was orange, or partly orange, so I just took it from that really. And then driver 61 is actually my old man. Because we were focused on the training at the beginning.
Yeah.
Called driver 61 because he taught me all of my driving knowledge, and then the idea was that I'm passing that on to other drivers and people on the internet. So yeah, it's really hard when you name something.
Nice.
Like I had so many different names and spent so long kind of going over it, but that was the best one.
Yeah.
And it's nice as well. Like my dad was number 61 because that was my mum's birth year. So it's all quite a nice story.
Love that. It's all nicely tied in together. Well, I think that the timer's stopped, by the way. It's just so you know, on screen. The chat's going a bit mad.
Yeah, apologies. When you don't, Windows puts a window into hibernation if you don't touch it, and I haven't refreshed it in a minute, so I will do that now.
I had that problem with the you've got the PayPal counter on the top right of the screen.
Yes, you got to refresh it manually.
Yeah, but I found that when I finished the race, I had 15,000, and then the next morning I woke up with 24.
What?
So, yeah, because it took so long for them to process all of the donations, that that 23 is probably a lot. It could be a lot more than that. I mean, I don't know how long it's taken you to have your donations processed, but for me, it took quite a long time for a lot of them.
Wow, that'd be amazing.
Steve, can you tell us about the charity that you were raising money for?
Yeah, sure. I think it's very similar to yours, actually. So,
oh, really?
So I'm part Filipino. I've been to the Philippines just once. So I was raising money for a charity which helps build schools or equip schools in the Philippines. And having been there to a third world country, you realise how much we have here.
Yeah.
How much easier our life is here. We have all the education. We have everything we need really. So I felt like that was just a really good charity, just to help children in the third world. You can't really get more morally, morally good than that. So I felt like that was a really good charity to go with. And hopefully, if travel is allowed, the guys from the charity normally travel to the Philippines in January and February, and I would like to go with them and see where that money is going to go, and make like a follow-up video. So that'd be really good if we can do that.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Yeah. So is it going to like a specific area, and that you'll be able to visit to and go and see some change there?
Yeah. So funnily enough, sort of by coincidence, the place they help is actually about 10 minutes drive from where my family lives. So it's really close by. So I could visit my family and have a look at the charity as well, in sort of one hit.
Great stuff.
If I do visit, so that'd be really good. So it's a Colombian school, isn't it?
Yeah. So my fiance is Colombian, and yeah, she's from an area that's actually it's on the Caribbean coast, and the centre of it's like a fairly normal town. Some of the outskirts of it aren't great and are pretty poor. And there's this one area in particular that we're trying to help. They haven't got anything there in terms of like education. So yeah, we're working with quite a small charity there to make that happen.
Amazing. Yeah, and it's amazing how far. 23,000 now. It will obviously be higher than that. It's amazing how far that will go. So I think I was speaking with my charity, and they said that like 9,000 will like build an entire classroom.
Yeah.
And so we could almost build a school you could pretty much build a school with like what we've already raised. So
Yeah. So the land was about
crazy.
£5,000, and then the buildings. Yeah, obviously it depends on the size, right? But we'll see how far we get, and the community help out as well. So it's more of the materials and design that are the costs. Make sure I don't run out of fuel again.
It is incredible. It's like something. I mean, I did a bit of this was when I hit 50k. I did some I made some pins and sold them to raise a bit of money for a charity. And it's like, yeah, it's crazy how generous people are as well. Like the fact that you've both been able to do these and comfortably get into, the figures that you've done, raised tens of thousands of pounds and as well, like, because they are small charities, you can actually see the difference, which is nice compared to kind of a bigger charity where maybe it's not as easy to see the actual difference you're making to individual people, whereas with both the causes that you're supporting, like, you can actually kind of, there's more of a tangible connection to what you're supporting there. So
yeah, I think that's
amazing work, boys.
I think that's one of the things, like, because it's a smaller charity, you're kind of sure that the money's going to the right place.
Mm-hmm.
You never know with a bigger charity that like half of it's going back to advertising and all that kind of stuff, so you're never quite sure. But apparently, I mean, the guy at the top who runs the charity that I was donating to was like a karting scrutineer, so he knows actually a lot of people that I know, so I know him pretty well now after talking to him. I'm going to hopefully go with him to the Philippines and visit and see see it all firsthand, so you can actually trace where the money's going and actually see it. So that would be good.
That was exactly our thinking as well. Like, exactly the same thing, really. Like, it's much better. Well, it feels much better to put it into something that you can see where the money's going. It isn't going back into marketing and oh no. Yeah, exactly the same thing. It's great, absolutely great. It's a privilege, isn't it, to be in this kind of position where we've got the audience and the viewers to help put these things together, which is just incredible.
Yeah, people on the internet are very, very generous. I must say that. Whenever I've done any sort of charity event, so many donations, it is ridiculous. How much people are willing to donate is really good. I think Jimmy did one last year, and I think it was like 70,000, more than 70,000.
Really?
Mine charity. So
wow.
Yeah, so it's a good platform that we've got, and we're making, we're doing a good thing as well. So obviously it's good just to make a career out of it and do that stuff, but just to help out anyone, but especially children in the third world, and that's great as well.
So when's your next kart race, Steve?
Well, I have big plans for this year. I want to kind of keep it quiet for now.
Ooh.
Oh, so, come on.
Yeah, I can't.
Steve, you can't say that, mate. Come on.
No, I can't spill it just yet. But it's kind of related. I mean, if you watch the Lando video, there's clues in there.
Okay.
So that's what I'll say.
Everyone go back and watch.
Are you going to be Lando's teammate?
Good way to get some views there.
Everyone watch it again and click on all the ads as well, please.
Yeah.
And then watch it a third time.
Yeah. Just leave it running on repeat.
Yeah, to leave on repeat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad actually does that.
Play. Oh, bless.
That's where all my ad revenue is for my dad. Just leave my videos on repeat.
I'll take any
stick
that I can, mate.
Stick a Super GT playlist on.
Yeah.
Multiple
I took over
devices.
YouTube using this one simple trick. Just get my dad to watch on repeat.
Number one on trending.
Oh man, how long have you been doing your channel for, Steve?
Well, in the end of May, it'll be 10 years. So I started.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah, May
10 years.
2011. To be fair though, for the first sort of 6-7 years, it was all like non-commentated. Just, well, that was a good race. Let's just post that. Like no editing, nothing clever, and it was like sporadic. And I only really took it seriously in the sort of last 3 years, I'd say.
Yeah.
And then I went full time 2.5 years ago, and just been doing it since then.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a long time. 10 years. 10 years on here.
What was the big moment in that? Like, yeah, was there one video that really took off that launched the channel?
What year was it? I think it was 20.
Was it the Shameful Rammers one?
Yeah, it was that
come
one.
later?
I think it was 2018, that one, and I just did this Paul Walker meme. No, not Paul Walker. Fast and Furious meme, and it just absolutely obliterated the algorithm, and it still gets so many views every day now. And it's just like this video is just like, it's nothing special. It's nothing compared to the other ones anyway. But yeah, that video really sort of took the channel off. The growth before that was very different than the growth after that video.
Do you take any sponsors, Steve, or do you just rely on ad revenue?
I don't have any sponsors. For me.
That was in the transition of moving my right foot off the throttle pedal. I've got cramp.
Are you getting
in my
cramp
toe.
in your foot?
Yeah, in my little toe.
Oh, stretch it out. Get some
trying.
Electrolytes in you. You've got Lucozade or something.
Got to get your left foot on the throttle down this straight.
I've still
Stretch
got.
out your right
Do you want to see the size of burrito that they bought me? Look at this thing. If I eat that, it's like the size of my head.
Oh my god.
I'll be asleep if I eat that.
Oh, I'm jealous, man.
The problem is that car is too quick, and you only have like 10 seconds down that straight, and that's a really long straight. At least in GT Sport, in a GT car, you've got, I don't know, that straight goes on for about 30 seconds, so you can actually
Still a big
have,
burrito there,
a
mate.
decent break. Yeah.
How did you get food and stuff? Like, I can't believe you did it unaided, or unassisted rather.
I just had loads of snacks down by my side, and on the straight, I was just eating them with like one hand.
What snacks did you have, Steve?
I had loads of grapes and strawberries, so I had something healthy.
Oh, nice.
That is good, yeah.
The thing
Natural
that really
sugars.
the thing that really kept me going was peanuts. I ate so many peanuts. That really helped. And I mean, at one point I did stop and I cooked. What was it? I just cooked like 15 hash browns. Just ate that. that really helped me. I had a shower, loads of hash browns, and then I was like reinvigorated. I was a new man. So that's my tip. When it gets to 5 a.m. and you're desperate, just put 50 hash browns in the oven.
Browns?
I know it was just like the quickest thing in my oven, in the freezer. So I was like,
that is the ultimate. You get back from a night out, you're absolutely off your nut, and you stick 15 hash browns in the oven. Okay. I remember once I ate 6 packs of Quavers in a row when I got back from a night out. But 15 hash browns definitely wins, definitely.
Look, you know, doing however many hundred laps around the Nurburgring is no easy thing. You need the hash browns.
Oh, don't, lads. I think I'm losing it.
It's brilliant. Man. It's not quite as glamorous as it's made to look, eh?
No.
Did you share that nutrition tip with Lando?
Maybe I need to tell him.
Someone should put Super
watch
GT
McLaren
respond,
get to the front.
and I'll donate $100.
Well, like instead of Lando's water bottle, he's got like blended hash browns. Just drinks throughout the race. Kimmy, you need the blend.
Could be a little product idea for you there, Steve. Like
I was gonna say,
you know, like Huel. You could do like a powdered hash brown concoction.
That's phenomenal.
Lando Norris wins the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix using one simple trick.
What's the fun now for that as well?
Yeah.
That's just a massive hash brown.
Yeah.
You could do a nice pink one, Tommo.
I could knock something out.
Steve, do you, when you know, like, this just reminds me of like hash brown race bait. Like, you've got so many of these sort of sayings that have become memes in the racing community. You know, like Shadow Realm, Barry R. Like, there's hash brown race way. Like, there are so many. Do you know that's going to happen when you say them, or is that just what comes out when you're commentating?
Well, my commentary is I don't script it at all. It's all on the fly, and I've just always had this sort of weird way of thinking about things, and I just say it. And a lot of the time, it's, you know, some of them don't take off, and people think they're weird. But things with the Shadow Realm, I didn't even plan that. I just said it because it felt right, and it just, I don't know. When you just hit the nail on the head with a sentence, it just takes off in the comments, and then that spirals, and then other people start using it on Twitter, and it just spreads through the community very quickly. But yeah, I don't plan it. It just comes out, and you're just trying to just be very elaborate with the commentary, just to spice it up. Because that's the one thing I felt with racing. I felt like I've always tried to make it really accessible just to anyone who isn't into racing. So, you know, to a lot of people, Formula One is boring. You're just watching cars go around. But if you can just spice it up by just talking about it in a funny way, I think a lot of people would be interested in it. So that's kind of why I sort of try and make these sort of funny sayings.
It's hilarious, mate.
That's mad. Awesome.
Have you driven a race car, Steve? You've been on like a big track on track day, isn't it?
The only time I have is I've driven a GT4 McLaren around the Top Gear test track.
Yeah, okay. I think I saw that actually. Had some friends work. Yeah.
That was really, really good fun, and I really enjoyed that. I felt quite at home actually. I felt a little bit nervous beforehand, of course. As soon as I started driving, I felt very at home. It felt very natural. The car was really fun to drive, but it was the brakes again, like I said with the karting. But it was the brakes that it was amazing how late you can brake in a proper race car.
Yeah.
You think, oh, that's the limit, and then the instructor's like, no, like you could brake 100 meters later. It's just it is crazy how late you can brake.
We've just had a €100 super chat. Thank you so much. Peruchuringa. I don't know how to say that. I've butchered that. I apologise. Scott, can you try and pronounce that while you're driving?
I can't see.
Give that a go. €100. Thank you so much, sir. And I will also refresh the PayPal just now and pull some of those out. So the generosity has been insane. Anonymous, thank you. Alec, £10. Thank you. Fraser, Adam, Julius, Anonymous again. Kyle, Tobias, thank you so much. Tom as well. Yeah, we're up to £23,101. So thank you.
Wow.
Sorry, Steve, for interrupting there, mate.
No worries. I think that was good.
I think the donations are correlated directly to the laughter. So thank you, chaps. But I do want some hash browns now. Well, McDonald's do hash browns, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm going to go and get a McDonald's breakfast in the morning. Just rock up when they open at 4 a.m.
I've got to be honest though, I prefer the frozen ones you get at the supermarket. I just find the McDonald's one a bit too greasy. But you can get some like
greasy, yeah.
They are greasy,
yeah. They're well greasy, man. Is what it is.
It is. Oh, big plans for next week, lads? I'm not. That isn't a statement. It was a question. 6. Go on, bigger. Always pushing the limits, Steve.
Of course, yeah.
Always. Well, we got the race. We got Imola next weekend, didn't we? So buzzing for that.
What's your video this week, Tom?
Oh, I've got a video coming out tomorrow, which is a new little series I'm starting, which is kind of yeah. Well, it's kind of a way of, because I'm sure some of you might have seen my livery redesigns, which I just rinsed. That was like 10 videos in 23 days, which was a lot of late nights because they take a long time to like design and then make all the whole video and everything. But as you guys well know, and yeah, I kind of want to keep scratching the itch. And obviously with my channel, I suppose I've kind of, obviously I do my like opinion-based videos, but then I've got my livery stuff, and then I've got my live streams. So it's kind of, I don't want to go. I feel like I've kind of. I don't probably have as much focus as like Steve does with his channel or you guys do with yours, but I don't know. I'm just kind of. I never really had a plan at the start, and I'm just kind of making what I want to make. Careful, son. Goodness. But yeah, the idea is like kind of bringing to life what it would look like, kind of from both livery and overalls and the drivers and team principal and all that. If like an old name came back to F1, or like a new team came in from wherever.
Oh, nice. Was that the quick hypothetical you put up?
Might have been.
A green car. Yeah.
Maybe.
Ah, yes.
But yeah, that's. But yeah, we'll see how that does. Just kind of. I still feel like I'm kind of in the experimental stage of things. But actually, while I'm talking now, I do want to quit because I want to embarrass Steve here. I want to try and make him blush because I've mentioned to anyone who follows my stuff. I've mentioned how much I was into Forza and how much I loved Forza Motorsport 3 and 4 back when I was a teenager, and I was pretty good. But Steve, Super GT was always like, you were literally like, a hero of mine when I was playing that game, because you were always up the top of the leaderboards. And I was like, oh, it's a bloody Super GT. And I never thought I'd actually like, and here we are, where, well, I've met you once before and we've chatted, so it's an honour, Steve.
Well, I'm truly honoured. I'm truly honoured. You know, it is pretty crazy. This happened like a fair few times where like we have interactions in the past with people, and then you meet later in life. It's like James Doherty, like TRL Limitless.
Yeah.
We used to race in karts when we were younger all the time, and then sort of, you know, you go your separate ways.
Mad.
And then now we're both like, we know each other again, and both making it on YouTube. So it's pretty crazy, yeah. But I'm truly honoured, Tommo. I don't think I was at the top. Maybe
You were,
the top of
you
the
were up
page
there a
we were
lot.
on.
You were up there a lot, mate. Come on.
I think that was probably my peak, like Forza 6. I was like 18th in the world at the LAN event, the World LAN event on Forza. That's about as good as it's ever got for me.
Then you were like, you went from.
I made the meme videos.
Yeah, you went from 18th in the world to then shameful rammers.
Yeah, there's more money in that.
Exactly.
There's more money in shaming the rammers. You know? So let's go down that route.
And here we are today.
Don't have to sweat. Because like, esports is hard. Like the amount of sweat. Because of course, like real life racing is limited practice, but esports.
Esports is harder.
Like 12 hours sweat every day. Oh, nah.
But that's the thing as well. Like even back then, because we're talking like that's like 10 years ago. Like when I was on the tail end of when I used to play and see your name at the top. But
Tommo,
esports
where were you, by the way?
Hadn't really established. Where was I?
Yeah. 19th.
Nah, not quite. I was good, but I only played on controller. But I think didn't you as well, Steve?
Yeah, Forza is sort of better on a controller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess that kind of I was pretty good. I was pretty good, but I wasn't at Steve's level. I wish, but I don't know, Steve. If the current esports scene is obviously much more like there's a lot more money in it now. It's much more of a viable kind of thing to go into. Do you think you could have made it if you were 10 years younger and you were doing that now? You know what I mean? Like
I think I've always sort of been on the edge of. I mean, now I think I'm too old. Like I'm 30 now, and I don't think I don't have the drive to do that now. Yeah, if I was 20 now, I think I could. I think if I put the time into it, I think I could get there. Maybe not as naturally talented, pure talent as other people, but if I put the time in, then maybe.
I know.
Yeah.
I know on some of the GT World events, people in the Pro-Am are saying, like it's like having two pros on your team. Like there's been high praise from a lot of those guys, So yeah.
It's one of those things where I'm just sort of like, on the cusp of the top guys, but I'm not quite. You have to put so much time to get into that level and stay there as well. Like you can't even just get there and then just stay there. You have to like constantly put the time in all the time. So
yeah, that's the thing.
It's hard. It's just a lot of effort, a lot of time.
The dedication is mad.
If you've got a YouTube channel, like you can't do both. You have to just be purely naturally talented, and then you can do YouTube as well. But I can't put in the time to get really good and do YouTube. It's just too much.
Yeah. Jarno's doing it somehow. I don't know how.
Yeah, that guy's an absolute alien.
He's an alien. He's ridiculous.
Not how you feeling?
I'm feeling fine, thank you. Yeah, I know I've been quiet for a while. I'm just listening to these two chat. I feel like I'm listening to a podcast.
Well, I definitely want to get you on mine at some point, Steve, and you, Scott, as well.
Yeah,
so you're both on my list. We will make it happen.
Absolutely, yeah.
Amazing. All right, chaps. Well, look, more than welcome to stay, but I know it's getting late, so if you want to call it.
Well, who's next on? Who have you got next in line?
We have. So much time has flown by. What time is it?
We haven't missed anything, have we?
So we've got 15 minutes until 3.
Rinus VeeKay.
Nice.
IndyCar driver.
So he's on 1:30 till 2. And then we've got Mike from the sim company as well on at 3:30.
Check in.
Nice.
And then
Emree on at 4.
And
She's
Josh
rapid.
Revell at some point, hopefully.
Oh yeah, Josh Revell at 5 a.m.
The big Kiwi.
We need to confirm timings with him though, so that's not a set. We're getting
Yeah, it's a bit last minute.
200 euros in super chat.
Oh my god, I've just seen that. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Cling.com. Go on.
Let's beat Super GT's massive success with his
It's
epic
not
200 laps around
about.
the
Come
Nordschleife.
on.
It's not about that. More laps and more donations. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Amazing.
Wow.
Oh, you're definitely going to do more laps. There's no debate about that.
We've got a shorter track and a faster car.
Yeah, exactly.
Steve, was there like a peak of donations at the end or at the beginning, or was it kind of continuous all the way through?
It was fairly continuous. I'll say it did get more towards the end. I mean, there's going to be more viewers at the end. You know, just to watch you crawl across the line,
struggle, and cry,
watching your eating your 15 hash browns as you crawl across the line. But yeah, you should hopefully get more. I mean, you should get more viewers at the end, and then therefore you should get more donations as well, hopefully.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have some hash browns in the morning for you. I'm gonna have 15. I'm gonna have 15. Well, I'm gonna have 16 smaller ones.
16, yeah. I have 24. You know, one for each hour.
Oh mate.
I'll push the boat out, man. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. It's a long way around this track, isn't it? It's a long way. Oh.
Have you driven the Nordschleife particularly often, Scott, like in real life before? Or?
No, not very often. I've only been there a couple of times, and that was like 10 years ago, so I had to relearn it this week. Learn it. Like, you know, you go there for a couple of days, I still didn't know my way around.
Yeah.
I think we went there and did a whole day, and it was still only like, I can't remember, 10 laps, or, you know, it was on a tourist day.
Yeah.
So you just don't do enough laps, and obviously in a real car you're being a bit more conservative.
Yeah.
So
you've got to try and get down there though after you've done this, because what you'll have done. I mean, you're on lap? What is it? 117 now.
Yeah.
So what do we reckon? 250 by the end of it, maybe?
Yeah, I think it was about 250. Yeah. Well.
So that'll feel strange, like driving it in real life after you've done this.
Yeah. Be quite interesting actually, because there aren't many that I go to in the real world that I haven't been to and have practiced on the sim.
Yeah.
So, you know, people often say, oh, do you use the sim for practicing? But this would be a really good test, actually.
Good. Just got to try and get was it a Williams? What are you driving at the minute? Williams FW14B.
Yeah. 31. FW31.
How much fuel have you got, Scott?
Oh, not the fuel again. Why do these things need fuel? I'm alright. This is the problem with not having an engineer. Don't know what I'm doing.
Racing driver is useless.
Yeah, absolutely useless. Oh man. Someone just said, how did you get on Johnny Herbert's podcast? Or did you
how did I get Johnny? It was weird. Like, so Johnny'd always been like the dream guest for me because we're from the same place. Like, we're both from kind of Romford, and the specific like part of Romford as well.
Really?
So he was like the only, like, growing up, my dad always used to tell me about, Johnny Herbert used to go to school around the corner, blah blah blah, and like none of my family, none of my friends were into motorsport, and like I was so into it. It was weird. Most people I've spoken to, they said that they got into it through a parent or a friend or an uncle or whatever. But yeah, he was like the closest to a motorsport hero I had. So he was always the dream guest. And then literally, I got emailed from Sky Sports F1 asking if I wanted to have any of the Sky Sports pundits on. Yeah, and they gave me a little list. I was like, Johnny was on there, and I was like, well, can I have all of them? But especially Johnny. And yeah, we managed. It was crazy. Which I was not. I definitely thought it was spam when I first got it. I was like, there's no way this is legit. Someone's trying to fish me here. But it wasn't. And yeah, we made it happen. And yeah, it was pretty crazy. Again, to think I used to be a struggling football YouTuber for years, and over the course of like a year and a half, my life's just completely changed. Which is it's ridiculous. Oh, unlucky, mate.
Wall riding.
That's
This ain't Gran
people will be
Turismo.
shouting
Come
you
on. This ain't Gran Turismo.
Make a video about look at this wall rider.
Shameful wall riders.
Yeah.
That's mad
Driver
about
61
YouTube.
exposed as a wall rider.
God, I've been hit from all angles. I've got Jimmy Broadbent taking the piss out of me, doing his impression. Bloody Super GT here.
What was Jimmy saying? Was
80
Jimmy on here earlier?
No, he wasn't. No.
Ah.
There was just some little clip on his clips channel where he's
Oh, okay.
just taking the piss out of me. Well,
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as bad publicity, is there?
Exactly.
yeah, he's doing an impression. It's pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah.
Pretty accurate.
I need to have a look at this.
We should probably play it at some point, shouldn't we?
Yeah, he's like, he's
He might
doing the
copyright
right-
us then, though.
Yeah, I
He's big time now, Jimmy. He's got that Praga drive. He's onto his head. Oh, love you, Jimmy.
know. Really interested to see how that goes. It's going to be awesome. seeing
Yeah,
that.
that's amazing.
Kireth
Like
Kart.
it's, but isn't it in? Is it in British? What GT series is it when they're in the actual championship? They're having esports as part of the official championship, isn't there? I can't remember which one it is.
It's a European one, I think.
Yeah, but it's that's that in itself as well. It's crazy.
That's
Like
amazing, isn't it?
the overlap between the two worlds seems to be getting kind of more and more like accepted, I guess, which is
Yeah.
mad.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the young drivers now spend all loads of time on the sims.
Yeah.
So they will grow up with the blend of the two.
Mm.
But like
Exactly.
an established series like that to do what they've done is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, another 20 bucks in the chat. Thank you very much. Reuben, I missed that one. Apologies, mate.
God, I'm making some mistakes now.
Oh, yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
You're getting into that 8-hour window of
Yeah.
pain.
Yeah.
Well,
Please
I'm normally in
wonder.
bed for like 9 o'clock, so I'm way past my bedtime. I pushed it. So you've got a little one, haven't you, Tom?
Me?
Yeah. Have you
I
not?
mean,
No?
Minton, yes. I've got my little dog.
Okay.
He's my baby. He's my boy.
It's-
He's the only one
Minton?
anytime soon. Yeah, he's the face of the channel, isn't he?
yeah, no, I
Come on.
know. Yeah.
A little sausage dog. Do you know the story behind the name actually? Because everyone thinks it's a posh name for a dog.
Sound quite posh, actually.
But I saw this joke on Facebook. Of course, it was on Facebook. So it's a terrible joke. Years ago, and it was. I came home one day and my dog Minton had eaten all my shuttlecocks. So what did I say to him? Badminton. And I got 2 laughs. Okay, that's all right. It's not too bad. I'm just waiting for the chat to erupt in. And yeah, I saw that joke years ago, and then I don't know. When me and Hannah were talking about getting a dog, we were like, "Oh, what about Minton?" And yeah, it stuck. So there you go.
There you go.
That's my son.
You put shocker in the chat.
My firstborn. Shocker. I don't. Steve.
It's a good
Steve,
joke.
you laughed. All right, you laughed. We all saw you.
I vaguely
Matt Amos
smiled.
is
Caught in
Hello,
4K. Exactly. Dogs do count. Dogs do count, definitely.
Oh, incredible. Tom, I'm sure you've been asked this a million times, but where does the pink come from? It's so strong. When you're scrolling through recommendations, it's just like, bam, there is Tommo's video.
That's
Where
it.
did that start?
You know what? It's weird because when I think back to these things, and obviously it's become such a big part of my online brand. But at the time, I didn't. There wasn't a huge amount of thought process put into it. It was purely like, what
Just
color
attention seeking.
do I like? Probably part of it. Probably part of it. But also, yeah, just like what is going to stand out amongst the? Because I know Chainbear, who was on earlier, like he's got his yellow, which is his trademark, and you don't need a color, but as part of kind of having design and like building brands, like graphic design, branding specifically was kind of the first thing I did. So I've got some solid knowledge of that, and that was kind of just that. What can I do to stand out amongst the crowd? And yeah, it's just kind of carried through, and here we are. It's kind of I'm now the pink Formula One guy, but it's a nice shade of pink as well. So I'm happy with it. But, again, it wasn't something I put that much thought into. It's just kind of happened.
Yeah, like Josh Revell's got his. And is it Josh Revell with the green?
He's got the green band, doesn't he? Across
really strong colours
cool,
as well.
actually, yeah.
We're going to run out of colours soon.
Yeah.
There's only so many.
Yeah,
That's
us
it.
and WTF1 have kind of landed on a similar colour. It's not quite the same, but similar.
That's it. You can only kind of, because when there's a lot of people who've started, especially kind of last year. I think in 2020 I saw a lot of new channels pop up, and I think there's a lot more independent creators now in the motorsport, particularly F1 space, which is great to see. And I think, like, I always suggest to people, like, as part of the when people ask me for advice on like branding their channel and that, that's one of the things I've mentioned in terms of, like, picking a color, sticking to it, and something that stands out. But again, like you say, there's only so many colors on the spectrum, so yeah. And of course,
Matt,
I know the hex code as well off by heart.
Yeah, you know the hex code, yeah.
F99796.
There you go.
38.
You've had to type that in enough times.
So many times. But anyway, I think we're getting up to past. So should I jump off or stick about? What's the plan,
Let's see when
gentlemen?
Rinus comes in. Basically, we just wait until he jumps in the waiting room. But if either of you two chaps want to come on and keep Scott entertained for some following hours, do let us know, and we'd love to have you back on.
Gents,
Cool.
thank you so much for coming on. Like, genuinely, that was a massive laugh. So I feel like we should, I don't know, go and do some karting or go and have a beer or something. It'd be good fun.
I would get so exposed karting with you two. I'm sorry.
Mate, I've been
Can we do the beer
years.
first and then the karting?
Yes.
Yeah, can that be like you two both have to like do a beer bong
Like
beforehand?
Like a handicap.
Yeah, I like that. Instead of units of weight, it's units of alcohol. I like it. But,
Nice.
Yeah, pleasure, man, and you're doing an amazing thing, and keep it up. And I mean, you're almost halfway. So once you've got over that mental barrier of being over halfway, it's going to make things a lot easier, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the 15 hash browns. That's the it's going to be the sticky point.
It'll be good, man. It'll be good. But yeah, great job, buddy. Keep it up.
Cheers, Tommo. Thanks for coming on, mate. Really appreciate it, and speak to you soon.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Been a
Thank you
pleasure.
so much to both of you.
So, mate.
Sorry, I didn't catch that, Steve.
Yeah, cheers. Cheers for having us on, and good luck for the rest of it.
Cheers, mate.
Doing really well. I mean, 23,000 already. I mean, that's just mad, and you're not even halfway yet. So it's big numbers. So a lot of people are going to be really helped by that. It's gonna be good.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the inspiration. Yeah, it's so cool to see what you did. Yeah, thank you for that. And really good to talk to you. Yeah, hopefully we can catch up soon.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that beer and karting.
Yeah. Cheers, mate.
I'll catch you guys later.
See ya, mate.
Cheers, Steve.
I need to run to the loo.
We got Rinus in the waiting room, so you run. I will.
Okay, just...
Yeah, crack on, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Oh, it's good. I enjoyed it. Yeah. See you later, Scott. All right, okay.
Rinus, how you doing? Thank you.
Hi.
Scott is just running to the toilet. He's in a pit stop. We've just been chatting with Super GT and Tommo. So we got Natter in, so he did a few stints. So he's off running down the corridor, but he'll be back on very soon.
Perfect.
Fabulous. Right, let's just do a quick run through while Scott isn't here. So we are up to, on the new totals, we're up to £23,221, which is incredible. Jonathan just came in with £100 then. So thank you so much, Jonathan. Samuel, Liam, Anonymous, Alec as well. Thank you. And then a few super chats through there. So thank you so much for those. But yeah, how are you doing? What have you been doing today?
I'm pretty good. I had a good bike ride this morning, and until it started raining, I got all drenched. But no, good so far. Just enjoyed the weekend for so far.
Yeah, where are you based at the moment?
Indianapolis.
Oh wow! Awesome.
Right next to the speedway. So
good thought. And then I heard you had well, I imagine Scott's going to talk to you about this. You had a big shunt recently.
Yeah, it was 2 days ago.
How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I broke my finger.
Oh
but
man!
For the rest, I'm like physically fine, no issues. So
yeah,
luckily.
Awesome. Scott is here. Rinus is on as well. Thank you, sir. Good job. Yeah. Jackson's running off. Yeah, halfway. Very nearly halfway. Tommo, thank you, mate, for the super chat. That's amazing. £20. Thank you, sir.
Rinus, hello.
Hi, Scott. How are you doing?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Seems like you're having a long day so far.
Yeah, we are. Have you ever driven around this track? 120 laps in.
Well, that's a lot. I haven't. Well, I've obviously been there with my dad driving there, but for the rest, no, not recently.
So to those in the watching who don't know, Rinus, it's your first year last year in IndyCar, right? You had a stonking year, an amazing year. And
yeah, last year was my first year in IndyCar. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, man. Where did you have your best result?
Best result was in Indianapolis, where I'm there right now. So had a podium finish.
Yes.
My first year.
I watched that one. That's amazing, mate.
Thank you.
And you're testing for the 500 at the moment?
Yesterday and the day before, but I crashed just 5 laps in the first day, so testing was over for me. But we got a race coming up next week, so very excited for that.
Yeah, is it Barber?
Yes, it is Barber.
Yeah. Yeah, is that do you like that circuit?
Yeah, it's a great track. I've driven there on the road to Indy, but I've done 2 IndyCar tests in the off season there, and I was fastest in both. So
oh, yes,
was
mate.
Good side. So I'm very excited to get going.
How did you find the? Had you done any oval stuff before you went into IndyCar?
Yes, in the road to Indy, so USF 2000, Indy Pro 2000, and Indy Lights. That's where I did a few ovals, some good results, podiums, wins, and then, well, IndyCar is obviously a lot faster, a lot different than ovals, and we got the super speedways like Indianapolis, where the speeds are just going insanely high.
Yeah, what is it, like 230 miles an hour, a bit more?
Yeah, so my qualifying speed last year was 231 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's
average.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I was talking earlier because when I did Indy Lights over there, I didn't do that many ovals, but it's really hard work, isn't it, on the ovals, just adapting the car and running in traffic and everything like that.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's on your own. After some time, it gets quite easy. But then when you get in traffic, every lap is different. You really have to set up a run to pass someone, because you cannot just simply outbrake anyone because you don't brake.
Yeah. And does that depend on the oval type as well? Like, depending if you can run side by side or single file?
Yeah, definitely. The hard tracks are the ones where there's just one line, and it's basically just all about strategy and saving fuel and being smarter than the rest. But like tracks like Iowa, which I really like, it's a short oval, high downforce, and it's really, really intense. But yeah, I do love that.
Yeah. And do IndyCar still go to Watkins Glen?
No, I think 2017 was the last time they have been there.
Ah, that's a shame. It's amazing.
But I
track.
don't think you refueled. Just could you?
Oh, really?
You may need to save.
Oh, no.
Oh, you got 1.2. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Sorry, I only put 10 kilos in. We've got some strategy problems here, Rinus.
Yeah, and Steve, well, it's not easy talking to everyone and driving around for 20 laps so far, so.
I've got no one telling me what to do.
Yeah, wow. Are you getting crazy at the track already, or?
You know what? Because we've had so many guests come on and just talk to me, it's actually gone quite quickly. So I think if I was just lapping by myself, I would go crazy. But it isn't that bad because we've had some really cool guests on, so it's been a lot of fun actually, just talking to people. But yeah, I think the next 6 hours will be a bit difficult because we're heading into, well, it's 1:30 here, so things will get a bit quieter. You're in India, right? Yeah.
Yeah. That's I thought it was smart planning it for your night, so at least it wasn't gonna be that busy. I suppose.
Yeah. So are you living over there in the States now?
Yeah, so I'm in Indianapolis right now in my apartment, which is right next to the Speedway.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
So it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Are you enjoying the States? Because when did you go over there? Like full time?
My first race ever here was in 2017 in USF 2000 when I was still 16 years old, and I really, like last year, my first IndyCar year, that's when I really started living here and started to stay here for long periods of time.
And what was the, you obviously got incredible talent. What was the reason for going over to the States rather than doing something in Europe and, going towards Formula One?
Of course, there's many guys like me in Europe trying to go to Formula One. And in the last 2 years, it's been very political, and there has been a lot of money involved. In the whole F1 paddock, and especially trying to win an F1 race, which is very hard if you are not with the right team.
Yeah.
And then we just immediately did something different than the rest of the guys, and made the move to the US also. Because the road to Indy, which I did from 2017 until last year, it's a scholarship system, like a ladder system.
Yeah.
So if you win a championship, for example, in Indy Pro 2000, which is just below Indy Lights, you get a scholarship for the next season, which pays almost the whole season for you. So in Indy Lights. So. You can really step up towards IndyCar with just talent, which is very unique.
Yeah, that is unique. And do they still do like prize money in Indy Lights and so on?
Yeah, so if you are Indy Lights champion, you get 3 races of IndyCar guaranteed, including the Indy 500. And basically, once that happens, the team wants you for a longer period of time. And if you get Indy Lights champion, you're a pretty good driver anyway. So it's very unique. You will never see that in Europe, I think, with those teams. And it's a shame seeing some guys, very talented guys in F2, just miss out on F1 because just there's no place for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunately it's always been like that, right? It's such a difficult thing, but it's a great. I guess it requires a excellent piece of strategy and, in some respects, bravery to just go straight away. When you were 16 to the US and go down that route and know exactly what you're going to do, rather than kind of trying it in Europe and then maybe not quite having the opportunities that you would get in the States. And obviously it's paying well because you've got your IndyCar seat now and you're going into your second year.
Yeah, it's been one of the best moves I've ever made so far. So it was very calculated. So we thought about it, and we it really worked out. So I'm very happy with that, and I'm enjoying. I think IndyCar is.
Oh mate,
awesome.
it's the racing's so much better than Formula One. It's amazing. It's exciting to watch.
You're
And mate,
spot on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're out of fuel. You forgot to pit.
Oh goodness.
It's fine.
Rinus,
It's gone. It's gone.
I've run out of fuel like 3 or 4 times now.
That one like F for fuel. Since
Sorry, we need to bring on less interesting guests. Carried
At
away.
least, can you spawn to pit lane, or
Sorry.
can you just spawn to pit lane, or do you have
You
to?
can do like a soft reset and it takes you back to the previous. Oh no. It takes you back to the previous like service road. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Go on.
It does. Seems pretty hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
it's,
respect.
well, we're still not done yet, Rinus, but we'll see how we get on.
Yeah, well, you're almost halfway, right?
Yeah, we get.
You'll-
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Dedicated enough. What was the biggest, from a driving perspective or driver's perspective, what was the biggest learning that you took last year that you're going to try and put into your driving this year?
Well, I think it was just. I was very eager when I did my first IndyCar race. It was a pretty bad debut I had. Was in Texas on the speedway, with COVID, just one practice session.
Oh yeah, I remember my dad had spoken to yours and said that all the testing sessions were reduced or something.
Yeah, so crashed out. No practice and no proper preparation, and that was just very tough. And IndyCar is quite a lot different than anything I had experienced before. So
In what way?
the level is so incredibly high.
Yeah.
Every little mistake you make gets punished so hard. So yeah, it's very tough. You got to be as close to perfect as possible. And I really learned to master being very close to perfect throughout the season. And like after the Indy 500, that's where I really made a big jump, and you could find me in the top 5, top 10 very and like almost all the time. So.
And what was that mentality, or did you figure something out, unlock something with the car?
I think it just got more experienced and just got through some procedures that I never had been in before, some situations, and now I knew how to handle some stuff and knew how all the strategy worked, and I just got so much more experience, which I needed.
Yeah, I guess it just, especially at that level, it just takes a bit of time, right? Just to find your way and let everything kind of settle in. And I guess also in the kind of situation that you went in, it wasn't ideal with COVID and the testing restrictions and things kind of being squashed up. It must have been so difficult for you because you had to wait an extra 2 or 3 months than you were supposed to.
Yeah, so supposed to start in March. We were ready on the track in St. Petersburg, and then COVID broke loose, so that got cancelled after the track walk even.
Really?
And
Oh, you were there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
yeah, we did the track walk. We warmed up the engines, and then everything got cancelled. So it was crazy. But then in June, we finally started off, and then then the season, we got a pretty good season in. I'm actually very impressed by IndyCar, how they managed to do everything. It's quite crazy still managing to get 14 races in.
Yeah.
And in such a weird year. So it's been a weird season. I think I finished 14th in the standings, which I'm not very happy about, but I was a little unlucky. There wasn't a lot of practice because of COVID, but I think this year we can really go for like close to top 5 finish in the championship.
Yeah. I think the thing there is though, you've got pace, haven't you? You showed many times that you've got a lot of pace there, which, you know, while it may have been a bit inconsistent sometimes, you've got that raw pace, and that's much better than just being kind of consistently a couple of tenths off the pace.
Yeah. So, of course, it's hard, there's really fast guys, and once you think you've mastered a good lap, there's always someone faster. So, yeah, it's a lot of work you have to put in. But in the off season, we had a proper off season, had a few good tests, and we just were fastest in a few tests, but also just always somewhere in the top of the time chart. So I think we made good progression, and we can really really show something really good this season.
It's exciting, mate. Very exciting. I just got asked in the chat who I'm talking to. It's Rinus VeeKay, who had his first season in IndyCar last year, heading into his second season. Got a podium in his first year, which is absolutely fantastic work. Callum, do we have any questions in the chat for Rinus?
I haven't asked actually yet, but if anyone's got any questions in the chat, please do. I am gradually reclining.
Are you? Stay awake.
Yeah, I just got over the Red Bull, so I should be okay.
You'll get tips on them soon.
Yeah.
Scott says, views on us weird American motorsport fans.
Sorry? Can you repeat that?
He asks, views on us weird American motorsport fans.
What are your views about them?
They consume a lot of beer next to the track. I've seen that. And, well, they enjoy it.
That's what I noticed when I've been to the 500 before. That like it's a different type of crowd to what we have in F1, and they just have their beers at the side of the track and really enjoy it and go for it. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, you can see that like in Europe there's many people that just come for one driver or one team. And in IndyCar, it's more like they come for the race and just the whole experience itself. So I think that's pretty cool, and people really enjoy, just the pure feeling of racing.
Yeah. People are asking, how was Turn 1 at Indy?
Oh,
I imagine that is. Oh.
I can laugh about it now, but I've had better Turn 1s, yeah. It was tough. It was hard, but it happened. It's not. I'm not happy that it happened, but it's definitely a good lesson for me. And
what happened?
These moments. What happened? Well, I lost it.
No, but I mean, yeah, but why?
It was a very weird moment. I just turned in. It all felt good, very stable, and then it's like. I've never felt it. It was like having 3 times as much grip on the front wheels out of nowhere, and the fronts just dug into the track. And at that moment, the rear broke loose, and with those aero speedway wings, you don't have a lot of downforce. You're going super fast. Once it's gone, it's gone. You can never get it back. And then it went very fast, and I was in the wall. Luckily, no big injuries, and car was like the top of the car was still okay. So
the tub.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So luckily, that's the most important part. Seems like the gearbox was still intact, so the most expensive parts are still in piece.
Does it get? I can't actually remember. I have driven that oval in Indy Lights, but I can't remember which end of the. I seem to remember 1 and 2 are most difficult on that circuit. Am I right in thinking that?
Yes, yeah. I think 2 is the hardest one, because it's not very smooth, and there's always kind of a crosswind going through. So in the races, you can often see turn 2 is where the guys go off, and It's always, once you're in traffic, you want to be flat in two so you can get a good run and pass someone on the straights, or make sure you don't get passed. But yeah, you're really finding the limit in turn two to be flat. So that's where you see the most slides coming and the big hits.
And for the, well, for all of us really, with the crosswind, why is that such a challenge?
Well, you have like grandstands all the way through, but there's like a gap in the grandstands. So the grandstands stop, and then there's a building with all suites. So out of nowhere, you get like a push from like your right shoulder, and you're turning away from it. So it's like hit on the car. You can always feel the wiggle.
So you just get a big shift in balance, in aero balance.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just tough. There's also the road course that kind of comes onto the track there. So normally it's very smooth and there's just grass on the inside. And in turn two, there's just like an exit road, and it's all a little much there.
Have we got any questions for Rinus?
Yeah,
Alan?
I'm just grabbing some. Give me 2 seconds. Do you prefer Indy's windscreen over a Halo?
Yes, I do. I think it's unique looking. Of course, you gotta find the good angles to make it look pretty. But you gotta remember, it's not, the IndyCar is not built for the aero screen, so it's basically a component just put on top. So I think in the next cars, which are designed together with the aero screen, they will definitely look better. But I think, for IndyCar, we're hitting 240 miles an hour on the speedway. If there's a little nut or a bolt coming off a car in front of you, that's going to be a bullet at those speeds. So a Halo can stop a big object from hitting your head, but the small ones are not going to be filtered out. So the aero screen is, I think, the best alternative for IndyCar.
I think they look really cool as well, to be honest. Looks like a fighter jet.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, especially with my teammate being sponsored by US Air Force.
Yeah.
That's a good combo.
Yeah.
Who are you driving with this year, Rinus?
With Connor Daly. He's driven a lot over in Europe a few years ago.
Yeah.
And now he's rocking his mullet in IndyCar.
And which team?
At Carpenter Racing. So, I'm in the 21 car. Connor's in the 20 car. I'm full-time, and Connor is only doing the road courses plus the Indy 500. And Ed Carpenter, so the team boss, he is doing the rest of the ovals plus the Indy 500 with an additional entry.
Oh wow!
Ah, nice. That's so cool that you can kind of do half the season as well.
Yeah. So that's unique about IndyCar. You can just do a few races. There's a few tracks with a lot of cars running. Like the Indy 500 is it's a very packed field.
Full,
and lots of just single entries, which makes it pretty cool and good for sponsors too.
Yeah. What's it like? I imagine it's really tricky. Well, I imagine it's really tricky switching between like the speedway car and the road course car. Like, how does that? Do you just treat them as two entirely different things?
Yes, it is quite a lot different. Of course, you're sitting in the same cockpit, but that's just about it. It's crazy to say, but actually those speedways are so smooth that it doesn't feel that fast after all, once you get used to it. But then, after the Indy 500, you often go to Detroit, Belle Isle, or Road America, which are two insanely bumpy tracks. And then, it's a lot narrower and bumpier, which it feels like you're just going double the speed, which is actually really crazy. But it makes it very tough, and I think makes it very hard for a driver to be good at both.
I imagine that's the real challenge with IndyCar, isn't it? If you are doing all the races, that is adapting to both of those well.
Yeah, definitely. And you can come from a road, from a street course where you have to drive super aggressively and throw the car around, and then you go to an Indianapolis, which you have to be so incredibly smooth with the steering wheel and the pedals. It's just the opposite of what you're doing. So it's very cool, and it's definitely a big challenge.
Are your a personal question from me, Rinus? Are your parents over in the US with you, or are they back in Holland?
Yeah, they came over just before the test, which wasn't timed that good. Looking at the crash, but no, they just left today. Spent a few days in Miami in the good weather. And then they come to Barber and stay for the first few races. And then once we have a bit of a gap in the season, they're going back to the Netherlands to my sister.
Amazing. It must be nice having your dad, well, and your mum, but your dad with the racing background as well, coming to kind of support you and be there with you.
Yeah, definitely. He's super passionate, of course. Know him pretty well. Yeah, and he just loves it, of course. He's super proud, and you can really see, well, of course, it's not something easy for the whole family, what we've been through to get to IndyCar. But you can see that he's really proud, and it's really a mission accomplished.
Yeah, super cool. Super cool. That's brilliant, mate.
Yeah, he loves it, and he even gives some pretty good tips. Everything he says is right, and it's funny. Like the driver coaches, they're like, "Oh, so your dad was a race car driver." And then I show them the onboards, with the Benetton and Zandvoort, and they are all super impressed, which is really cool to see.
Amazing.
So Scott, we're about to tick over 12 hours.
Are we?
15 seconds until halfway.
Yes.
So amazing. You've been flying.
Oh wow. What have you eaten so far?
I've had about 2 bites of a burrito, Rinus. Not a very racing driver diet. And
seems like British.
And a chicken wrap. That's it.
I put some chocolate stuff down.
Oh, have you? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been
now some
delivering
chocolates have appeared.
Rinus, lots of questions about how do you think Grosjean's going to get on?
I think he's gonna do pretty well. I've done 2 tests together with him. One which was his first one in IndyCar in Barber, and that was a tough track. I think most physical track we're going to be on this year. Lots of grip, lots of force on the arms. And yeah, he got on pretty well. Of course, it's a lot of a different car than the F1, but it seemed like he was really enjoying. And then Laguna Seca, which, he was really fast there. He seems pretty aggressive as a driver, which I think is a good thing in IndyCar.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to see. Of course, the races are a lot different, so I'm not really sure about strategies and all that stuff. But I think he's gonna do just fine.
It'll be nice for you to kind of position yourself against a driver who has just come out of Formula One. I don't know. Do you feel like it'll be good to compare, or are you just focused on your own driving?
I'm basically focused on my own driving. Because you never know, maybe his driving style just doesn't suit the IndyCar, or it does really suit the IndyCar.
Yeah.
You can never really compare it if it's just in one car. If you really want to compare it, you gotta go just both cars.
Side by side.
But I would definitely want to try an F1 car. Definitely.
Yeah.
We've had a few super chats, so I'll just cover those if that's all right. Vincent, thank you so much. Sending all love and hugs from sunny Singapore. Thank you very much. Singaporean dollars, I think, 10 of those. Keep going, Scott, on the theme. Marcus, half-time, 12 hours done. Thank you very much. CHF, I don't know what that is.
Swiss franc.
CHFs. Oh, yes, nice. Okay. And then to update the main total on PayPal, £23,300. So thank you, everyone. Jeremiah, £10. Thank you. Anonymous, 25. Awesome work. Paul Taylor, get a load of fuel. Okay. £10. Timothy Winters, 20. Paul, 20. Thank you very much, Liam. Love the determination. Keep up the good work. Samuel, £10. Jonathan, £100. Thank you so much.
Amazing, guys. Thank you so much. And yeah, 12 hours to go. Get in there. Rinus. Oh, I was just going to let Rinus go, Callum, because I know that he's in the middle of his driving, so testing. So, Rinus, thank you. Really appreciate you coming on, and really good to catch up. Good luck for the season. Good luck for next week. I'll be watching.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and you also. Lots of luck with your second half.
Cheers, mate.
And of course,
appreciate it.
with keeping the fuel in.
Yeah.
Remember the
Cheers,
fuel.
man.
Cool. Good luck.
Cheers,
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, what's our lap count, Scott?
I've got it. I saw some people. 125.
Oh, amazing. Do you want a coffee or anything?
I would like. Could I have some water, please?
Yeah.
And another. Maybe a tea.
A tea.
A tea, please. Yeah.
Have we got tea?
I think so.
Okay, I'll
Thought
figure
Melissa
that
brought
out.
some. If not, I'll have a coffee. Yeah. Actually, no. I'll have a coffee, please.
Okay. People are asking, are we still answering questions? Yes, even awkward ones. Okay, depends
Go
how
on.
awkward.
Mhm.
Well, they haven't said yet. Wait, 24-hour stint, or is he taking breaks? He's taking breaks to run to the toilet. Other than that, no.
They are 1.5 minute breaks. I'm not taking anything
Yeah.
longer than that. I'm pushing.
Everyone's saying, "Oh, living on a prayer." Love it. Congratulations on hitting the halfway mark.
Rinus, who we just spoke to, had an absolutely mega first year in the
Yeah.
IndyCar. Like, to go into that level and get a podium first year, it's amazing. It's like super young as well. Chris,
100 Canadian bucks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chris.
Her as well. Thank you very much. 200 DKKs. I don't know what that is.
Denmark krona,
Okay.
I think. Danish krona. Denmark krona.
Good luck for the last 12 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Mike Winter, have you tried a no brake lap yet?
No, Mike,
No.
it'll take too long. I'm going for maximum laps.
Joad as well. Thank you. 20 US bucks. You should do more F1 race analysis. Thanks for doing this for charity. Well, we have more planned, so you're in luck there, sir. Forgive me if it's been mentioned. What rig are you running? Next Level Racing provided the rigs Scott is sat in.
Oh no!
Oh! It's just coming in. Oh, saved
Did you
it.
see
It's
that? I
fine.
grinded the wall.
So Tony Hawk Pro Skater, you're gonna get 20 points for that.
Yeah. Tony Hawks.
Oh, you're gonna be pushing hard. I don't know. Half a minute break is long enough. No.
The only problem that I've got at the moment, I feel fine. It's just here in the back of my skull. It's like it really hurts. The muscles hurt. That's it. Other than that, I'm feeling sprightly.
Nice. Which, considering it's 2 a.m., is great.
Yeah, I haven't stayed up this late for ages since we've had Romy.
Absolute Dan, if you want to come on and drive, let me know. I've tried to fix the password. It should be okay.
Dan, come on, talk to me and drive around with me, please.
Yeah, if you want to come on, man, if you're still up and not in bed, you are more than welcome, and we will try and solve this password
If
problem.
you come on, Dan, I'll pay for 15 hash browns to be delivered to your house from McDonald's, and then you can eat them live on the stream, like Super GT. I don't know if you heard that. That might be out of context.
I was mega to have Super GT on. I've been watching his videos for years. Like, he's brilliant.
Those two are hilarious. That was amazing.
So good. It was a good call as well to have both of them, I think.
Yeah, it was actually, yeah.
I was a bit like, oh, is this a bit, because we've had Tommo lined up and, but it was great to have them both on. So.
But they'd met each other before, hadn't they? So
Yeah.
Tony Hawks would be proud of that one. Thanks.
Well,
Thanks, Mick.
They're both with Veloce now, aren't they? In
Yeah,
some,
of course.
in
What,
some
and-
sort of way, you
And
know?
Super GT.
Yeah, well, Super GT's Quadrant, who is Veloce,
Oh, yeah, of
and
course.
Tommo is Veloce.
Yeah, God. Absolute Dan is in the chat. Yeah, I'm still jumping. Dan.
I'm going to figure out this problem for you, mate. I don't know what's going on with it.
I think Adam put a setup on his car because he did a 5-minute 14.
Yeah, I think he did too.
He went away, put a setup on there. Banged in a time. Thank you for the €2. Hey ho, cheerio. Really appreciate that. What do you guys in the chat think about this kind of stream/podcast interview, well, interview chat kind of format? Was it a decent idea? $126 laps.
And then we got Mike on in 20 as well.
Mike can chat while me and Dan are driving around.
Yeah.
I absolutely love driving. I can say that after driving around here for 12 hours. It's so much fun. I feel so lucky that I found the thing that I love to do, and I've been able to do that for my life.
Oh my goodness.
What?
It's someone with a name beginning with M has just reached out asking for a direct.
If you need to keep it private, just tell me later.
Well, you'll see in a minute. Cool.
Do some slip angle. What does that mean? Slip angle's the difference between the way that the wheel's turning and the way that the tyre's actually going. So I'm doing slip angle now. Oh. Great guest. Am I tired? No, I feel alright actually, to be honest with you. As I've said a couple of times, I go to bed at about 9 o'clock because we've got a little boy who's 11 months old, and he wakes me up super early. So I go to bed really early, and so I think the most difficult part for me was 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and now it's. Hang on, I can't even look at the time. I think it's about 2 o'clock. 2 a.m.
It's
So
10 past, yeah, 10 past.
10 past 2, yeah, so I've pushed through that point and I'm feeling alright. I'm actually surprised that my brain isn't hurting. I'll speak too soon. But you know, this is intense, driving around like this, and it requires the same amount of brain power as driving a real race car. So combine that with talking as well and being engaged in chat and also trying to think of some questions and things like that. It's pretty tough mentally, but yeah, it's going pretty well. This is just before I crash and then and it all goes out the window. But at the moment, it feels pretty good. And it's great to look at the chat and speak to everybody and all of that. I think that really keeps going. Really, honestly, like you feel the support. Martin Brundle, don't know what that is. Oh, opinions on Buckmore Park because it might be shutting down. Yeah, I saw that. That's such a shame. It's an absolute quality karting circuit in the south of England. I've got some fond memories there from my karting when I was younger. So such a shame if that is actually closing down.
I really hope someone will buy that up.
I'm not sure that it's possible. I saw that someone else. Do you remember the chap from Daytona Karting, Callum?
Yeah.
At Silverstone. I saw that he put something on his Instagram that he tried, and I don't know if they're selling it to someone else or I can't remember what the reason was, but it doesn't look very hopeful. I think it's going.
That's a real shame because it's like the British karting track that everyone knows.
Yeah.
From my understanding, or it's up there, you know.
Yeah, it's one of them. Is Dan coming on?
Yes. Yes. We're having problems with passwords, but we're fixing it.
Don't forget to box. Yeah, cheers. Let's check out the fuel. Let's do that again.
You're getting better at reading chat now.
Okay, I've got two laps left. I might box at the end of this one just to be safe, if I remember. Am I hungry? I'm not really hungry. I don't know why. Because I've not really eaten that much. But I'm saving space for eating the 15 hash browns. The Steve Browns. Who's the other guy? The other guy is Callum. He is in charge of all the content at Driver 61. Me and him work on it, and he manages the writing, whether that's him writing them himself or using some of our other writers, and he manages the edit and things like that. So it makes all the content happen. Because Driver 61 is doing other things than just YouTube. So we've got sim racing training part of the company and a real world training part of the company and some other projects as well. So my time's pretty limited. And I don't know, if you have been following the channel for over a year, you might have noticed in the last 6 or 9 months a step up in the kind of production quality. That's because we've got better people than me doing the writing and editing, which is really cool. How many laps have I driven? Let's have a look.
Callum's voice sounds like Tommy from WTF1. Really? I always say that Tommy from WTF1 sounds like Kireth. Kireth Kart, he's another YouTuber.
Why have you gone quiet, Callum? Because you saw it in Dan.
Yeah.
So Dan is one of our... I'm trying to get my glove on. Come on. Okay. Dan is one of our sim racing coaches. So you get Dan on and Mike, and then can we have some coffee?
Yeah.
Get very demanding in the middle of the night.
Jesus. Yeah.
Someone's just said hello from Australia, which is good.
Hello.
So Australia's awake. Surely it's got to be quite early there. Oh no, actually. What time is it in Australia?
Well, it's about opposite, isn't it? I think it's about 12, nearly, give or two, few hours.
I've lost all perception.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. Just reading a few things. Robert says Driver 61 sim training was very helpful for me. That's awesome. I'm going through a course soon, which is going to be incredible. Starting that next week. Hi from Portugal. Hi from Pakistan. 11 AM in Australia. Yes, I was nearly there.
Oh, on the grass. Guess it depends which part of Australia as well, to be fair. Oh, I've got cramp. Oh. Okay, I'm going to pit this lap. 9 AM in Oz. 8:15 in Texas? No, hang on. Yeah, it could be 8:15 in Texas. Good night from Ireland. Cheers, Patrick. Thanks for watching, mate. Hot lap soon. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm not watching. I'm looking at the chat. Didn't lift. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to forget to pit this time.
Box.
In.
Everyone's saying that when you missed it earlier.
They must have been watching it. Oh, again. Oh. Okay, I might have a bite of some food. I'm going to have a look at the chat. Been watching this since the start. Owen. Amazing. But I think I'm going to have to go to sleep because I'm absolutely shattered. Yeah, fair play, mate. Proud of the effort you're putting in. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Just getting back into F1 after years of missing out. Your channel's helping me get back into it. Good luck from the Philippines. Amazing. That's awesome. That's what we like to hear.
I do feel like this is a race. I'm like eating my food as quickly as I can because I'm losing time. Look at my eyes. Are they bad? Okay. Yeah, stretch.
Yes, Dan is in. Good lad.
Hurrah.
I think I did the password wrong somehow, but fine. We're in. If you want to join Zoom, please do. Or if not, we've got Mike on. So.
Cheers from Ecuador. Gracias. Thanks. Always like F1. It's cool to have someone show you how F1 stuff works. Sorry, guys. I'm struggling to read these things. My eyes are going cross-eyed. Oh. Okay, is Dan? Can we go? Oh, my shoulder. Wow.
Yeah, he's just joining. He's going to be in the pit lane. So, do you want to stand up and have a stretch while he joins?
Yeah, I might do. Yeah, I should do.
And then once he's in and everything's ready, I'll go and make coffee. We've also got Haribo here. Do you want Haribo? He's smashing it so far. Been well on the pace, like the whole way through.
I'm going to carry on.
Yeah, don't lose time. Daniel just needs to not drive backwards like he did in testing and get
Sorry?
black flagged. Daniel just needs to not drive backwards like he did in testing and get black flagged.
Tell him to wait, I'll be back around and then
Yeah, cool.
do an extra lap.
A few people off to bed now. Yeah, crack on. I don't blame you. I would be if I could.
You're not allowed.
Everyone says, sorry, we forgot to connect the drink. You will have no drink. That's another Kimmy quote. There's so many.
I can't remember what he said to that. Where's my drink? Or something like that.
Yeah. Will I have the drink? No, you will not have the drink. Did you fuel?
Yeah. Imagine.
Chat is all checking. Trust
Thanks,
you now.
guys. Yeah, I know. Look, this isn't normally the responsibility of the driver. You just get told when to do that.
So a few donations. Anonymous, hey, I really love this idea. Good luck for the remaining hours. By the way, I just got my first wheel today. Do you have any good tips for beginners?
With the wheel, I'd just read up online about setting.
Oh, not for the wheel. They bought the wheel. Just like general sim racing tips.
Vision. Watch the Drivers University on Driver 61. I'm not. Well, I am self-promoting, but that is a great place to start. You'll get the kind of fundamentals of what you need to learn there, and then from there you can do some more practice, and it'll just open your eyes to exactly what you need to do.
Hello, Dan.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, hi, Dan.
Hello.
Do you want to introduce yourself to the stream?
Oh, hi, everyone. My name's Dan. I started working with Driver 61 probably getting back to like October as an instructor for the sim racing programs. And yeah, since then I've just been into sim racing since I was, I don't know, knee-high to a cricket. And yeah, like recently got into iRacing for a couple of years ago now. And yeah, it's just been doing more work for Driver 61, and yeah, it's been a steep learning curve, but it's been a really, really good one. And
Dan also used to work for McLaren, which is cool.
I did indeed work with McLaren for 5.5 years, and then just needed a change. I think as everyone.
McLaren done?
So I started on the production line. So I was initially started building subframes, then moved on to engines, and I built engines for about 2.5 years. That was really, really good fun. That was really cool.
Did you have a specific part of the engine that you built, or was it?
So it was more so it was the actual marriage of the engine to the gearbox. The engines were built at Ricardo. The gearboxes were built by a factory somewhere in France, I think. So we would do all the marriage and put everything else together.
Yeah.
So that's what we all did. And yeah, and then towards the end of my career there, I was then doing SAP, which I'm sure people that are in the chat will probably know what SAP is, big operating system used by lots of big companies.
Sponsored McLaren as well.
Oh,
yes.
SAP. We always called that SAP.
Yeah, SAP.
Yeah,
Maybe it was wrong.
SAP. No. To be fair, it is everyone does.
That's what you called Dan earlier.
Not uncommon either. But yeah, so and yeah, literally that was in November. Yes, it was November of last year. Not the most ideal time to hand you notice at a job, but yeah, it all sort of like all there's no touch wood. It's all worked out, and no, it's great. Like it's great to have the opportunity to work with Driver 61, and yeah, it's all happened really quite fast, and that's the main thing. Like it's all just happened so quickly. But
From
yeah,
your perspective, mate, I've been working on it for 5 years.
I was about to say, okay, fair point. Yeah. About to say it's been yeah, 5 exactly.
You're a very handy sim racer as well, right?
I dabble.
Here we go.
Nice. Yeah. So I started racing. I started sim racing back. Probably like in Forza. So I used to own a YouTube channel. I co-host a YouTube channel. I don't know if anyone's watching, but a new channel called Fail Race, and we used to use Forza, the old Forza 3 games back on the Xbox and stuff. And I started on that with a friend. So we sort of co-founded that. We used to do it on Forza, moved through the Forza games, did a lot of like league racing, because that's been a thing for years, like league
I'm
racing.
coming round, by the way. Sorry, mate. Are you
Oh,
in
you
the
are?
pit lane?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. I'm just coming through the final turn.
No worries. Let me just. Whoops.
You go in front so everybody can see you. Oh.
So I'm just gonna run. Was it high downforce running, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okie dokie. And yeah, so I started on like Forza, and then yeah, just worked up. And we did. I think it was like iRacing was like 2 years ago. I think 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago, I probably started iRacing. And where is it? Ah, there you are.
Oh, he's gone.
Yep.
Oh.
So I'll hold it.
Go on, go.
Yeah, so 2.5 years ago, like probably started iRacing, and yeah, just sort of cracked on and tried to sort of, like everyone, like everyone, I know what I did. I bought just everything, every car and every track under the sun, which wasn't the best idea because iRacing bankrupted me very, very quickly. And but yeah, I got iRacing. I just never. That was it then. I've never gone back to really console racing. I don't think.
I think Callum was the same actually. Callum tried iRacing with you tried iRacing and then didn't go back to like console racing.
No, I played GT Sport for ages because I had a PlayStation and that was it. And then I started here and dived down the inside.
Sorry,
Scott was sort of coaching me in lunch breaks on iRacing, like in the Mazda. And then I found I went back to GT Sport and I picked up all the same bad habits of like, you have to drive really weirdly there and it just didn't work in iRacing. And I kind of just I got a subscription and got hooked on it a bit. Now I've done like a fair few big endurance races. And
I think that's the problem though, isn't it? Like you get hooked on it so... The thing is, it's like, it's a really good model for it because like you get hooked on it, but then even when you don't want to necessarily do it, you've paid for all of the content, you pay for the subscription, you're like, I just may as well carry on. You know? But to be fair, what they do with like the iRacing, what they do with their special events, I mean, I just don't think anyone can match it at the moment. No, I think for the ease of use as well.
That's what got me hooked. Is I was like, I can be there in a team of mates, and work together and try and come out with a good result at Le Mans. Like that was for me the reason I wanted to join, and that it was so much fun. That Sebring and Daytona 24 and Bathurst. We don't talk about that one. That one didn't go well. But that sort of team aspect and the pressure that you're driving a car that other people will then have to drive afterwards is what makes it really intense and really fun. So yeah,
100%.
A couple of people in the chat know talking about your channel. Hello and welcome to the show. Is that you, Dan? Or is that am I reading that incorrectly? Did you say that?
Yeah, that was my old.
Too. Yeah.
Oh, hey,
Mike's here.
Mike's here. Yeah, so that used to be my old. We used to always say that we come in, you say hello, welcome to the show, and that's used to be our old intro. So small world. Yeah. How's it going? What, you coming out on track, Mike?
No, I think I'm going to hold off for now. I'll let you two do it. I don't want to. I've got to keep the dream alive for Scott. Yeah. Oh yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. How you doing, Scott?
I'm in the zone,
okay?
mate.
Oh,
yeah, I'm doing well.
Yeah.
I know where
this has been fantastic. I love this.
Have you been listening?
I really enjoyed it. I think, I'm telling you, Radio 61. I never thought about it until today.
It's quite funny, isn't it? It's been amazing. Really great guests, and like I've been saying a few times, like it really helps you get through it because honestly, I've lost all perception of what time it is and everything. So there hasn't really been a moment where I've been bored. Well, there hasn't at all. So between talking to the chat and having the guests on, it's been fantastic.
I loved watching you and Adam were really great. Adam. I said Adam was sort of carrying you around track around 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
that was good. We'll see what Dan can do here.
I think Adam's pretty keen to come back on. He's really. I'm gonna let you through, Dan. He's really got into it, like especially during the lockdowns. He started and now he's properly into it and getting faster and faster.
So for anyone, I saw actually Dan. Just so you know, Kurt Youngle was in the chat saying hi.
Oh,
Dan probably knows every single person in the Driver 61 Sim Racing Academies now in programs. Dan's our customer service man, amongst everything else. Dan's a man of many hats, and he's done a fantastic job helping us grow because it's there's a lot every day, and there's something new every day, a new challenge. So, as you said, steep learning curve.
I think
that's the fun of it though.
Pretty close to our target, which is amazing.
Really?
I think we're almost there. I'll get Callum to do a count. Adam also went 7 seconds quicker than me, but I think he went and got a setup. So because we
Scott, you always tell me you have to look. You have to look internal, Scott. You have to look internal.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
I see. So guys, on the chat, we just got a call out. So I'm going to be a little biased here because I know some of these people. Shay Stanley, it's good to see you. Shay has been around with us for a long time in the Driver 61 Sim Racing Academy. I'm just sort of recognizing a few of those names. It's really cool to see everyone.
Yeah.
We had a curry, Scott. That's what we did after. So
you had a curry.
Yeah, my wife heard you talking about curry and she wanted curry, so I had to go all over like Parksville to find out where we can get a curry.
What kind of curry?
Because we're in heavy lockdown now. I don't even know.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay. Does that mean that you can't, like, the shops aren't open or anything like that?
Shops aren't open. The shops aren't open. The gym is open still, but restaurants are no longer open, so we're in heavy shutdown.
Gyms are still open. I've literally not seen the inside of a gym for about a year. Like, well, what, 2 more days and they open? I can't wait for that.
You guys are doing good over there. Yeah, our vaccine rate. I mean, my father is 70. He just got vaccinated.
Right.
And
yeah.
Scott, one thing I was thinking about. Someone asked how we met on the last stream.
Yeah.
And I was tracing it back, and I was thinking, why did we meet? And I don't know if you remember this. I probably told you, but I assume you maybe forgot. My grandfather used to race go-karts out of the airport in like the 50s.
Right.
And he became the champion because he modded his go-kart with a lawnmower engine.
Right.
And somehow that became like the top go-kart. So he raced go-karts, and then he got into Formula One. My father then loved Formula One, but he never raced anything. And then that's sort of how I ended up.
You did tell me your granddad did Formula One.
No. I wish. No, my granddad liked Formula One.
Oh, okay.
No, he did. Yeah. He did kart. I just thought it was cool that everyone was racing karts, and he was the one who had the ingenuity to put a lawnmower engine in, and somehow that lawnmower engine took him to the podium.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm back.
Callum's back with coffee. That's good news.
Back with coffee, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good amount of coffee we've got going there.
Yeah, the last one was a bit rich, if I'm honest, Callum.
Really, that was weak for me. Sorry. I may go and dial it.
You're a man who likes strong coffee, are you, Cam?
I wouldn't say that's strong. Well,
you like it where you can stand the spoon up in the middle and it doesn't move.
No, it's like not.
Yes,
Scott drinks is really weak.
I don't know how many spoons of so. Show it on the stream, Callum. We've got a Chemex.
Slab of coffee.
Like a fancy coffee.
But it's it's not. It's fine. This is weaker than the last one.
I'm just going off what Mike King told me. It was like mix up the caffeine sources. So we have been.
So Mike, I mean, if anyone will tell you, Mike King will tell you. He'll know. He's an absolute scientist. For everyone on stream, Mike King joined us. I talked about him earlier, but he joined us to help build
I haven't
youth
been off
a youth program for Driver 61. So Mike is he's just a really cool guy. He's been studying sports performance for the past, I want to say 5 or 7 years. He was a university level endurance runner. I don't know if they call themselves runners, a better word than runner. I think runner's fine.
No, runner.
And he's helping us design a youth program. But he is like heart and soul. He's a fantastic scientist who if he's making coffee, he will have studied and like titrated, if you remember that word, if you did chemistry, every single way to make coffee.
Callum, people are talking about your coffee in the chat. I think you need to. I don't know. I can't read through this.
What is chat saying about my coffee?
F. I think the word F. I'm gonna actually add an F here now just to keep that going at the same time.
I'm enjoying live streaming. This is obviously the first time that we've done this. It's a lot of fun.
I was saying that earlier to Jackson. I think you're going to get the bug from this.
It's very, very addictive. Like, it's amazing how addictive it is. just trying to pop out.
Speaking of lawnmowers, Scott, that's what chat's saying now. Speaking of lawnmowers, here you go.
Speaking of
Scott, can I take one thing? I was wondering, can I take credit for the black hat trend at Driver 61?
the black hat. Oh yeah, I think you can actually. Or,
Really?
I don't know. No. For me, it was coronavirus, really. And the lockdown and having bad hair. Yeah.
I always wondered. I don't know how much you wear baseball caps in the UK.
Yeah, fair amount. Oh, Dan was going to say no then.
Well, I mean, I wear these pretty much. I've only started wearing these for like the last 2 years. So I never used to wear hats.
Pre-COVID then.
Yeah, it was pre-COVID.
We've just got a black uniform. No, that's it. Black hat, black t-shirt. Go on then, Dan. Drive away from me again. Is that my coffee, Callum?
Yeah.
Someone's just asked, Gregory Shift, excuse me, I'm lost. Who's the upper left screen corner guy? It's me. Hello.
That's Dan, Daniel Handover, absolute Dan, an instructor with Driver 61. He's also, Dan, we don't have a title for you. I call you head of operations when the time's right.
Oh no, coffee.
And so Daniel helps us with everything from answering, Dan from Driver 61, there you go, thanks. Answering customer inquiries. He does a lot of coaching with our students. He's doing some video editing now. Dan's, he's got it all.
Why are you absolute Dan?
Do you know what? I'm not entirely sure. The name just sort of, I wanted something different. I was just gonna have it, just be called Dan Handover. But then I thought, no, because most of the people have a certain ring to their name. I mean, it's not as like Chainbear and stuff, but yeah, I wanted something that was just different. That was just different other than my name. And yeah, just sort of, I was actually, ironically, I think the guys at McLaren thought of the name.
It's a good YouTube name. Is that what you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the thing. Yeah, it was like, I obviously left Fell Race. That was I was almost off YouTube for 3 or 4 years. And yeah, just wanted to, just sort of do it again. But yeah, that was the thing. It was I wanted to find a name that would fit and that could also be a bit of everything. I didn't have to just sit with sim videos. I could do other things, and if I wanted to do real world racing or something like real world track days and stuff, I could vlog all of that. So yeah. There's no real naming thing behind it, I suppose.
It's such a I found it so hard naming stuff. With Drive 61, I planned out the business before I knew what the name was.
Yeah.
I wanted to create a website and give away the knowledge that I have. And then beyond that, I thought we were going to start a store, which we actually did, for race kit and stuff like that. But then, I came up with some absolutely terrible names, really, really bad names. I've got the sheet of paper somewhere at home. I need to get it out and have a look again. When you go back and think, oh my god.
You go.
I'm so glad I did
you guys thank God for that.
Yeah. Scott, I mean, you probably have answered this three times on the stream already. But what is the origin of Driver 61? What is the 61?
So, with giving away the coaching of the original Drivers University series, the idea was that at the core of it, that came from my dad.
Yeah.
And his racing number was 61, so it's actually named after my dad.
Do you know why his number was 61?
Yes, because my mum's birthday is the 16th of February 61, so you've got 16 and 61 in there as well. So it was the 1 and the 6. So that's the story. And then, I don't think you've ever seen the original logo, Mike. The original logo that I got made for...
I have seen it. I've seen it on there's a Scott Mansell YouTube channel, and I'm really glad I don't have to represent that one. That one's a little tougher. I don't know if we'd be here today, Scott, if that logo was still around.
But it's it's 2 hands carrying on a baton, and that's what I tried to put through in the current Driver 61 logo. Trying to adjust my mic, sorry. Oh my god. Maybe I'm getting tired. There we go, I'll put my mic right. It's just that distraction. Yeah, sorry, that was my mic, guys. I put it in the right position there.
Oh, is it going to be too loud now? Oops.
I moved it out of the way if we want to have some coffee. Yeah, and so with the current Driver 61 logo, the orange part of the V,
Yeah.
that's kind of the continuation of the baton, or the exchange of knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
What about the color scheme though? Was orange is just orange the color you normally like? You just
My helmet
prefer?
was orange. My
Right,
helmet was
okay, yeah.
orange, so you can see it. Actually, I think Hamilton says that as well. His helmet was yellow, so that his old man could see it when he was karting. Because it's hard, you know, when you're in a pack of karts. And, you know, it's hard to spot your son or daughter. And yeah, so my helmet was orange.
Scott, there's an important question in the chat I want to ask. Do you have a cooling pad under your seat to prevent it from getting too warm?
No, I haven't got anything. I've got a blister on my thumb. I know that. No, nothing. I might get a cushion behind my back. Although, you know, this seat is extremely comfortable. I've been sat in here for 12 hours. Still feel pretty good.
I was on the chat trying to rally for the Callum massage for the neck. So that's
It's not happening.
That's a step too far.
Oh dear.
We were trying to figure out, Dan, that do you know if the massage places are open in the UK from Monday? Because I'm going to have some serious neck pain.
Well, do you know what? It's not a question I've actually thought off the top of my head, if I'm honest.
I don't know why I'm
If you knew
picking
the
you out.
answer, how would you feel about that?
If I could give you the exact time and date of when they're going to be open, I'd be slightly concerned with myself. But
Funny you ask.
here's a PDF documentation of all of them in the UK. Oh dear. No, I'm not. Unfortunately, I mean, to be fair, I suppose that's because the thing is as well. It's like in the UK. I don't know about yourself, Marc. Like what they did when they first like opened it all up. In the UK, it was sort of like it was everything could be open, but then nothing could be open, and then certain things could be open. It was really confusing, and I think this is going to be a similar sort of like stage of process. Like, what do you determine to open up first and stuff? I mean, there's like the main ones, obviously shops and pubs and stuff, but then what else do you? I just think it's going to be as confusing as it was last time for us, which was very. I don't know if I was the only one that thought that, but.
I'm going to put you two coaches at work now. People are asking. I'm just starting getting into sim racing, and I'm having real trouble locking up all the time. How do you like first combat that with a beginner?
Is it at the start or at the end of the braking? Can we ask a secondary question?
Let's dive into it.
Yeah, come on, some free coaching.
Well, can you tell us about
what
both?
game are we talking about as well? I think too is an interesting one. But yeah, AC Kart.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I don't know. He asked one question.
That's the thing. It could be varying levels, and like I said, Scotland up today. There's varying things, isn't there? Like, that's it. It's a very, very open question.
Okay, so I imagine if you're locking up at the beginning, it might be too high brake pressure or wrong brake bias.
Yeah, it's probably just stamping on the brake. It's typically is the problem. People are eager to get on the brakes hard because they leave the braking until the last possible movement because they believe that is the best way to be quick. And then in that transition from getting on the brakes, it's just way too hard, too much happening. You've actually got to if you think about the suspension, is that you think about the suspension, you've actually got to let the front springs compress a little bit to allow the weight to go over the nose a bit more before you then get on the brakes a little bit harder. Now, it doesn't want to be too long, but it also doesn't want to be too fast.
Scott, I'm going to add one more in there that I see a lot, again, because I always feel like sometimes you guys are even more advanced than some of the drivers out there, though. It's pretty good. It might be steering angle as well, like high steering angle during initial braking is something we see. Shameless plug, but we do have, again, I would actually not say shameless plug. We have hotlaps.io, which will let you see a braking trace in ACC, but there's tons of great telemetry tools for iRacing, ACC, and other games. If you take a look at that compared to another driver that's at a high level, you'll probably see what you're doing differently pretty fast.
Callum, can we hear from the chat as well? Once you get past 3:30 AM, should be easier. Mellow 8. I can't read that. We can't hear you, Callum.
Okay. Chris donated as well, 100 Canadian bucks. Thank you very much, sir. And then before that, Kling.com as well. We said thank you to him earlier. But yeah, thank you
Brilliant,
again.
guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
What are we up to? Should we have a counter?
Yes, we are. I just checked that actually. Just refreshed it. So it's at £23,455. So like £1,500 off our goal now, which is amazing. We've had a few coming through. Paper Street Soap Company. Thank you. Thanks for the effort, man. Good luck.
Paper
Matthew
Street.
Turn.
What was that? Paper what?
Paper Street Soap Company. That sounds cool.
Cool.
Matthew Turner, £15. Thank you. Anonymous. Thank you. Anonymous.
Thank you,
Thank
Matthew.
you. And then we're back up to where we were last time. So brilliant stuff from everyone. Thank you.
Scott, I've seen a chat. What F1 driver? I think you've been asked this, but who do you idolize the most, but maybe respect historically? I know I was there when you talked to Lando Norris, but
Yeah, like idolizing is a difficult one. I think when you're close to the sport, you might not do that necessarily, because you want to have that success in your own right, I suppose. But of the current crop of drivers, yeah, I actually like quite a few of them. But Norris is one that stands out to me just because he looks like a great guy, good fun, and I like the approach that he's had to his driving. It's going to be great to see how he gets on against Ricciardo this year.
what about historically? Actually, that I don't know much of. If you look back, say, 90s or...
That's difficult. I mean, when I was younger, Schumacher was dominating, so you've obviously got to respect what he did there. Yeah, it's a difficult one. Oh, Dan. Did you
No,
crash?
stuck it in the wall. Ever so slightly.
Me too. Double crash.
I was about to say, that's fine. That's why we've just tandem
Yeah,
crashed. That's fine.
Yeah, don't worry. So I was putting some thought into who I respected in terms of driving. I did.
Is that something that just develops though?
What?
Like it evolves?
What
Like
do you
who
mean?
you sort of like, well, as in like your driver that you respect, and not necessarily others, but like, does that go like based on the era?
It's always quite hard to tell. That's one of the problems, because all the cars are so different. You've got the drivers who feel like they are making that big difference, like Senna and Schumacher, coming at it from kind of different perspectives. But then, it's difficult to ever know unless you're kind of sat next to them, seeing them all the time. It's tricky, right? So, I mean, of course, I love the style of Senna in terms of how he approached his racing and his passion and all of that.
Someone just put it in the chat as well. Do you reckon? I think someone just put there saying something about is Seb past his prime and he won't win any more championships. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
I think he is. There you go. That
Scott,
was it. Next.
I mean, Scott, you have to represent the 30+ range here. What do you think?
Guys, do I look like I'm past it? Yeah, I don't know. He seems to make a lot of mistakes, right, in the last couple of years. Whenever he's under pressure, there's so many mistakes. Even like the one at Bahrain was really strange. I thought that was
because what happened?
really unusual.
He got behind. Was it Ocon?
Yeah.
He said he
ran
moved
to
to
the back of
braking.
him,
He
didn't
didn't.
He just ran into the back of it. It was so
Yeah.
bizarre. So Ocon, I think, came around the outside, and Vettel moved back across in the braking zone to go behind him to get back online. And then, but they were so close that the front wing just lost loads of downforce, and he just locked up the front, and that was that. Took him out. It's strange.
I always wonder if it's like partially expectations too, right? Like he's been so high, and now he's in the middle, and he's probably got a lot of weight on his shoulders to come back.
But he's been constantly
imagine.
outperformed, like consistently.
Yeah, this is the thing.
And everyone knows Leclerc is pretty special, but so is Seb. So you wouldn't expect them that difference.
Although,
I mean, if you look at the Drivers' Championship last year, like it was ridiculous the difference.
I think as well, Seb just knew how to like I'm not saying that he's like I said he's still obviously one of the best drivers around, obviously, but like he knew that double diffuser system had worked for him, didn't it? Like that was his era, like that was his year. Like he could just work that car like no one else could. Not saying that obviously he's not, he hasn't got the capability now, but yeah, it's the consistency, isn't it? Like, let's be honest, that's why Hamilton is so successful. I know people say that it's, it's a lot of it's the car and everything, and that was proved to a certain extent when Russell got in the car. Dave. But it just goes to show. I think it just goes to show, like, it's just relentless consistency.
Yeah.
Like, how many mistakes did Hamilton make last season? Like 2.
Not very many.
Like, I'm pretty sure was it Turkey?
Until he practice starts, that you could class that as a pretty big mistake.
Like,
and coming in the pit lane closed, but aside
from that, I mean, like,
driving mistakes.
Yeah, drivers, it's just almost nil. So.
Do you think the 2022 cars will suit Seb since he prefers a more grounded rear end, and those cars look to be more loosey-goosey? Yeah, I think you're right. Like, I think that underfloor downforce will naturally make it more rearward biased. You could be right.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Who knows, right? I think the drivers who have that adaptability in them will do well, generally, in the rule changes. So we'll see.
Yeah. It'll be one of the most exciting times in the sport, just to see how everyone adapts.
Yeah, especially if the overtaking becomes a bit easier.
That actually happens.
Yeah.
Other than like DRS.
What was the race where DRS stopped working for like a bit of the race? I actually really enjoyed that. I can't remember what it was.
Was it Interlagos?
Abu Dhabi, yeah.
Was it Abu Dhabi?
Yeah.
I think DRS is the best solution we have. I don't think it's a good solution, but I think it's the best solution we have right now.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, it helps because like it can promote other racing. I think that's the thing. Like it can sometimes instigate other racing that happens after, after the initial pass or after the initial DRS has been activated. Like there could be a bit of a comeback. So it does promote some racing. I think it got a little bit silly in I think it was 1 year. Bear in mind, I know I keep talking like it, but I don't watch that much F1. But I do try and keep up with the highlights and stuff. And yeah, it was 1 year it got like really silly. I can't remember if it was a couple of years ago, but it almost looked like the only overtakes were on DRS. I can't remember what year it was. But...
Scott, someone had a great question there. They said, do you have any techniques that I think this needs to come with like a legal caveat, but any techniques that you can practice while driving in a real world car?
Yeah, definitely. So this is what we train in our real world training as well. It's like the sensitivity on the pedals. Now, yeah, as Mike said, of course. Hang on, I just need to have some coffee while I'm in a straight line.
Mitchell says, did you miss Tommo? Yes, you did. You should rewind to that. That was a brilliant chat. We had Super GT and Tommo on. That was awesome.
Yeah, so going back to that question, yes. What a lot of people don't realise is how sensitive you have to be on the last part of the brakes when you're trail braking into corner, so now, and the initial part of the throttle. Oftentimes they're way too aggressive and it shocks the car and lowers the amount of grip the car has. So what we get our drivers to do is just to kind of go along at a constant speed, lift their foot off the throttle, let the car decelerate a little bit, don't brake, and then get back on the throttle and try to do it in a smooth way as possible. If you feel any kind of kick in your back or any kind of jerk forwards, then you've done it too aggressively, and just trying to build the sensitivity there in your right foot. And then same thing on the brakes. We just get drivers to kind of coast along and gently get on the brakes. And if you feel anything too sharp when you get on the brake pedal, then it's too much. And it's just about doing that many times so that you get a sensitivity, and also understanding how you feel the G-force in your body. Like, where are you actually feeling it? Like, are you feeling it in the sides of your body? Are you feeling it in your lower back, against the seat? Are you feeling it in your chest when you get on the brakes? And build that kind of understanding of how you feel G-force in the car, because then when you're sensitive to that, you'll know if there's any peaks in the G-force. And if you have a peak in G-force, that means that the car's going to slide earlier and less predictably.
Scott, I always thought it was interesting when you used to talk about. You told me about how one of the first things you would do when you went out in a car is understand the lockup point from a G-force perspective.
Yeah.
Right. That was like sort of one of your tricks. I always thought that was really interesting because I don't think I mean, that's obviously something you can't really do from the sim.
Yeah. So you do
it's
that.
Something I've never felt.
What you do is to understand how powerful a car is on the brakes. So you need to understand how much grip the thing's got on the brakes, how much grip it's got laterally in the corner, and how much grip it's got in traction when you're getting on the throttle. And so the first thing to do is before a corner, so I'll do it down here, now ramp up the brake pressure until it locks up there. Now it is a bit more complex in an aero car because as you get slower the downforce decreases, but in a mechanical car you'll very quickly understand how much power it's got on the brakes. And you do it way before the corner so you have no kind of risk of going off. And then you can do that the same at mid-corner, you can do the same on the throttle, so you can ramp up the acceleration so you can really understand what that G-force is when the car will break away on the brakes or turning or on the throttle.
Yeah.
3 a.m. Callum, how long's that? 13 hours.
Yes. Amazing.
Are you feeling alright?
Me? I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Fair play. I thought you'd be like just almost incapacitated at this point.
134 laps. Honestly, it's gone quickly.
I suppose that's good, isn't it? If it goes quick, like if it.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't think. Do we have any like space, Callum, until like if I'm not talking to anyone?
We have a little bit of space, yes. I'm just chatting to Kireth in the chat. Kireth is a GT Sport YouTuber. He's doing more. I watch a lot of his iRacing streams. He's brilliant. So see if he's free to jump on. That would be fun. He does Club 100 with Steve.
Oh, does he?
And he's again up there on the fringes of esports in GT Sport.
Is he going to come and drive with us?
Yes.
Ah, sweet.
Well, that'd
awesome.
be cool to have Kireth on. And then, yes, it's going to be good.
Yeah, get him on the Zoom.
Yeah, man.
Scott, there's a good question here. I'm interested in this one particularly. What do you think about Mick and the Schumacher name coming back to F1? I think it must be some nostalgia for you. For me, from a business perspective, I think it's fantastic, right? It must be it's a win-win.
Sense. Yeah, I think so. You know, obviously he's shown he's got the talent to be there. When was it? Year, 18 months ago, kind of really started to pull things together. And yeah, he's warranted to be there. I don't think the name should, you know, obviously, yeah, from a business point of view, it makes sense, but I don't think the name should have any effect. It does, of course, but I think he's got the speed and deserves his spot there. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to have a great year in that car, but there you go. And hopefully he'll get an opportunity in something else at some point.
Josh Revell says yes. Yes.
Sorry?
We're going to have Josh Revell on. I'm just picking a plan with him.
Amazing. What time?
Oh, Josh Revell. Oh, that's awesome.
I'm just picking probably that 5 to 6.
What time?
But I feel Yuki has more pressure this year because he's in a decent car. What car's Yuki driving in? The Alpha Tauri?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go in the pits. Do a quick stop. Oh, actually, let's check. I've run out of fuel like 4 times.
We have Dave Sampson in the chat, by the way. I just want to say hi to Dave. Dave's been a really great supporter of us. Also does great iRacing streaming as well. So, good to see you, Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Yes, Josh Revell's coming on. That's awesome. That's really
Are you with me, Dan?
Yeah, I'm just behind.
Okay.
Just behind.
And have you ever been in? What have you driven in real life?
What have I driven in real life? So, I've done track days or like testing or stuff, or just anything.
Yep. Anything.
So I've been So I started off with like some little Yaris as my first car. Little Yaris 2011 plate, which was great fun. Then got the old MX-5, got a Mark III MX-5 that me and my dad shared. We used to track back.
Drive it home. Did you drive it home the first time? Okay.
Oh, all right. Enough of that.
Oh, mate.
So that took a little bit. That took a little bit for me to twig on to that. Yeah. Yeah. It was fine. Nothing. Yep. Yeah. So drove that. Yeah. Me and my dad bought that. Unfortunately, the engine blew up on it. I think we were talking about this, Scott, the other day, weren't we?
We were, yeah.
Yeah. The
bottom end.
the engine just. Yeah, bottom end decided that it didn't want to be a bottom end anymore, and shot itself to pieces, which was fun. I was just driving to work one day, and
oh, mate.
all of a sudden, it just became just a diesel. And I was like, oh, that's not good. And yeah.
Did you carry on?
Yeah, well, I thought at the end of the day, as soon as I heard that noise, I was like, there's no saving the car now.
When we started doing our training days in the same Mark III Masters, the same happened to me on the way home. And it locked up, and but then for some reason it like released, and then yeah, I managed to get home. It wasn't too much further.
Really,
Tyler. 200 US bucks. Thank you so much, sir, in the super chat. Fantastic.
Stephen Tyler.
Nice.
Yes.
The Stephen
awesome.
Tyler.
Well, it's Stephen Tyler.
Sorry,
Stephen Tyler.
I'm sure you hear that all the time. I'm sorry.
People on the black stuff.
I shouldn't say that.
I mean,
people ask me about Nigel all the time. I know how it feels. Fantastic. What thing you're doing?
Was that the end of it, Dan? Was that so MX-5?
Oh, so I had MX-5.
Cheers,
Yeah, sorry, Stephen. Yeah, awesome. $200. That's insane. So, yeah, I had an MX-5. Then I went on. So I got a little bit carried away for about 2 or 3 years. Just kept buying cars without settling the others. So
that sounds like you, yeah.
Yeah, so at one point, I had me and my dad. Well, it was a couple of my cars, a couple of others. We had an MX-5, so we had that. We bought when I was 19. We bought together an M140i, just because we were looking at 2 cars. We wanted to buy something new. We both like BMWs, and we thought we'll buy a 320d estate, and we thought on the off chance we'll try a 140 because I thought insurance. Bear in mind, insurance for a 19-year-old was going to be horrendous. What we thought, like when I first started driving, my insurance for the Yaris was £2,200 for a year.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, and I started driving at 17. So a year and a half later, I thought it would be astronomical for a 140, which is a 360 horsepower, 3-litre straight 6. And drove the 320, then drove the 140. Immediately realised which one we wanted, naturally. And then we looked at insurance, and it ended up being the 140 was actually £50 cheaper for me to go on it. Don't ask why.
Doesn't make any sense.
No idea why. Could not tell you at all. So yeah, long story short, that was. I mean, we still should have bought the 320, but hindsight's a funny thing. And yeah, I had the 140 for 3 or 4 years. 3 years, I think we had that. But in that time, so I had the MX-5, 140, Nissan 350Z. Igo, and a Mazda 6 estate. That was like the peak.
Random cars.
It's literally just across the board.
Have you still got them?
For.
Could we get them up, pull them all together, and do like a Top Gear style Driver 61 oval race?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, as much as I like that, do you know what? I never thought I'd ever do this, but I'm now completely carless at the moment. I have not got a car because again, I think the main thing was I bought some of all the cars like a 350. I mean, that did about 7 miles to the gallon. Like that was just a complete money pit. I enjoyed it though, but it was a complete money pit. The 140 actually was ironically one of the most economical cars I've ever owned, which is weird. I used to get 45, 50 to the gallon. It was such a good car. And yeah, they all just sort of slowly started going. And then, yeah, I said I'd work from home. I'm getting slight withdrawal symptoms, not going to lie, because at the moment I'm sharing my other half's car, which is a Vauxhall Adam, which is a car. Yeah, it's just a car. Like, it's all it does.
I don't know what that is.
It's probably it's the most uninteresting car that Vauxhall's ever made. Probably, yeah.
Less interesting than the Corsa.
Yes, it's the smaller Corsa. So imagine, trying to think. Imagine it's in between like a Toyota Aygo and a Corsa. It's in that sort of.
Okay.
So,
I mean, you're not going to like me saying this, but it's like Fiat 500 shape.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, all the more reason why I don't like driving it. Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is, it does the job. It's not actually that economical. I think this is the misconception with a lot of like, it's a 1.2. I think there's a lot of misconception with like really small, low-powered, and really tiny little engine cars. The problem is you have to rev the nadges off them to get them anywhere.
Yeah.
So you just don't go anywhere. You know, it's sort of like, you know, if I want to drive at 70 miles on the motorway, I'm having to pin the car in third gear to get up to that sort of speed. And you're sort of like, you know, it's not fun at all.
I can just imagine you going.
It's literally sitting there. It is just to make any form of overtake at all. You have to drop down 6 gears to try and.
I'm imagining that scene from the Inbetweeners, Dan. You know where they're in. Have you ever watched the Inbetweeners?
I've watched bits of the Inbetweeners.
There's a bit where they're on the motorway and they're trying to get him to do like 100 miles an hour, and the little.
Literally, I need to ask you guys to translate all this because I feel like I need to represent the North American audience watching right now.
Oh yeah, that's
who doesn't
true.
know most of those cars? Like, maybe they do. I don't know. We can do a survey of that. Well, how many of them know the cars? And
Well, Callum, can you show on the stream what the Vauxhall Adam is?
Yeah, show the Vauxhall Adam. It is the most depressing car.
We might lose a few viewers, but hey.
Yeah, I was about to say. So just imagine. Yeah, you can just imagine. The thing is, like I said, it's a car. Like it gets you from A to B at some pace when it gets in some amount of time it gets you there. Like, but it doesn't do anything else. Like it's not. You know, it's not that. I'm surprised it's just not that economical at all. You know, it really isn't. Which is why, yeah, I don't get the idea of low-powered. I think the only benefit is probably it is cheap on insurance. It is cheaper on insurance.
Callum, can we hear a little bit from the? Sorry to cut you off, Dan. I just saw some questions in the chat. Can you give us some questions?
Yeah. What? Sorry. Yes. One thing at a time. This is the Vauxhall Adam. For anyone who would like to see. Sorry, it takes me a few minutes to cue these
Mike,
things
what
up.
do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it can get from A to B.
And that's
Do you have
all it
small
does.
cars in Canada or big cars?
Not as
American
many.
cars.
It's like American. It's a little difficult to drive around in a small car. You're making a statement.
What's that?
Making some kind of statement. I won't go any further than that. But you're making
Everyone said Vauxhall Adam, time for bed. I'm off.
I knew it.
Go.
Everyone's asking why you're only hitting 30% brake pressure.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Weak legs. I don't know. It locks up otherwise.
Yeah, that's
I
the
don't
best
know.
way to brake in this car. Yeah.
I'm noticing that.
Scott, someone asked earlier. I don't know this too. So, what is the most modern F1 car you have driven? And what was your favorite one you've driven?
Most modern was a 2012 Lotus. Used to do some work with them, which is pretty good. No, that sounds bad. It was amazing, but compared to some of the older cars, it was a little bit friendly. I feel like if you jump in a Formula 1 car, it should be an absolute machine. You know, it should be almost scary to drive, and that car wasn't. It was too good, almost. And my favourite is, it's difficult, we spoke about this earlier, something from the 90s, because they're fast, they're still 750 brake horsepower, decent aero, but they're also absolutely raw cars. The suspension back then wasn't as developed as it is now. You feel every bump in the road. If you make a mistake, you know about it. Kind of the room for error in those cars is smaller, and I think that Formula 1 should be like that. I think we should be seeing the drivers pushing these cars on the limit. You should be able to see it when you watch the onboards.
Right.
this kind of driving for me doesn't make it look fast enough. Even though the cars are faster than they've ever been, I think you should be able to. I'd prefer them to be 10 seconds a lap slower, but you know, see the driver working at it, keeping it balanced, make it, you know, having it look like it's hard work, which it is. But yeah. So to answer the question, I would say like a mid-90s car. I think earlier on we spoke about a 98 Tyrrell. If you want to put that in the, can you put that on the stream, Callum? 98 Tyrrell that I drove, that was good fun. There's a 92 Benetton, the camel yellow one, was great fun. That was H pattern, so that was a challenge in itself because I'd not driven a really high-powered H pattern car before. So like changing up and down the gears is crazy in those things. Difficult.
Tyrrell's got fire coming out of it.
Scott. How? Here's an interesting question I just saw. Actually, I hadn't thought of, but how would you change the cars to make them more raw? Like, is that even is that even possible? Or
I think it's just technology, isn't it? I think it's everything gets more refined. So I don't think so. No, I don't think you can, unless you kind of put some standard suspension on. It's a suspension. When I spoke to Rob Smedley, he just said it's, you know, just continual improvement and refinement, and yeah, that's right. You know, things just get better. All the aero gets more refined as well over time as the teams get more and more data. So unless it's spec, like if you look at an IndyCar or an F2 car, there's a lot more action going on in the cockpit, and it's because they have traditional suspension.
When you were in this is just me asking now, when you were in the 2012 Lotus, were you just blown away by the grip it had though? Was there anything, I don't know if you had like ramped it up, or was that a big step for you from what you had driven before?
I think, no, you adjust to the grip quite quickly. It's how easy it is to keep it there, I think. It's the window in which the car sits in, like how much feedback does it give you, how easy is it to predict, and how, when you do get to the limit and the car slides, how much freedom is there? Freedom is there? And that car had, you know, loads of feedback, loads of predictability, and then when you did get to the limit, it was a nice wide open space, and you could get away with quite a lot in that car. So then that gives you loads of confidence to push hard quickly. Combine that with a newer circuit that's got loads of runoff on the outside, where you can push harder, run wide, and come back in. You can get up to speed within, you know, 3 laps.
Do you think a lot of that's economics? Again, I always ask the business question, right? Do you think a lot of that's well, I mean, obviously someone's advancing technology and someone's just wrecking a car. An F1 car is an expensive.
What, that they're trying to make them easier to drive? I just think it's gone.
Yeah. No, more about particularly the tracks with the runoff. I just feel like you can't afford to be losing F1 cars. It's already expensive enough.
Yeah, perhaps. Well, it's the continual effort towards safety, isn't it? But I think it's been done in a way that, you know, you could go in a number of directions, and the way that we've gone, yes, it's safer, which is great, of course, but it hurts. It hurts the driving aspect of it for me. I can't remember who we were speaking to earlier on, but we were talking about that, in the fact that it changes your mentality as a driver. When you've got lots of tarmac on the outside, when you've got lots of runoff, you go straight to 105% and then wind it back, which is a much easier task than going to 90%, 95%, 98%, 99%, and then right on the limit. Look at like the incredible corners of the world, such as Eau Rouge. That used to just be barrier up there, and then it was grass, which is quite a happy medium, to be honest. And then you've got the tarmac runoffs now. So if you make a mistake there, which you can do first or second lap out, you just cut across the tarmac and then wheel it back a little bit, and so it lowers the benefit for the better drivers, because the worse drivers can get there almost as quick as them, and when it's more difficult, that gap is bigger.
Someone also asked, I get it. I feel like I'm taking Callum's job. Callum, you can take over, but I feel like you
Crack
probably need
on,
a break
man, I'm
after
tired.
13 hours. Yeah. Someone asked, "What's the oldest car you've driven? What's the oldest F1 car?" I'd be interested in like, what's the oldest race car you've driven? Like, have you actually
oldest
taken anything
race
up
car.
from the 50s, 60s? Well, they've said F1 car. I'm gonna expand it.
F1 car was an 82 Lotus, which was
You want to
cool.
see that now, don't you?
Sorry, I had a bit of a moment there. Sorry.
And how was that? You have to describe it. You can't just say 82 Lotus and then take a break.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they're not that fast. That's why I like the 90s, because they are fast, but they're also extremely raw and basic, I'd say. Yeah, they just don't have that much grip, and that car didn't have a huge amount of power.
Got no front wing. In some of them, anyway.
In some of them, yeah. And then the oldest car ever. Oh, I've driven a Lotus Cortina. Just a saloon car from 1963 or 4. Which is cool because that's what my dad raced when I was a kid. He raced in a series for historic touring cars. Can you see that? Is it on the screen?
Yeah, he's got it on screen. Yeah.
With a green stripe. Super
Yeah,
cool.
we got
The old
car.
classic, like the
They all
cream
look the same.
white green stripe.
Yeah, exactly. So I raced one of those, which was magic, because that's what I grew up watching at the racetracks in the UK. That's cool. And then I drove for a couple of seasons a Lola T210, like an open-top sports car. Raced at Le Mans, things like that. And they, in the UK, they race against like the Lola T70s and the Porsche 917s. And we had some mega results in that car actually. There's a big meeting called the Silverstone Classic, which is just all classic racing for a whole weekend there. It's one of the biggest classic meetings in the world. And so I've raced there a good number of times, which is incredible fun. I love those cars. You know, they're high power and they've got no grip, so you're just sliding everywhere. and it's fast to do that.
I'm so jealous. I mean, I'm just so jealous of the environment you have over there. I don't know if there's any Canadians on streams, but I feel like we just don't have anything near this. Like there's not a lot of racing around. Yeah, I mean, I'd love anyone. I'd get in anything, frankly. I'd get into Caterham if there was Caterham racing out here. It's tough.
Caterham racing's great over here. They basically have a whole weekend to themselves. So there's 4 or 5 different categories in one weekend of Caterhams. So they have like, I don't know, hundreds of Caterhams there racing. Super.
Callum, are you
close
still going to
racing.
get on the track sometime? Are you hoping?
Hopefully. Well, we're going driving in a Mazda soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that thing on Monday, Callum, but we'll go up to Blyton. There's a test track near, well, not near actually, but a test track that we're going to go to. And then we got the F2 test on Tuesday. Should be fun.
Yes.
I've got some Canadians here, and I got a straight yup. Canada sucks for motorsport. Yeah, wrong place.
Why is that? Why is that though? Is it just not popular generally, or?
Wait. Yeah, I'm gonna get into some analytical answers here. I'm gonna guess population density might be a problem. I think it's like general interest in population density. If anyone else knows?
Yeah, I guess the problem
I'd be very
is
interested to hear.
You got to put your race car on a truck for 2 days to get it to a race meeting, and then it's true, right? Like,
it is true. No,
I guess you could
mean,
have regional meetings like they have in the US, but it gets expensive.
Someone's here talking about rally race. I mean, rally racing is something I'd love to get into in Canada. They're Mary Jane 42. That's something that's on my list. I think that's the best we can do in Canada.
What's rally racing?
What's rally racing?
Like rallying.
Sorry. Yeah, rallying.
Okay. I thought it was some like
those videos you do on YouTube. They get thousands of views.
I thought rally racing sounds like something different. You know, like when you do like a car rally where you go from point to point on the road or something like that.
Yeah. Snowmobile runs. That's what someone's saying. That's a good point. Maybe I'm just not doing it right.
Got to think outside the box, Mike.
Winter's
Have you
hard on
ever
the track.
seen
too.
those
It's a
things
good-
do jumps? They're crazy.
Well, what they do where I'm from Newfoundland. For all the Canadians out there, I'm from the east coast of Canada. I'm on the west coast now, about as far west as you can get. I'm in Vancouver Island. But what they do in Newfoundland is you can actually, this might be really common knowledge, so my apologies if it is, but you can actually take a snowmobile and ride it across a lake. Like, you can go across water. It's incredibly dangerous. Highly, highly do not recommend it, but it's possible.
So like when they do the motorbikes across the lake, they put those big paddle tires on.
Yeah, except for you don't need the paddle tire. You can just go
drive
do
across it.
Until the front digs in, and then you go over the handlebars.
Yeah, and then you go.
At 80
Yeah,
miles
and then
an
you
hour.
go into a freezing cold lake and you can't get out. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
That sounds absolutely terrifying. Not gonna lie.
It's on the limit.
Dan, are you behind me? Are you still?
Yeah,
on the
like my car decided to wedge itself into all at 300 miles an hour. So
Oh, did it?
yeah, I had to reset. But yeah, I'm getting there. I'm actually just about sort of stringing a lap together ish. I think to be fair that
Fuel. Thank you guys. Yes. I'm gonna
I
fuel.
think who is it? Who's got the fastest lap at the moment?
Christo. What?
We
I
think he
think-
might have cheated.
In
We
the
think he
server,
might have
Well,
cheated.
he's put it. Yeah.
Are
What-
you
what-
sure?
what have you done?
What's his time? Well, what's his time?
14.
5:14.
Because my Optimus are 540 and I'm on high downforce with 120 litres. So he might have done that legit.
Oh man, we shouldn't have invited these people on.
Scott, I'm gonna go back to the internal comment.
Yeah.
They're saying someone's gonna put a track in Cape Breton. I hope so. That would be great. I think the winter is the problem. I
Oh
think the
my
winter
god, I
is the
feel
problem
dizzy.
in Canada.
Whoa. Oh, just gonna stretch.
Yeah, I'm tired now. Steve GT was right about the hardest hours, I think. They're like, yeah, it's 3 a.m. here, so.
Yeah, I don't. You've got to get like you're probably on your third steam. Did you guys pick the start time for any reason? Like the.
Well, if it's 2 till 2 is Le Mans time, and so if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for us, you know? I swear it's 2. I don't know.
Someone's asking what Scott thinks of Portugal, the circuit. If you know it.
Portugal, not them. I know Portimao really well. Yeah. It's a fantastic track. Absolutely fantastic track. I love it. It's great that Formula One's been and going to there this year. One of the best tracks in Europe. Yep. Done a 12-hour race there. Been there lots of times actually, because it's one of the cheaper circuits to hire in like that level in Europe. So a lot of teams go there to test during winter. How much do you think circuits are to hire? So.
Sorry, and let's describe hire. What does hire mean?
You know, if you want to go testing there for a day, and you want to hire it yourself for one day in the week, what do you think that costs?
25,000.
Let me tell you.
US dollars.
Let's pick a track actually. Paul Ricard.
Paul Ricard. You want to take over Paul Ricard for an entire day?
Yeah.
And weekday, we'll say.
£10,000 is my guess.
How much?
$75,000.
10 grand.
$75,000 or £10,000.
That's the same thing, isn't it?
I think it's about 35.
Oh, yeah. Pretty reasonable.
Thousand.
Bargain.
Silverstone GP is about the same.
Wow.
£35,000.
30. Yeah, something like that.
So $45,000. Someone said 1.5 million, so I feel better now.
Ooh, make a track for that. Yeah. Although, but then it goes down to like, you know, Portimao in the winter on a weekday is significantly less. Like maybe a quarter of that price.
For the whole day, and it's yours.
Yeah.
Not just like you can use it.
No.
I wouldn't have thought that at all.
What? You can just use it for the day, but you can do what you want with it.
Someone's asked this a couple times here. Can you ask Scott if he knows what double clutching is? And its use in F1.
Double D clutching. Oh, hang on.
Double D clutching. Yes, actually. Yeah, my bad.
Double D clutching isn't used in F1, I don't think.
Well, it was before Synchromesh.
Yeah, I kind of know this. It's like an old thing that you had to do on cars to take the clutch out of gear, to take the car out of gear and then put it into gear, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just the double clutch. When you have to, is it clutch in, release?
Yeah.
Was it clutch in, gear out, release, then clutch in, gear out?
Yeah.
Clutch in, gear, yeah.
And that was just because Synchromesh essentially matches gear and road speed. So
But
you
I
can
think
slot the gears straight in.
if he's talking about Formula 1, he might just be talking about twin clutches. I don't know what the technical term is, where it will have two clutches in there and select the next gear for you. So
I don't think they've used them in F1. I don't know. I don't think they have, because I know it typically makes the gearbox bigger.
Yeah.
But in road racing, yeah, you can, because you can select the next gear and then you slot it in by dropping the clutch, and it's much quicker. If you have a double clutch system, you essentially have to have two gearbox shafts. So one with 1, 3, 5, 7, depends on how many gears you've got, and one with 2, 4, 6, 8. And so you end up with a much bigger gearbox, one with a clutch on each shaft, rather than just one smaller, lower single shaft gearbox.
Scott, there's a great recommendation back in chat while you guys were talking there. Someone said 1 push-up per incident.
my chest is gone. I just stood up and stretched. I'll do that. Okay, that's fine. But I mean, do I have to do the ones that I've already done?
I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna go back.
Okay, we're gonna start from now. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Well, hang on a minute. Let's give a donation target, and I'll do that. I'll do it now. I mean, how many do you want me to do? Let's relate it to donations instead. I'll do 1 push-up per 10.
500.
£10.
£10.
Yeah, so 1,000. Oh no, hang on, I won't be able to do that.
I was about to say that's a lot of push-ups.
Well, it depends.
It's a whole
in the
different
next 12
stream now.
seconds. I'm not sure that I can do it. My when I just stood up, my chest feels like they're just here.
Somebody asked if your left arm was more tired than your right. I thought that was
No, my right
interesting,
arm.
actually.
My right arm. I don't know why. I think it's probably just because of the position, and I've never ever spent this much time in the sim. So just being sat here. Where are we? We are almost on hour 14, which means we've got 10 left. Getting there. Should we have a look at the laps? Just coming to the end of the 139th lap. Callum, how many miles is that? And where could I have driven to?
Oh.
let's do from New York.
Visit me in Canada, can you?
1,800 miles.
1,800 miles.
Yeah.
And from New York
And
to
in kilometers for those people, it is 2,718 kilometers. I've just forgotten what the number was. What was the number?
1,800, I think.
What car would you most like to drive? Group C, Group B, I'm seeing Can-Am.
Oh, Can-Am cars are cool. I'm not that fussed actually. I just like to have a good race. For me, it's about driving a car to its limit and extracting the speed and working out how to do that. And aside from that, so that really means that the speed doesn't make that much difference. There's cars that I think, like, aesthetically look super cool. Can-Am cars, the old T70s, Porsche 917s, that type of stuff. But aside from driving it, I just like to have a good wheel-to-wheel race, because that's amazing fun and requires so much concentration and strategy that it's that battle is what I enjoy.
I feel like I should know this, but
Scott, you've driven to Gibraltar
from here.
The UK, yeah.
Wow, is that on the map?
Well, I've just googled a list of distances between countries.
Can you put it on a map
to
for the stream?
Montenegro if you've gone a different direction.
Or where? Montenegro?
Montenegro or
Wow.
Serbia.
Can you put that on a map so everyone knows how far it is? What about from New York?
Oh, it's 3 a.m. Yeah.
Gotta keep you busy, Callum.
Have you tried rallying, Scott? That was a question that came up. I haven't asked
No,
you.
I never have actually, and I would love to. I'd absolutely love to. Those guys are so talented.
You're a different breed, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to. Those guys and the motorbike guys are crazy. I wouldn't. I don't care about trying a motorbike, to be honest with you.
You know what? I've actually started changing my tune. I started watching MotoGP last season.
I love watching it. I just don't want to slide down the road.
Well, I suppose there was one. I can't remember who it was.
200 miles per hour or whatever it is.
Literally, I can't remember who it was. It was like a practice session. I think it was a Jerez. And someone had like brake failure going into turn 1. That's like 160, 180 mile an hour braking point. And they braked, and obviously nothing happened, and they just threw themselves off the bike. And I sort of like sat there for a moment. I was just like, wait, what? But then when you actually look at it, and when people that actually were telling me about it, they said that's the safest thing to do. It's just to throw yourself off.
That's like, imagine opening the door and throwing yourself out the door of a car.
But that's the thing, you've got to look at it. It's like, it's just the same as getting on a motorway at 130 and just opening the door and just yeeting yourself out of it. It's just terrifying.
This is madness. I've just done a radius of 1,800 miles.
Yeah.
From...
Oh, Dan, hello.
Hello. Sorry.
From where we are. And that's over Algeria, round to Turkey, through Ukraine. We've covered Finland entirely. Iceland, it would get you up into Greenland, and you're sort of half the way to Mike at the moment.
Half the way to Mike.
Yeah, come on, make it. You're gonna cross Newfoundland, where I'm from. Making it to me will be tough. That'll be tough.
Well, I might push on.
Mega?
No. Who's on next, Callum?
So.
Is Emree coming on? Is that today?
Yes, Emree's coming on, which is going to be really cool. She is at the time anyway, she is the most successful female sim racer out there. She's won Gran Turismo competitions, top split iRacing, special events, project cars, all sorts of things. She drives for Veloce. I just watch her iRacing because I think her driving style is incredible. Like, it's amazing to watch. Like, so unbelievably smooth.
Is she driving with us?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Well, I think so. I need to check.
What time's that?
That is at 4 a.m. So in 25 minutes.
Oh, good. That'll be fun.
Time's flying. And then we've got Josh Revell at 5 a.m. UK time, BST, in case you're calculating from somewhere else, for about half an hour to an hour, depends. And then after that, we've got Kireth coming on, and then we've got Marc Priestley as well.
Oh yeah, Marc Priestley. Have we got Willem coming on as well?
Oh yes.
Melissa was trying to
organise it.
That.
He'll be asleep anyway, because it's.
And then Andy.
Scott, we've had this one a couple times. Could you do Callum. Could you do a video of touring car racing from the 90s?
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. Like DTM stuff. You know, those super cool Mercs. And maybe some of the Sierras and things like that. That's a good one.
I'm on board.
That is cool. Very cool.
I've got someone here who knows St. John's, Newfoundland to pass Toronto on the TCH. That's perfect. Thanks, Daniel. So someone's calculated how far you've gone from my home land. So you're
on the TCH.
The Trans Canada Highway.
Oh, okay.
That's the one road.
How far? Sorry.
So it's it's a third of the way across Canada, probably.
Oh man!
I always remember when I moved out here and we calculated it. Yeah, and it was. Well, I think it's the same as you going to Moscow or something. the trip I went from Toronto to Vancouver.
Scott, thoughts on Extreme E?
I didn't watch too much of it, if I'm honest. I like the concept. From what I saw, the racing wasn't that great, but for the first event, it looked pretty good.
Yeah, it's like if you got to get to the first corner first, and then when you're in front and you haven't got the spray or the dust, you have an incredible advantage. Obviously, you've got to keep it on the track and keep the pace up. But yeah, for people following, it's so tough because they can't see anything. And if you catch a bump wrong in those cars, you're rolling. Like, you showed that in qualifying. Someone did like 8 barrel rolls.
That's a bit.
Oh no, I need to get fuel again. I didn't put enough in. I might
Daniel,
have
you taken on Adam yet? How you doing?
My optimum's down to a 5:13.3.
Well, that's optimal. What's your best?
Well, at the moment, I haven't actually set a
op-
clean. No, but I haven't actually set a clean lap yet.
Last time I saw him, he was on his roof. So
yeah, so it's not going too well. It's not going too well, to be perfectly honest. But no, I know that the time's there. It's just building up to it, you know.
I'm building up to it, Dan. So I just need one more lap.
I tell you what, though, like I've not driven like. I had to obviously bought this car, you know. This is actually a really nice car to drive. Like this, I think we were talking again the other day, like when we were doing like testing stuff. It's like there's so much leeway. Like you can really slide the car about. There's a lot of. I just thought it would be standard like Formula 3, which is just fine, and then not. Yeah.
This is what a real car's like. You know, you can play with it like this. This for me is like the sweet spot. It's like it's not too lenient. In terms of the realism from sim to real world. This is what an F1 car likes to drive.
Because I think that's what they nailed with the LMP2. Like you can play with the chassis a bit. Like it's not just completely, you know, it's fine. Then it'll just snap on you with no warning. Like there is a little bit of play that you can have.
Tracy's saying I should lift and coast. I think she's right. I've done it again. I need to put more fuel in.
Daniel, what's your favorite car in iRacing?
Oh, that's.
He's going to say the LMP2.
Is this going to be as long a talk as the list of cars you owned?
No.
Along with the corresponding fuel economy for each car.
I've got all of these numbers. LMP2 car and Aston Martin DBR9 GT1. They're joint for me. GT1 car's so fun.
Aston Martin GT1 hadn't was it Darren or who do we speak to?
Darren.
Darren Turner.
Car.
Yeah. So I know. He owned Space Performance, didn't he? So I know one of the guys who works from known for a long, long time. That's a small world. Even that sort of stuff. Like one thing I've noticed is like I've not been massively into real world, you know, involved with real world motorsport, but like used to work for a couple of like race teams with caterings and stuff, and but it's amazing, like everyone knows each other in one way, shape or form, or it's not too long before you go, oh well, so and so knows this because he's a friend of mine or something. Like
did you work with catering then?
So I didn't work directly with catering. So I worked with a race team called PT Sports Cars. So they did a little bit of catering academy.
Okay, yeah.
A bit of a catering academy, then a couple of other things. So we used to do like R300s, R400s.
Oh, cool.
Which were great fun.
Yeah.
Also absolutely terrifying because 200
That's an R3 fun 100 and 400, or maybe Callum can bring it up or someone for me. Should I know what that is?
It's just a varying.
Sorry, can you say the name again?
Caterham R300.
Yeah.
Oh, I know those.
Someone's just asked me if I'm tired. A little bit, but not too bad. And the reason that I'm going so slow is because, again, I forgot to put fuel in it. He looks pretty wasted and still have 10 hours to go. Yeah, look, I'm coming into this after having, I have an 11-month-old baby, so it's not like I've had a massive amount of sleep in the last year anyway.
You've been training for 11 months.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's an advantage or a disadvantage.
This is the caterer?
Did you drive that, Dan? Are you saying you drove it, or are you just saying?
No. So I never drove. Never drove one in proper anger. But so I work for the race teams. I work for a couple of race teams who helped prep cars for them. So I used to prep the cars and help the guys run the cars. So That was fun. Although the problem was it was so many hours. Like the race weekends, and especially when you get
brutal, isn't it?
It's just like I think I did like 3 all-nighters or something stupid in the space of about 6 months, which doesn't sound like a lot, but then when you start adding up the fact that it's almost like 7 days a week, constant, and there's always something going on. I mean, I loved it. It was so much fun, but it was so draining. Like when you're there, when you're at the racetrack, there's so much going on. You just very rarely, you forget. But then afterwards, it's the day after, and you sort of wake up for the next day, and you're like, oh my god, and it's just.
You're saying we're not working you hard enough. That's all I'm hearing right now.
No.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
No. Let's just backtrack from that slightly.
Having said that, it is almost 4 a.m. and we are all talking together, the Driver 61 staff.
No, I'm so tired over here. God, yeah, Scott, what are you doing to me?
We all actually
7:45
the other day, Mike, is that we voted, and what we propose, or what we've decided on, is that you need to adjust to British summertime time zone. I don't know how that's going to affect your personal life, but honestly, we need you in the office.
We're fed up of you sleeping in all the time.
Being in the office at 4
like
p.m. it just isn't. Yeah.
7 a.m. my time's not really enough. Yeah. It kills me because I love it. Yeah. So I just for the audience, I live on the west coast of Canada, and I work with Driver 61, and we have staff all across the the world now almost, but most of them are in UK time. So I end up on a lot of awkward time phone calls. I can't wait to visit. That's my I mean, my dream had been when we started doing this that I'd be in the UK once or twice a year at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But obviously, I think we're not that far away from that anymore.
No, we're not. No, definitely not. Especially with the projects and things, Mike.
Yeah.
Callum, sorry, mate. Could I have a monster, please?
Yeah.
God, Monster Energy. I've not had one of those for years.
Yeah, I don't think I had one before today.
Do you guys have 5-hour Do you guys have 5-hour energies over there? That's what I would have had queued up. They're like a Monster Energy, but they're about but it's like everything in a Monster Energy except it's a shot. So the consumption's easier.
I feel like I should have bought something like that, but something that's natural.
Yes.
This is it tastes far from natural.
Kurt Young just put in the chat saying, any pro tips for me and his team, for himself and his team doing an iRacing Le Mans 24-hour?
Wow.
I'd say fuel save.
Don't do it by yourself.
Yeah.
Fuel save.
100%.
Is that your biggest endurance tip?
Literally fuel save. Like it just gains you it gains you so much time.
How long is the pit stop then at Le Mans?
Well, in iRacing, if you can get, and this again based on the LMP2, so I'm going to have to talk about fuel figures here, unfortunately. But if you can save a lap, if you can save 1 lap's worth of fuel at Le Mans, it's about 4 seconds saved in the pits per pit stop.
And how much time do you lose compared to a flat out lap?
If you're behind someone, nothing, because they just drag you along all the way down.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
And even when you're not, like, you can lift so heavy into. The problem with the LMP2 cars and stuff is they don't have enough downforce really to almost. They're not a proper open wheel high downforce car. They don't have too much aero pushing them into the ground, so you can like coast through the corner quite heavily.
So you're lifting and coasting quite a lot.
You're lifting massively, like Mulsanne, like going through Porsche curves, like. You're lifting quite heavily through there. Any braking zone, massive lift. And yeah, it's amazing how much it saves. Because the thing is as well, if people, I've noticed this a lot, if people want to race in front of you, if people want to overtake you and they've got no one sitting in front of them, well, you just sit behind them, you can just save all the fuel in the world, jump in the pits, and then you'll be 4 seconds ahead. Like, there's so many benefits to it.
What about mentally, Dan? How do you... Oh, sorry, Callum. How do you prepare for that mentally? Right, for someone who's new to sim racing, the long stints, the hours.
I think to be fair, when we did it, we didn't. Like we started off with this. The good thing with iRacing, it gives you the opportunity to do like the 6 hours, the 3 hours. Like, so you start off doing those. Like the 6 hours are pretty good. It gives you a good indicator of sort of, you know, what's a quarter of a 24's like. I think the main thing is just as long as you can get the prep down to a stage of being comfortable, almost the pace means not that much, if I'm honest. Like as long as you can lap a half decent, consistent pace, I think you'll feel so much more comfortable than if you find you're having to drive the car what feels like on the limit for 24 hours. It's so much more draining by doing that. Like obviously Nurburgring's coming up, and Cal, you'll know this because you're prepping for it. It's just as long as you can keep it on the track, even if you're 2 or 3 seconds slower than what you probably could be. It's like what we say with coaching. Like it doesn't matter if you're second off pace. If you're comfortable with it, keep doing that, and then gradually build that progression up. There's no point jumping into something at 200% because you'll just get 1 worked up, 2 really tired really quickly, and you'll end up not progressing as much. Because I always find, I don't know what your thoughts are, Scott, but I've always found that it's harder to go to from 100% pace to like 90 rather than go the other way around. I just don't know if it's a psychological thing to like drive faster. It's easier for it's easier to tell your brain to drive faster. Because otherwise your brain says, oh no, well, I don't want to go slower. Like, why do I want to go slower? It's always...
Well, you have that rhythm when you're going flat out, and you know where all the braking points are and things like that. You're in such more of a rhythm. And when you start to go a little bit slower, you lose all of that reference, and then it's very easy to go into a corner too quickly and fall off the track. I struggled with that earlier on, actually. So it's all.
And what about? Oh,
that's fine.
Yeah, what about setup? How do you handle the setup between the teammates? Is that a constant battle, or? Well, you buy one and tweak it, or yeah.
Yeah, we generally, like, we generally tweak one. We generally purchase one and then we tweak it. So I think it's a compromise. Like you work with what's comfortable for everyone rather than just what's quick for someone. Like if you've got something that's a much more even spread that helps with driver, helps with all of the drivers, then run with that. I always find that as well, like whoever's the faster driver tends to always need to compromise more to a certain extent. Not saying that obviously, anyone else in a particular team is going to be slower or something like that, but whoever's the general, if there is someone that's slightly faster, so they've normally got to try and compromise a little bit more. Because again, it's a team effort. Like 24 hours is such a long time and so many things can happen.
And you start to realize as well with we found with VRS setups are normally quite loose, like very on the edge.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
And then you've got Craig's setup shop are normally much safer, much tighter, like more understeer. You've got to wrestle them around a little bit more, but they're generally safer. Apex are kind of somewhere in the middle. And so you start to build up a rough understanding of what they generally like. We tend to always take the Craig setup shop because we're not very good.
Can we, sorry Callum, can we say hello to the chat really quickly? Because I just saw some people asking about who we are. No, it's all right. Sorry to cut you off. As we hadn't spoken to them for a while, and keep on talking to them.
So Scott's driving down in the bottom left if you're new to the channel, and then up at the top we've got Dan, who is one of the sim racing coaches for Driver 61.
And I'm trying to do 24 hours in this Williams F1 car on the Nordschleife for charity. We're raising money for a Colombian charity to... Dan's just gone off. To build a school and learning community centre in a poor area of Cartagena, Colombia. I saw someone said hello from Brazil. Hello to you. Thank you for watching.
People are...
Go ahead, Cal. I think you're going to ask what I'm going to ask. Go ahead.
Someone's asked a few times what are our thoughts on Murray Walker passing. Tough to say, isn't it? Obviously, he was the face of F1. He's worked wonders. He's had clear passion for the sport. Yeah. Awesome guy. Scott, I don't know what you...
Yeah, for me, as we spoke about with Will Buxton earlier on, for me, growing up, he was Formula One. He was Formula One. There was never anyone else that was kind of close to him in terms of the commentary and the passion that he had. So, still extremely sad with his passing. But yeah, I mean, I think everyone's gonna remember him for a very, very long time as all the fantastic work that he did in Formula One, and what a brilliant man. I actually met him once at we have a awards ceremony called the Autosport Awards. It's like the magazine, or the older magazine. And I met him there because I was nominated for an award there. So it was only once, but it was an absolute pleasure to meet him. Just got 1.5 litres of Caipirinha and a bottle of tequila. So hello guys. Oh my God.
It's getting late over here in North America, Scott. Yeah, it's gonna get exciting now.
Isn't that that's a Brazilian drink, right? I went to Brazil about 10 years ago now. I remember that drink. Vicious.
Brilliant. So we're going to have Emree on in 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes. Be amazing. Dan, I need you to send me what the password actually was for the iRacing server when you get a second. I don't know what went wrong there, but clearly something did.
Well, that screenshot that you sent, that's the password.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cool. So it's yeah, that's the actual that is the password.
Okay, thank you.
That's all right. Yeah, because I thought I was sitting there going, something's wrong on my end. What's going on?
Are we gonna?
I supported you, Daniel. I said that I had confidence you could type the password in correctly.
Yeah, this has been great fun. Thank you for letting me come on, chat. It's been really, really good.
No, thank you.
I really want to see you beat that 13 there, though. I don't know how much time we have. Can you dial in now and get it, or
just carry on, Dan? That's fine.
Yeah, I'll be carrying on. I know that obviously you're gonna have Emree, but yeah, I'll just carry on. I'm only, to be fair, I'm only 2/10 off.
Oh, that's frustrating, mate.
What's in a Caipirinha? Is that how you say it?
Isn't it it's like isn't it like rum or something? And then you put it in a I can't remember what the drink is. There's a Brazilian drink. There's
in Newfoundland we drink
lots of Brazilian drinks, but
Screech and Pepsi. Have you heard of Screech? It's the single longest one
the
syllable
guy from
word in the English
Saved by the
language.
Bell.
That's a good point. Yeah. Rest in peace. I can't remember his name, but yeah, Screech is actually a drink in Newfoundland. So the theory was, as rum was moving from the Caribbean up to, it used to stop in St. John's on the east coast of Canada and move over to United Kingdom, and as part of the docking fees, they would sort of roll off the worst rum from the bottom of the boat. Anyway, that's called Screech. Newfoundland, a Screech it's a terrible rum, but we all drink it just because like you have to. Which is the debate. I'll have to bring some over when I come over. I'll have to bring Screech. It's hard to find because sales aren't great, but
and you don't have to scrape it off the bottom of the boat. Cachaça, that's it. There we go. Someone's put that in. Cachaça. Oh man, yeah.
No one's actually said what this drink is.
I think cachaça is the name of the mix. Oh, hang on, what am I doing?
Well, this is scary.
Oh, brown sugar and half a lime. There you go.
It's like a Brazilian mojito. Might have just offended Brazil. Dan, I'm going to dive bomb you.
I'm glad you gave me warning.
I know, I'm just trying to put you off.
I'm going to stuff this up.
Basically lime and alcohol. So sugarcane liquor.
Lime and alcohol. Great.
You can tell it's definitely like the 14th hour of the stream now.
Talking about drinks.
Just alcoholic drinks.
It's going to be a strange transition to talking to Emily.
She's not ready. I don't know. Yeah,
she's waking up in the morning.
Whoa.
Oh, keeping it pinned.
Yep. Oh, We'll get this lap.
We're having a tortoise and hare type thing, Dan.
I'm doing exactly what I said not to do. Is I'm driving at 120% and I can't back off.
Oh no!
Like,
Touched the curb. Ah, it's been a while since I shunted. I'm from Brazil too. We've got a fair few Brazilians. France, you're up late or early?
Early.
Yeah.
Is that owner? Just I'm gonna ask that from Sim Racing Academy. He'll know if Mr. France is a him. I think he'll let me know. It's happy hour somewhere. Yeah.
That's true. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I'm going to be dreaming about this track.
Yeah, you are.
Speaking of which, I don't know how you guys feel, but I really fancy doing this in real life at some point. I don't know what
Formula One car.
Driving Formula One car.
Maybe not a Formula One car. Maybe not a Formula One car. That might be a little bit excessive. But driving Nordschleife.
Yeah.
Actually going to at some point. That's like a bucket list.
God, have you really done it? I'm sure everyone's asked us 100 times.
Yeah,
already.
but I've only been there for a couple of days, so I never really got. Well, I didn't get fast at all.
Ooh, sorry,
so
chat just reminded me about the push-ups.
Oh yeah, good point. I'll do them in the next pit stop. How many laps have I got left? 2 laps. Okay, one more lap and then I'll do.
I haven't been counting those. Callum, have you been counting the number of incidents?
No, sorry.
There haven't been too many.
Chat, do you know how many incidents he's had in the past?
I don't
15
trust.
minutes?
I don't trust them. I'm sorry.
Lots of people from the UK still watching. Amazing. Like peak sleep hours at the moment.
Really cool.
Watching us sit and talk about random alcoholic drinks worldwide.
Yeah.
What time is it over there, Mike?
For me?
One push-up. I can do one.
That's generous.
Yeah,
That's
that is generous,
yeah.
isn't it? That's very kind.
It's 8 o'clock here now. Yeah.
Ah, it's getting on.
That's not even too bad. Yeah. It's good. I can't believe you still have. I mean, 10 hours is still a lot. I don't want to discourage you, but it's still
yeah,
a
but
lot.
the first 14 have gone
day.
fast, so I mean, it's still. I think as long as I've got people to talk to, I'm going to be fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Going to be fine. We've got some
I'm really
champagne
interested in meeting Emree. I haven't met him. I haven't met her before.
Nor me.
Yeah. I loved. I was listening in Super
Callum's
GT. Who was with Super GT? I should know that answer, but I didn't.
Tommo F1.
Okay.
You know? Do you know his channel?
Yeah.
With like pink livery.
That was a great. I enjoyed watching that.
Yeah.
That was mega.
I love Super GT's kartings. I like. Yeah, I just love watching it.
He for me is one of is the only sim racing channel that properly makes me laugh. Like he is hysterically funny.
Yes.
Like maybe Jimmy as well at times, but yeah, Steve is properly funny.
It's quite cool now that we've spoken to these guys a couple of times. Like, I don't know, I would like to go and do something with them, like go karting or something. I think it'd be a good laugh.
Yeah. And Tommo can waffle for days, so he's good at that one. He's like Will, isn't he? Like you just set him off and he'll go.
I think Will would have still been on if we didn't kind of say, Will, go and make some food. He's great.
So that's what you think of Jimmy Broadbent. I think he's fantastic. He's probably the reason I got in. One of the reasons I got into sim racing myself. Just the energy he brought to it.
Yeah, he makes great content. I don't think much of his impression of me. That's all. No, it's great. I'm really really excited to see how he gets on this year. I'm sure he's going to have a great time in that Praga. Many interesting things there for me. See how Jimmy adapts to it. I think it's an interesting strategy from Praga as well. I'm surprised that no one had done it to that level before, which is great. But it's great to see that those opportunities are opening up for sim drivers, and
Yeah.
it makes sense.
Scott, we've got Emree in the waiting room.
Great.
So thank you so much, Mike and Dan. It's been great to speak to you.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for having us on, guys.
And we'll see you on track then.
Yeah, cheers. I'm not going to be stopping at the moment. So yeah, cheers, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Dan, just let us know
Everyone,
if you well, I'll watch the times, but let us know if you beat him.
Yep.
He'll be back on. Oh no, don't let Emree on. I'm on the grass.
She's just joined.
Oh no.
Connecting. Hello, Emily. How are you doing?
Hello. Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How you doing?
Yeah,
Is it
I'm okay.
Is it early there?
It's so early. Oh, it's actually
It's so
1
early.
PM.
Not even
But
a
I
little
was
bit.
I was racing last night, so I just woke up and I've lost my voice and I'm struggling to wake up. But otherwise, it's okay. Yeah.
Come on, what time is it?
It's 1 PM, embarrassingly. But yeah.
What were you racing on, like European or American time?
Yeah, so I had this series called Porsche Esports Super Cup, which is on iRacing. And that was starts at 4 AM my time. So it went through till, I would say, 6 AM, and then I went to bed. So
Oh god, yeah, okay. Do you often do that?
every couple of weeks on
Wow.
a Saturday. We've got one round to go though, and I wrapped up the championship last night. So it's like a content
congratulations.
creator race. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's like a content creator race, so it's
Okay.
not like super like crazy and esportsy, but it's really fun. Yeah.
Amazing. What track was it on, sorry?
It was at Le Mans last night, so
Cool.
Draft Fest. That was good.
Draft Fest, yeah. Right, I've got to get some fuel. I've run out of fuel like 5 times because I keep on getting so engrossed in the conversations that we're having that I forget. And I haven't got a race engineer to tell me to do anything. So, yeah, easy to forget.
Hate to say it. How have you been finding it so far? How's the 24 hours?
We are, just to update you, we are
14 hours in.
14 hours in and 146 laps. Which is,
That's
do you know this track?
A little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Not in an F1 car though. I could not do that. It's a bit scary.
You'll learn it fine. You'll learn it fine. So, what's your season looking like this year?
Yeah, so I'm racing a lot of esports stuff really this year. So I'm doing this series I'm in at the moment. I compete in an Australian V8 Supercar series called V8 Scops, and I'm also hoping to compete in our kind of E series, which is called Supercars E series as well. It's I guess the top Australian league for sim racing.
Right.
And I'm also trying to make it into the World Championships again in Gran Turismo, but we'll see how we go.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, so they're all on different platforms, right? Different software.
Yeah, so I split my time through iRacing and Gran Turismo. It's pretty big difference between the two, but just so I don't get bored, I try and mix up the two of them.
How do you find that jumping between them?
It's kind of difficult because it's a completely different driving style, of course, but between the two. I try and separate them as much as possible. So I now have a different rig for Gran Turismo. So when I go to play Gran Turismo, it's not the completely different wheel, completely different pedals. It feels completely different. So I find I slot into driving it a little bit easier. But yeah, it's a bit of a jump.
Well, it puts you in a different mode, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Engages your brain. It's Gran Turismo time. Remember to brake at 100% every braking zone, things like that. So.
Yeah, because I'm just kind of trying to compare it to the real world where you might jump in and out of different cars that you're racing in, but I think that the technique there is still relatively close compared to the difference between maybe iRacing and Gran Turismo. Like it's completely different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super different, and it just the way that you extract speed out of the car is just like, I don't know. I find like iRacing, I find that a lot of the time if I want to go faster, I almost go slower. Like I kind of bring my driving back a little bit.
Yeah.
And smoothing out my driving seems to help. Whilst in Gran Turismo, I find it's the opposite. It's like you just need to push harder, like push like deeper, just push, and it's like, I don't know. It's super weird to get my head around it, but it's fun.
That's great. Karun, we've got any
Yes, let's have some questions in chat. Actually, I
think the mic's moved. Emree, do you do any real world stuff?
I used to. So I used to race cars and go-karts when I was a kid.
Oh, cool.
And the old run out of money tricks. So,
oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah. What cars did you race?
So I raced like little open wheelers. So
yeah.
I was like, I mostly first race like Formula V's and stuff.
Oh, Formula V's.
Tested. Yeah, I tested F4 in the UK. I was thinking about moving over there and racing that. Yeah, so
what
that was probably the Anglesey. I tested with George Russell actually. It was George and I testing, which was crazy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Anglesea's
kept
cool
going,
track.
of course. But yeah, it's a really cool track. I like never seen it before I got there, and yeah, it was really nice.
It must have been a bit of a shock to like. Callum, can you Google images of Anglesey, because there's one shot that the photographer. Oh.
Sorry.
It's alright.
My bad.
Frame rate dropped to about 4. Yeah, there's one shot that the photographers have where they look down the hill and like you can just see the ocean. So it's quite a pretty track, isn't it?
Somebody said it was like the Phillip Islands of the UK, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Is that Is that fair? Yeah, cool.
Super pretty.
Yeah. What do you think of the F4 car?
So good. Yeah, the F4 car was really, really nice. Was a bit of a jump, I think, going from what I was used to like wings and slicks, even though it's like kind of small wings, I guess.
Yeah, I think because the Formula V are on like treaded tyres, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you kind of slide it around a little bit, and it's all about kind of getting the weight unloaded and then loaded back on at the right time. Yeah, I found it really interesting. I found it harder than I was expecting. I wasn't really strong enough, I think, to drive the car. Like, there was a flat out. Is it turn 3, the flat out sweeper?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so it's just flat out in an F4
is
car.
It? Yeah.
And it like hurt so much. Like I couldn't hold the wheel. Like it was just.
Yeah.
I don't know. The aerodynamics was really cool.
Yeah.
That's a tough corner as well, because if you run wide, you're gonna drop it somewhere. You're gonna go a long way.
Yeah, so scary.
What was your progression to? Oh, you're more than welcome to join the server. I don't know if you've been sent all the details. I can ping those over to you.
Yeah, I've jumped in. I'm pretty bad in this car, so I'm just gonna try and do a couple laps.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome. So I've been asking people throughout the stream, kind of, where do you find that extra pace to go between being so sort of mid lobbies and pushing your way up to the top in something like Gran Turismo and iRacing? How have you gained speed over time?
Yeah, so like going from, I guess, it was a bit of a jump in Gran Turismo last year. We went from, maybe like just making it into top split to like really winning races in top split and kind of fighting for the championship. I think it was a bit of everything. What I've learned is that, I mean, this sounds really obvious, but it takes like a lot of practice to get good. Like, it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. But if you do practice, you will eventually get good. Generally, I've found in most occasions. So it's sort of like putting in a lot of work, but also trusting in the work and not freaking out. Like I used to freak out and be like, I've got a race in a week. I'm so far off the pace. What am I going to do? I'm going to come last. And it's like, it's such a bad mentality. I think the mentality is to just put in the hours and like take a deep breath and trust in the hours that you're going to do in practice. And I don't know. I feel like that was a really big jump in me going from just like kind of being scared and just wanting to keep up to the front drivers to really kind of being like, okay, I'm going to put in the hours and then I'm going to win. Like, I believe in myself that I'm going to do that. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a weird change in mentality, not really the kind of driving style.
It also takes time for you to kind of become used to that, right? Doing the work and then knowing that if you put the work in, then it's gonna work out.
Yeah, definitely.
How are you finding the Williams?
It's actually surprisingly okay. It's got a lot more grip than I was expecting, so it's not bad, I guess. Lots of curves here though, so
yeah,
I'm
don't
scared of. Yeah.
I've had about 20 shunts, so.
Oh no.
Everyone's really concerned for your health, Scott. Everyone's like,
how tired do I look?
Yeah. They're like, man, you look tired.
Have you been eating like through it, or?
Yeah. Well, yeah, a bit. Yeah, I need to eat a bit more, but I don't feel hungry, to be honest with you. So I think I'll yeah, they bought me a big burrito, but it's not really what I want. So I think I'll get something. It needed food that I could eat on the, while I'm driving. So yeah, burrito or a wrap was the food of choice.
Yeah.
Because I really just didn't want to stop. That was what I had in mind. So I'm not planning to do that other than going to the toilet.
Are you finding you're like getting into a rhythm and just kind of going, or I don't know.
Like,
is it getting easier the more you do?
Yeah, I'd say so. But then I have noticed that sometimes I am making mistakes. But it's all right at the moment. You've got so little room for error around here, though, that you make one tiny mistake, hit a massive curve, and then that's it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it is getting easier. It's great having people to talk to. It's really helping.
It's good, yeah. I've never done a 24-hour race. We did like the 24 hours on iRacing last year, which was really fun, and I had to do 12 hours of it myself. And it was like an 8-hour stint, I think I did, without like any co-drivers, and that was just the worst. Yeah. I was dead after 8 hours, so I can't even imagine what you're going through right now.
But I'm not, I'm a decent way off the pace. I'm not trying to. I've got some space there. There's a couple of things like the physical aspect of it. I've never ever spent this much time in a sim in a week, let alone a day. And then there's the kind of mental aspect of it. Even though I'm not pushing, obviously the track comes at you pretty quickly, doesn't it? So I don't know. Just trying.
How's your back dealing with?
Back's not bad.
Being in this position, it's okay.
Back's not bad. I might need a cushion in a bit, but the reason that we chose this track is I do get a bit of time to stretch each lap when you're coming down the main straight. So yeah, I don't know. You're doing all right. So we're on. Yeah, we've done 14 hours, 147 laps. What's that? 10 to go. Yeah, we'll be fine. And we've got a fairly action-packed morning and lunchtime tomorrow in terms of talking to people. So, yeah, fine. I'm going to need a massage. My neck's hurting me.
So, just a quick update on the PayPal. So we're up to £23,851, Scott,
wow.
Which is absolute madness. Few donations since we last spoke about it. So Paul, £10. Thank you very much, sir. Noah. He says time to get good. And then Elise, thank you. I just did 30 minutes of this and I'm shattered. You're doing a great job. £25. Thank you very much. And Timothy as well. So thank you everyone for donating. And then Mike Winter through Super Chat as well. So thank you, sir.
Cheers, Mike. Do we know what the total Super Chat is?
I don't.
Can we know?
Oh yes, I can. Sorry, it's in US dollars, but it's 1,100.
Is that including the other one as well?
No, that was about the same again.
Oh, we might have.
I think
gone over the
technically
total.
we've done it.
Oh,
that's mad.
I expected in my head that was going to be a big announcement, but it
Well,
seems like
I
we've
was
done
kind
it.
of waiting on the PayPal.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations.
Thank
It's
you.
really good.
Emily. Oh no, I've gone off.
We've changed it from the original total, haven't we? Like it was 15 before. So that's incredible. Yeah, thank you so much to everyone who's donated. That's absolute madness.
Oh, I like your livery. Is that a Jordan livery?
Oh, actually, I don't have liveries on. Hold on a sec. I don't even know what it is.
I think it's a yellow car.
I think it's a Jordan, isn't it?
Okay. I'm yes. It's awesome. Then I'll take it. Mine's just orange. I'm getting the default livery. Oh wait, yes, it is a Jordan livery. Okay, good.
The Benson
Past me
headers
was
on. Yes.
Yeah.
Super cool.
So how do you find your driving style has to change with iRacing? Like I noticed from watching the Porsche Esports Cup, like whenever we're sort of coming from the back of the pack through everyone, it was insane to watch. But you seem very smooth. Like your driving style seems to be very different to everyone else in that championship anyway.
Yeah, I feel like in iRacing, it's
F.
I don't know. Oh no. I find iRacing so sketch sometimes. Like you sort of have to be smooth, right? Like the car's giving you so much information in terms of like moving around and hitting bumps and everything. But I find it's almost better to keep really smooth, just so I can like really pay attention to what the car's doing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes
I don't know.
sense.
Yeah. It's like, it's already bouncing and it's jumping around, and it's like, if I'm aggressive on the wheel, I'll make it worse. I also had a really big issue, actually. That's one of my like issues as a driver. I used to soar at the wheel, like be really aggressive when I was racing in real life. So I've like tried to train that out of my driving style.
Oh, wow.
So I'm not soaring at the wheel, and I think it's going better. So.
Yeah, Scott, they do like a first race, a shorter one. And these are like, in the iRacing one, it's like Emree, obviously, and then Jimmy Broadbent, Matt Malone, Dave Cam, Dan Suzuki, all of those guys. And they do a first race, and then they do a reverse grid. So
What, in the content creators race?
Yes, yeah.
Cool.
And that was also where I showed you that Jardier and Quick Gabby, so in the Porsches, it's that same cup.
Okay.
With various different Porsches throughout iRacing on different tracks. So it's been really cool to watch, actually. Everyone go head to head, and yeah.
It's been really fun, and it's got the standard like content creator race vibe, which is like, oh, we're all there just for fun, like we're not taking it seriously, and then as soon as you start racing, everyone like switches into like serious mode. It's very funny.
Yeah, like Tony Kanaan was in one of the...
Was he? Tony?
Yeah, a couple of weeks back. VeeKay as well.
We Driver 61 coached him when he first started doing the IndyCar esports. It's about a year ago now, or just under a year ago.
He's so like, he's so enthusiastic. I've not dealt with him before, but he was like messaging us on the Discord being like, sorry guys if my neck hurts, like yesterday I've been busy driving this car all day, and then posts like an image of his IndyCar at Indy, and we're all like, we know TK, we know you're driving it. He's just so excited to show everybody. It's so funny.
He was so intense on the sim as well. Like when the guys were working with him, he'd do like 8 or 9 hours, just like straight, just training because he wanted to do well in the esports.
Whenever I go into hosted sessions in iRacing, there is always a Tony Kanaan session going, and he's in there. He is always on iRacing.
How much time do you spend in the sim, Emily?
So it depends. Basically, like I work full time as well, so it's a bit of a struggle. That like kind of balancing the practice time and working, because I'm also a streamer, so it's like,
man, that sounds hectic.
Yeah, it's like it's so difficult because I want to spend all of my moments on the sim like doing useful things like streaming or generally streaming, and it's kind of hard kind of valuing practice over streaming when I'm like I could be making money at the moment, not like a lot, but like I could be doing this or I could be practicing for a race on my own. And I don't know, I find it like difficult to practice on stream. Like I can race on stream fine, but if I'm trying to like analyze my driving and really work on things.
Think about it,
yeah, I don't want to be on stream. Like I don't want to be responding to chat. I just want to be focused on what I'm doing. I don't know, I do I guess a fair few hours each week. Before each race, maybe like 4 or 5 hours, depending on the race. For the content creator races, I put in maybe half an hour practice just to kind of keep it fair with everybody. I think everyone's doing the same, so.
So they tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Where do you stream your stuff?
I'm on Twitch, so my Twitch name is just Emree, so you can search for that on Twitch. But yeah, mostly iRacing. I used to do a bunch of Gran Turismo, but mostly, since it's mostly esports stuff, I do it off stream generally these days.
How do you find, I know we have very little experience of Twitch. How do you find that versus YouTube? I know you post a lot of your stuff on YouTube as well. Is there a reason you stream on Twitch versus on YouTube? Like, what's that like?
Yeah, it's a good question. I've just started growing my YouTube. I've been posting some videos on YouTube through the years, but like this year, the last 6 months, I've really started focusing on growing my YouTube as well. So I do have a YouTube channel that I post like rips from my Twitch stream. But I don't know, I've always been on Twitch since the start. So that was like I was on there well before I was on YouTube. And when I was on Twitch, like YouTube streaming wasn't such a big thing, I would say. So like when I first started, I wanted to stream. I was like watching League of Legends streamers and other streamers, and I was like, I want to be like them. So I have to go to Twitch, and that's kind of where I started. And I built an audience there, and I don't know, it's a different vibe, different community. I think streaming is a lot easier on Twitch. Like the chat is nicer and things like that. But YouTube's got such a larger audience as well, like a much larger audience. So I think with Twitch, it's easier to get an audience, but it's hard to get like a massive audience, if that makes sense. Like you're kind of capped in sim racing. You're never gonna explode. Whilst on YouTube, if you're creating really good content, you can just exponentially climb up through views and stuff.
Yeah.
How do people find streamers on Twitch? As Callum said, I especially don't know too much about it. Like, do streamers get recommended like you would have on YouTube, or is it like more of a follow this person type setup?
Yeah, a bit of both. I would say I would say like navigating the website's like completely different. Like, you know, on YouTube, how it's like all algorithm based.
Yeah.
So if you want to find streams of iRacing, you can technically search for iRacing and then like go to like filters and select live. And then there's like an option and things like that. But it's kind of difficult sometimes. Like you just have to work with the algorithm. Whilst in Twitch, I've found like it's completely, like you'll type in iRacing and it will take you directly to everybody streaming iRacing from like high viewers to low viewers. And you can kind of just pick a streamer from there. So it's like really easy and good at, like, if you want to discover a new game, if you're unsure, you can just type in the game and it'll just immediately show you who's streaming. So I find it's a lot easier to navigate in that way. But if you're not streaming, you disappear. So you don't really appear there, if that makes sense. So it's different to YouTube, where your content will keep appearing even when you're not streaming, I guess.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
If anyone's got any questions in the chat, do pop them in.
Is there an opportunity to like stream on Twitch and then piece that together like clips for YouTube? Because it seems
Yes.
that YouTube prefers that, that high retention type content.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of people do it, like kind of cut Twitch clips up. I don't have the time, unfortunately, at the moment. Yeah, it takes a lot. But I pretty much just put full races up on YouTube. And for starters, I was like, this isn't very good. But I think there's actually a bit of an audience out there as well. For like just full, like here's a 45-minute, just full start to finish race, no cuts, no edits. You're seeing my camera as I drive it. I think people have kind of liked it, and I do need to kind of cut up clips and things like that, but I'm just trying to balance everything.
It's capacity, isn't it? Yeah. If you've got your job and you're kind of training and you're streaming, there's only so many hours in the day.
Exactly.
Yeah, I enjoy watching races start to finish. I do that with real world races, stick a 6-hour endurance on in the background, 12-hour or whatever, and I do the same with iRacing. So there is definitely an audience for that, I think. And it goes to show because, Dan, so many of those streamers who are posting to YouTube are growing quite a lot at the moment as well. Dan Suzuki, Dave Cam, like all of the iRacing guys. And it's really cool to see.
Yeah, it's a good time to be a sim racing content creator, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Would you like to go full time with that, Emily, or?
Yeah, I would, but also like I really love my job, so I work as like a technical writer, and I find it really interesting. So I don't know, it's this weird situation where it's like I actually kind of like my day job, but also, I mean, I love this so much that I would love to go full time, and it is heading in that direction. At the moment, I don't know when I will be in that direction or if I will be, but I think it's eventually going to end up there, but we'll have to see. I'm not sure.
What do you do as a technical writer? Forgive me, like, what? What is that?
Oh,
just remember that I've been driving for 14 hours, so go easy with me.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
No,
okay. I work at like a health insurer.
Okay.
So pretty much like the biggest health insurer in Australia, and I basically write technical content for our frontline staff. So health insurance is really confusing, and like there's so many rules and so many different policies and things that you can't know everything. Like you can't know every rule at once. So our frontline staff has like an internal database that they can kind of, we'll tell them how to do this, what this is, how this works, and it needs to be constantly updated because it's, things move quite quickly. So I'm just in charge of kind of keeping that up to date with a couple of other people. So it's my job.
Very good. It's like translating the technical stuff and updating the staff so they actually understand what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of like taking this really kind of crazy high-level concept or rule and then like translating it to like, hey, you're on the phone and you're panicking and you don't know how health insurance works. Explain this to a customer.
Yes.
So, it's fun. But yeah, racing's definitely more. But yeah.
Everyone's placing bets in the chat on whether you're going to forget to box or not.
No,
Scott.
I'm on top of it actually. until I start chatting with Emily and then completely forget and then run out of fuel.
Yeah.
What was that big paragraph of question in the chat?
Oh, hang on.
Emily, I can't read the chat while I'm driving around. It's just that it's a skill that I do not have.
It's okay.
Do you ever get better at that? Is that just time?
It takes a bit of practice, I think. But
it's not a skill that I've practiced in a real race car.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah. I don't know. It takes a bit of practice. I've got to remind myself to not do it during corners because it's sort of like addicting checking chat and like seeing new messages.
Yeah, because you see them flick past and you want to read what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I want to see that, and you'll be like midway through like, you know, the roller coaster section at Nords, and you'll be checking chat between corners, and you've got to like remind yourself, like, hey, focus on the road. I was playing Grand Prix 4 yesterday, actually, and that game doesn't have force feedback for my wheel. It's like a direct drive wheel, and I found checking chat was really crazy, because if I don't have force feedback, like, I wasn't holding the wheel quite straight, so the car would veer off the track, and I would be checking chat, and then I would come back on, like, look back to the screen, and I'd be in the fence or something. It was just pretty crazy.
Is that Daniel in front
That
of you?
was Dan. He's getting in the pits as well. Gutted. I just gave up a position for no reason.
Yeah, some people in chat. Driver61 got me into sim racing just finding his videos randomly. That's awesome, man. Everyone's gutted that their bets didn't pay in with you driving past the pit.
It'll happen again. When you get into box. Are you going to walk us through a lap at any point, Scott? I would like to. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know any of the corner names. And my brain is pretty frazzled. I am starting.
This is Hatson back. I know that one.
Do you? Emily, do you know any of the corner names?
I know a couple, like the main ones, you know.
I know Carousel.
Yeah, Carousel, the Dottinger.
Don't know that one.
Flugplatz. Yeah.
Is this one up here? YouTube corner. Where all the YouTube highlights.
Oh yeah, I know
are
that
at.
one. I know that one.
Oh.
That's it. So what's your favourite circuit in the real world over there?
Yeah, so in terms of circuits I've raced at, Bathurst is probably the best one.
Oh, you've raced
amazing.
It's nuts. It's so good. So probably Bathurst. We have like Sydney Motorsport Park as well. Eastern Creek is probably my favorite track that I raced at as well. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of really kind of interesting tracks. I feel like it's a very similar vibe to like American circuits, like often very bumpy and different surfaces, things like that. So
yeah, proper circuits.
Yeah, maybe.
We were talking about that with some of the other guests, like the circuit. I've never raced in Australia, but I raced in the US for a couple of years, and I just love that kind of step back in time. At least compared to like the Formula One European circuits, or you know, it's great. It makes you feel so much more raw. I love it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. I know a lot of Australians do, but I know my group of friends, we like call them almost like goat circuits. Like there's a track that used to exist called Oran Park, and it's just so tight and twisty and bumpy.
Does it
and
not
it's
exist
like
anymore?
Yeah, so it was knocked out. It's a housing estate now.
Oh, no way.
Okay.
We lost another one to houses.
Yep.
It's tricky, that one, because there's loads of really weird camber changes where like the track meets other track configurations, isn't there? Like that's what I found tricky. As a iRacing rookie around there, I really struggled.
Yeah, it's like the bridge, and there's like go-kart track. I raced at the go-kart track when I was like 12 or something. It's like different patches of like track kind of stapled together. It feels like almost.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds mad. What's the I was just thinking of a moment. I raced in South Africa once, and I remember testing there. I was like 16. I remember testing there. Coming that, it was a circuit near, oh my goodness, Johannesburg. And coming down the back straight, and just a Coca-Cola truck just came across the track, like across the gated track.
What?
It was the
That's
dodgiest
crazy.
moment I've ever had on a race circuit. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I mean, it was a good couple of 100 meters away, but still, it's shocking when you're doing 120 miles an hour. Yeah,
it's probably one of those things. It's just like you can't really believe it if you see it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then you kind of racing driver brain takes over. You just keep it flat, and then you realise actually no, let's slow down.
Probably like don't need to keep flat anymore.
Yeah, I'm only testing.
Yeah. This section's so fun in this car. Oh my god. I raced a GTE car recently at that left right, and I got all up on the curb on the exit and threw it in the fence on the final lap of the race. Which is really bad, but this section's so fun.
Yeah, this back part of the circuit is my favourite.
Got some questions in the chat there, Callum. Has Scott done? I just saw. Oh no!
Caught some oversteer. Oh.
Scott's going to sleep for 10 hours straight after this. Yeah.
10? Yes, more than that.
More than that, yeah.
Super. What did Steve say? Super GT 15. Slept for 15 hours. I think that might have been the hangover that he had from the hash browns. To be fair.
Yeah. he said he cooked 15 hash browns and 8 hours into the
mid charity event. He had 15 hash browns.
Oh my god, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Amazing.
A shower and 15 hash browns was what he said. That was his advice.
Good on him. Yeah, I watched a bit of that event. I was nuts. Like, I couldn't believe that he was doing that. It was insane.
I remember seeing the thumbnail and being like, you what? And I didn't know if it was like part of a bigger event. And then I was like, hang on, he's doing 27 hours versus AI on his own. The madness.
I like that, like after a couple of hours, there was just no connection to the AI. Like, they were just multiple laps down, but we didn't even know how many laps down. Like, sorry.
That's all right.
We've still got all the angle C photos up. It looks nuts. I've never been to that circuit. Looks crazy.
Oh, yeah, it's a mad track. 152 laps.
Wow.
So, can we work out how many laps I'm going to do in total? Not going to get to 250, are we?
Scott, tricky question here from Graham. How do you evaluate maximum talent potential in a new driver? Is that even possible?
In a new driver?
Yeah.
It's harder in a new driver because you've got to give them some opportunity to learn, right? So, in a driver who's been driving for a bit, I'd say adaptability. So if you check them in, you know, like Emily's talking about, actually, if she can go from GT Sport and be quick and then jump in iRacing, then that's a really good signal of talent. And then intellect, really, if they can think about how the car's reacting and the engineering aspect of it as well, then that's a really good sign, I would say. In all the the younger drivers that I've worked with, that's what I'm looking for. So Rinus, who came on earlier, really great intellect. His dad raced, but so he's learnt from his dad and had some good people around him. But he thinks deeply about how the car works, the engineering behind it, how he can extract some more speed from it, and that's why he's got on the podium in his first year of IndyCar.
Did he hurt his hand a couple of days ago?
Yeah.
I think he broke his finger. Yeah, he did. I didn't ask him actually, but I didn't want to rub salt in the wound. But
yeah.
I asked him about it.
Yeah, you did.
Oh.
But you didn't ask him about his finger, though, did you?
He said he broke his finger.
Oh, did he?
Like, how is it? And he's
okay.
He's strapped up. 248 laps, I guesstimate you're going to do at this pace.
Oh, I'm going to do 250 if we get to that.
Okay. Your average lap time is 5.8 minutes, so whatever that is.
Yeah. because of the pit stops.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 5 minutes 48. Still not bad, definitely.
Imagine a race here in like modern F1. Like, let's assume that the cars are indestructible and the drivers are all completely safe and everything. It would be
mad, wouldn't it?
absolutely nuts. Yeah.
I don't think you could follow, could you, for a lot of this? Like, there's no straights to catch up if you lose time through the corners.
Yeah.
No. Oh, no. Yeah, no, I don't think so. It's a bit twisted. Oh, sorry. I haven't got
Sorry,
my mirror on.
my
Go on,
bad.
you go ahead. Your car looks ace.
Sorry.
Yeah, Will Buxton was here earlier. Sorry, people asking in the chat. You should go back to the first stream for that if you want to watch that.
Have we got to change the stream over at some point, Callum? Are we almost there?
Yes, in under 40 minutes, so we'll do that soon.
Yeah, you just disappeared. You disintegrated, Emily.
That's why we're not going to run modern F1 at this track. I guess.
Yeah.
I think I just put it over the fence.
Oh,
and
you just ruined the FAA. Are going to say no now.
Yeah. Oh no! Damn it.
Everyone's saying it was at YouTube Corners. Very ironic.
Emree has the Buzzing Hornets livery. She does. That is an excellent choice.
Yeah.
Is that your brother,
It is a
Callum?
great livery.
Yeah.
It is a great livery. One of the best ones.
My brother's in Canada, so it's better his time, I think.
Hello, Ewan. Okay, still got 3 laps left.
You can do it, Scott. Keep pushing.
I'm starting to feel it now.
Are you like feet cramping and stuff, or?
I'm just feeling generally tired. Yeah, my little toes on my right foot are cramping, but I'm starting to mentally feel a bit tired, which is a bit worrying. Biggest pains in my neck. But, hey.
I feel knackered and I haven't done anything.
That might be part of the problem.
Yeah.
At least I'm properly engaged.
I'm in the swim.
Cheers, Jamie. Thank you for the donation.
Donation count, please. Yes, sure. Go through PayPal first of all. So the total is up to £24,104. Whoa, Antara, £100. Thank you. Great effort. Kudos to you and the team. Thanks for doing this. Amazing. Anonymous, great work, man. Best of luck with the ride. £10. 33.33 from Craig. Thank you, sir. John as well, £50. Jerry, £40. Wow, these have been coming in very quickly. Paul, £10. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you. And then if I top up plus super chat, I need to work out how to do that. So we're at, it switched to pounds since last time. So 1,800 plus the PayPal amount. Yeah, we're 25,900. We're nearly £1,000 over target, which is madness. So thank you so much to
everyone. It's actually blown my mind.
Yeah.
I don't really know what
madness.
to say.
And just in case anyone hasn't been here, well, we spoke about it lots towards the start of the stream, but this is all to build a school in Colombia. Scott, I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Yes, so my partner's Colombian, and we obviously travel over there to see her family. And in the area that she's from, there's one area close by in particular that's particularly poor, and the kids there struggle to eat each day, let alone get any kind of education. And so we want to do something that's long-lasting and continues to improve the community there for generations to come. and so that is in the form of building a community learning centre. There's 600 kids in the community, and we want to help them learn and improve their lives. And so that's what this money is for. We're working with a small charity from that community, and that's basically it. That's what the money is for, and it's incredible actually how far that money, you know, it's still a large amount of money, but for a school it actually isn't that much money. But you know, the materials and the land and the labour in Colombia is a lot cheaper than it would be in the US or Europe or wherever. So yeah, that's what we're doing, and I'm going to be going over there probably each year, see how the guys are getting on, and obviously we'll be updating everybody through the community section of YouTube as well, because you've all made it worthwhile. And so if you can donate, that's brilliant. If you can't, just watching this stream is enough. Really appreciate that. And yeah, it's been brilliant actually. This sorry, I'm struggling for words because I am getting tired, but this has been our first live stream on the Driver 61 channel, and it's been incredible fun. Having the guests come on, talking to everybody in the chat has been great, and made it go much quicker than I thought it was going to. And seeing that nice Jordan livery up the road.
2 super chats as well. Absolute Dan, final third nearly there. Thank you, sir. Have fun, everyone. Got to get some sleep, but don't blame me, mate.
Cheers, Dan.
Yeah. And then we've had another one, 500. I don't know what that currency is. I'm really sorry. This is really inspiring. I've not seen a streamer use the gaming skills to build such a noble and personal vision of helping others. Amazing. Yeah. Thank you so much.
It's really good. Congratulations.
Thank
again.
you, Emily.
Awesome.
It's really amazing. Like, people's generosity is just absolutely incredible. And it's great. I feel so privileged to have a platform where we can do something like this and really make a difference. So it's great. What have you got planned for your day ahead, Emily?
So I'm going to be running the NASCAR iRacing series tonight, which is at Martinsville. So that'll be fun. I've been running like NASCAR races. It's like a big NASCAR season that runs in basically like half length or full length NASCAR races, and it follows like the actual calendar as well on iRacing. And yeah, I'll be doing that tonight. It's been fun, like as a road racer, like branching out, and
yeah,
NASCAR was just something that like something completely different, and I found myself really getting into it, just running a whole season of it. So yeah, that's what I'll be doing tonight. It'll be fun.
Are you streaming that as well on Twitch?
Yeah, so I'll be on live. It'll be pretty late. I think it'll be like midnight my time, the race will be. So yeah, I'll be streaming that. Otherwise
and then you've got to get up and go to work.
Yeah, I do.
Dedication.
Yeah, I'll make my dinner early and my breakfast tonight, I think,
yeah.
and then just be good to go. We're like in Melbourne, we're sort of coming out of lockdown as well, so you can kind of go into the office as well, which is nice.
Yes. So had you been working from home for a while?
Yeah, I have been sort of like the last year, and I'm getting really distracted because, you know, I could be doing sim racing content or browsing Twitter instead of doing my work. So yeah, trying to take myself out of it a little bit.
I like working in our office. I think a balance is pretty good, but I do like being in the office. It just gets you away from home, and I don't know, it's a bit more creative, a bit more focused here.
How are you guys dealing with it over there? I think things are looking up from what I last heard.
Yeah.
But
From tomorrow, Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what day it is. But yeah, from Monday, like non-essential shops are open, and you can go to a restaurant and eat outside. A few things are opening up, so that's cool. But it's still cold here, so it's not entirely feasible.
We haven't had restaurants or anything open for I don't know how long now. It's been a long time. So
basically since Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That will be a nice pleasure to have back.
It's looking up, so it's all good.
And I think we're doing quite. Well, it seems that the vaccines are coming on strong, which is good. I don't know what age group they're up to now, Callum. Do you? Maybe 40s or 50s? Yeah, 40s. Yeah. So they're down to all the 40-year-olds.
I feel like we're going very slowly. I think we're gonna struggle to get everyone done soon, but yeah, I don't know. Restaurants are open, so we can't really complain. Things are pretty good.
Is that right? Yeah, that's okay.
Driving this car through this section is nuts. Hey, it's like a high-speed chicane, like just trying not to hit the curbs.
Yeah.
Guess what? You're going to try and drive this circuit into anything other than this. You're like, hang on, all of this was flat before.
Pretty much, yeah. So like the World Championship of iRacing was racing here. So Pesk was racing here like 2 weeks ago, I think it was. And like the Porsche Cup car here, and it was just nuts. Like classic, like follow the leader through the race, and then on the final lap on the big straight, everyone was just like
go.
Weaving and like doing all sorts of stuff and like 4 wide things like that. It was really cool.
Oh. It's almost 5 o'clock, Callum. The sun's going to be up soon. We'll get a new. We can have hash browns.
Yeah. Go to McDonald's.
I was surprised you guys weren't running with like a day-night kind of cycle, but then it's like this car doesn't have headlights.
Yeah, so that was our issue.
we had a few days where we were pretty worried about that.
We're like, oh no, is Scott gonna have to do it in a prototype car or something to have headlights? And then we realised you can turn off dynamic sky and it stops time. I didn't realise that was the case. Until we spoke to someone from iRacing and he was like, oh, try this, and I was like, oh my god, that's so simple.
Oh yeah, shout out to iRacing as well, because they did give us what, $100 credit.
Oh yes, they did.
Do we have any ads to do, Callum? On the schedule?
Yeah.
No, okay. We also did some like corporate sponsorships, Emily, for this, so that's why I'm wearing a t-shirt, and we put some ads in here and there, like a sponsored pit stop and things like that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, the sponsor pit stops are fun. When they get through it in 45 seconds. Cool then. Oh. By the end, Scott is going to look like a hash brown.
Yeah. I hope I recover.
I think when we finish, I'm going to have to just, like, sleep in my car before I drive home.
You can... yeah. Stay here on the sofa bed.
On the sofa bed, yeah. Face down, passed out on the floor.
I think they will wake up soon.
Yeah,
I
hope
don't
so.
know. I don't know.
I think this will be my final lap. I'll get a good number and
Yes.
Awesome, yeah,
then
go for it.
go get some lunch.
Thank you, Emily, for joining us, by the way.
That's all right.
Been
Thank
really
you
good
so
to
much
talk
for
to you.
having me. Congrats on your first stream, of course. I mean,
Yes, thank you.
Huge fan of the channel. I am. You guys help me through my lunch break and just watching videos.
Really? Amazing.
Yeah, I loved watching your old your videos about like my favorite series is like the driving technique when you went into like Alonso's and
oh yeah,
Senna's kind of weird kind of quirks and stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Amazing.
first live stream. Congratulations.
That's been great. We've got Josh. Is it Revell or Revell?
He doesn't correct people, I think. He was on Tommo's podcast. I think he says it Revel, I think.
Like Rebel?
Yeah, like Rebels. I don't know. We'll have to ask.
What time's he coming on?
In a few minutes.
Oh really? Okay.
Not long. Yeah.
Right, when Emily leaves, I'm gonna go into the pits as well because I do need fuel, and then I'm gonna have a bit of a loo break. Stretch my legs for a minute. Are you in the pit lane now, Emily? Somewhere close.
Just on the straight.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
gonna finish my lap and then I'll jump out.
I'm gonna say my goodbyes because I'm gonna run out really quickly. Thank you so much. Hopefully we can speak again at some point, and good luck with your race. Well, later today. Yeah, later today. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Best of luck. Have a good rest of the stream.
Cheers, Emily.
Yeah,
Take care.
thank you.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Oh, amazing.
Box. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is a true reflection of the track, Scott. I don't know because
Josh Rebels in chat. Hello. Feel free to join the Zoom whenever. Right.
I was in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Give me 2 minutes, Josh.
Yep. Go for it. You right? Yeah. Each time I get out of this game, a little bit harder. 5 o'clock. Oh, awesome. 8 hours. Yeah, 9 hours, but yeah, fine. Oh no, I've done it on the wrong thing. Oh, hello everyone. Yeah, bye Emree. Wasn't she great? That's awesome. It's been so cool to have so many people on. Don't leave Callum to the stream by himself. Yeah, thank you. I'm on my own. Donations update. Yes, of course. So we've got. Sorry, it is so hard to keep a track of them. AJ, thank you. $30 US. Thank you, sir. Such a noble cause. Working hard for it. Keep pushing. Best of luck with school. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And then in the PayPal, let's check that. And we've had £50. Whoa, Christopher Kiso, thank you. I've been watching Driver 61 for years, but now stumbled onto the live stream and just had to donate because I think the cause is great and the conversations are great. Really amazing job. Thank you, sir. That is amazing. Genuinely, it's been astonishing how much people have been donating. Absolute madness. Everyone wants an office tour. It's an absolute state. You don't want an office tour. Josh Revell is here. How's your status, Callum? I'm tired. Struggling to form a conversation, but I'm getting there. Scott is back. Here we go.
Am I live?
You are. Hello, Josh. How you doing?
Yeah, all right. For some reason, the temperature here in Auckland has decided to shoot right up, so it's pretty unbearable in here right now. But nah. So, how long into it now are you? This.
We have just over 9 hours left, so 13 hours in.
Hello, Josh.
God. Hey, how you going?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, nah. Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I might as well share this stream. Tell people, hey, look, you want to see this jar of mayonnaise that's just joined the stream?
What are these words you're saying? Don't confuse me. I'm tired. Okay, back on it.
I've got iRacing. I might as well join you guys.
Oh yeah, come on.
Go for it, man.
Oh man.
It's open. Jump on.
Okay, open up iRacing and all that stuff. This will be fun.
How's your last video going? I thought that the timing was crazy.
Yeah, it always is like that, eh?
Yeah.
My timing's impeccable. But yeah, that was sort of a bit of a curious case. Just one time I was thinking, what would it take to get Formula One back to the Nordschleife? Well, quite a lot.
A time machine.
Oh, a time machine. Hundreds of millions of euros. Nothing major, you know.
Nothing major.
Yeah.
Nothing major.
Oh man, I don't know why I agreed to do this, but you know,
you've got the
we'll
Williams
see how
car.
this goes. Oh yeah. I've had that for ages. I don't buy anything new on iRacing anymore. Just what is this? Approval required. It's been a while since I've been on iRacing.
Approval required.
Oh come on, read the document. Who reads documents? Page 1 to 13. Yep, I've read all that.
They changed their T's and C's.
Yeah. Oh, come on. I've read it. Let me go. What is this? This is a hell of a start to the stream. I'm trying to click on the box. What is this? Let me go. Or is this just being completely curtailed? Yes. Except, cool. Sweet as. What was it? Hosted races. Where are you? Oh, right there.
About a third of the way around the lap. Oh yeah, there we go.
Okay. Oop. What's that? Far out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining. And yeah, I am normally this incompetent if my videos didn't already suggest that. Ah, dear good grief. This will be interesting. Especially seeing as how I've got no setup available, so I'll either pinch one of yours or I'll just put it on low downforce and hope for the best.
We're on the high downforce.
Oh, high downforce.
Yeah,
right,
I'm making it a bit easier on myself.
Right on, I see.
Yeah. Otherwise, if you have medium or low, some of the flat out bits, well, they're not flat out anymore, and so that's a little bit of brain.
They are.
Bit of brain
it's
rest.
just a matter of whether you'll, survive.
Yes.
That's another matter. Class D, what's this, mate? What's this Class D rating?
I only use it for training. I don't. Yeah. It's not very fast, mate. What class are you in?
B, but I don't
B?
really do that many official
Goodness.
races.
Wow.
I only do official races when it's week 13 because, you know, I've got an excuse to crash and all that jazz.
Week 13 was carnage this year. Absolute carnage.
They had the figure 8 race, and
Yes.
yeah, it was going well for me, like leading the race, and then skimmed over the top of the driver, and it flung me outside of the map, and it's like 4-minute repair time, so that kind of sucks. But
Done.
I mean, hey, I was mainly just in the ARCA cars, which were on the road courses, because that was fun.
Yeah.
They're not at all home on those circuits, but it's all about the fun. It's all about having fun.
Yeah, the Charlotte Revell, which has got that like really fast bus stop, and they did it in like a Ferrari GT3 car. So it's like there was one line, and if you stray off that, you're in the crowd.
Yeah, you're gone.
You get launched to the moon if you hit the curb wrong.
I mean, the first sector is precarious in those cars, especially. It's just, you know, so easy for the rear of the car to just snap on you.
Yeah.
Just in constant fear. But then that chicane was fun if you didn't die. But,
Yeah.
you know.
I'm
so
just
good
going to show
fun.
everyone the Charlotte Revell because it's madness.
Josh,
Oh,
are you on the track or are you waiting in the pit lane?
I've just joined. Hang on.
I'm coming down the big straight. I'll be with you in about 30 seconds. FYI.
good.
Oh.
High
Oh.
downforce.
There
I've also got to down
Well,
the volume
here
as
it
well
is.
so I can hear you.
So there's this bus stop at the back which has like one line and very big sausage curbs either side, and then this middle section is all off camber and it changes throughout the whole thing, so it's really, really tricky. There's like stock cars going through there. It's a mad track, really, really good one. Yeah, here's the stock car chicane. Look at the size of that curb. If you hit that at any sort of speed, you're done.
I'm at the end of the pit lane, Josh.
Where are you, Scotty? I'm down here. I'm
What, have you
already
gone
out of the
ahead?
pit lane.
Ah, you've gone.
Yeah. I'll let you go through on the.
Where have you gone?
On the,
No,
I'll
you
go
go
on the
for
inside.
it so we can see you on the stream.
Ah,
There we
far
go.
out.
There we go.
Oh man,
What
this is
livery have
great.
you got?
Just got the standard Williams livery.
AirAsia, yes.
Oh, shy. I'm sorry,
Tricky,
but
isn't it?
I'm curious.
So fast.
All right, go flat out through Flugplatz. Okay, can you go flat through Flugplatz?
Yeah, this is all flat.
Ah, sweet as.
I don't know the names of any of the bits. This is this is flats. Okay.
Oh, sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
playing
that was
with the track limits there. Oh.
Ah, well, where's the fun? Not in that. I hope this iRacing thing doesn't bug me again. Where the first time you go full on the full on the brakes, that locks up. I hit the outside there.
Oh, you did well to slow that
I don't know
down.
what I'm doing. I'm driving like an idiot right now.
I'm
Oh,
157 laps in, so I'm just getting warmed up now. I found my groove.
Oh, come on, keep up. Oh, no.
Followed
I'm hitting
you
the
wide.
microphone with the knuckles and everything.
So Josh, when did you start your YouTube channel?
Was at the end of, I guess really it depends upon how you look at it.
Right.
So I released the first video in 2018, I think, with Andre Moda, and it was done horribly. But then it took off randomly in 2019, and I just,
Moments.
And I just figured, okay, just ride the wave of momentum. And so the first, I'm gonna be going slow here. I'm trying to get a feel for the.
You did a great job, mate.
Then it took the video took off randomly, so I decided. Oh, jeez, hit the bump there. So I decided to get back into it, and the first video was meant to be on UGE Day, but the file corrupted right as I was about to export.
Oh.
So I decided to just make a short video on Zeltvig, the first Austrian Grand Prix venue, and just went from there. the first video to get any sort of notoriety was the Dan Tickton video. And actually, Dan Tickton contacted me over that. He's like, yeah, fair enough. I made life difficult for myself. And, you know, that was kind of, you know, great. Is this flat? Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah, flat.
Yeah. How do you take the carousel? Do you go straight through the banking, or do you just
go over the concrete? Yeah.
I don't mind this car too much, but yeah. Oh no! Oh, good enough.
You're doing well.
I know, yeah, really well.
I will admit that I did drive a couple of laps around here before making the Nurburgring video because I just wanted to, you know, see what it was like. And yeah, it's precarious, that's for sure. Now this part of the track I'm not 1,000,000% confident in, so.
That's how I learnt it actually. I learnt up to the carousel, and then after that, it took me a while to learn the second part.
Yep. So, I just saw you there.
Sorry.
I saw that. That's why I was just like, just keep your distance here, because I'm a goofball here. I've got Deleter's pace through the sector, so just. Oh, where have you gone?
Go on, it's alright. I'll try.
You observe from a distance. Good thinking there. But yeah, it gradually started to get up in numbers, and I think the next two videos that were sort of they were notable. Bent the steering a bit. We'll survive until my
damage
next
off, mate.
Crash. Was UGE Day, and that is now at 2 million views, which is pretty cool.
That's
but
wow.
yeah, he was a strange case. He had a lot of success over in Japan, and then came over to Formula One and just failed. So, but those are the WTF videos though. They've got to have that sort of reaction. You know, like what actually happened to this guy's career? He, you know, had a great career preceding that, and he got to Formula One and he just failed. You know, so it's about sort of working that out. And then, of course, there was the Mahavir episode where, you know, we enjoyed that season in 2019 where, you know, especially at Monaco with Jack Aitken, that was like, oh, good grief. And I thought, okay, this story needs to be told. And that obviously just took on a life of its own. So,
what's that one got to at the moment?
I think it's 1.7 million, I think.
Yeah. Wow, nice.
The storytelling there and the way you put the videos together is amazing, because you make something that probably isn't as broad, you know, isn't as broad as, of course, the F1 drivers, but I think your retention must be sky high. I think in the way that you put the videos together.
I mean, it's not in any way, shape or form meant to be taken 1,000,000% seriously. But, you know, that's, you know, the purpose of the channel is that, you know, like, the sport does take itself too seriously a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And while I will research as much as I can, am I gonna? No, I survived. Yay. You know, I'll research as much as I can in like the 2 days that I've got to script a video. You know, I put in other sort of elements, I suppose. Don't snap on me. You know, just to make it a fun experience for like anyone to watch, I suppose.
Yes.
So, yeah, no, that's how they all come about. But, you know, as well as that, I just like telling stories that no one else tells. Like next week, the video is interesting. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
Actually, the next few episodes will be very interesting and sort of, you know, I've got to word it carefully, basically. Is the only sort of way I'll clue you into what's to go. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a dodgy one to drop it.
Yeah. Oh, did I kick up the dirt there?
No, surprisingly.
I'm pretty sure I hit the grass there. I'm enjoying
on our
this.
stream, your car's like darting around all over the place.
Yeah.
I think it is just.
Yeah, that's just my driving.
You're fully committed, mate. Oh, I took some curve.
Yeah, this is why I'm not a esports racer anymore. I do not have the capacity of talent to do this.
Josh, as well. So do you write research and film and then animate it all yourself? Is it just
yeah, it's all one-man band.
Amazing.
But yeah, it is tricky, you know, because like it does take a while, as you know, to edit these films and scripting and so forth. But there's so many elements to it. Like I've had to delay a video by a week because I know I'm just not going to have enough time to do it, even though I'm sort of working dawn till dusk, and occasionally on iRacing with other YouTubers. But you know, like there's just so many moving parts to it that, you know, it's a 7-day effort, which ultimately leads to me almost butchering the carousel, and rarely a day off at all. But you know, it's all fun. I'm enjoying it. All much the same.
YouTube full time?
Yeah. And actually preceding that, see, it's interesting. Like, about the time where I started to sort of care for my channel full time at the end of 2019, I was working as a computer repairman, even though I don't quite look the type. And that was okay. It was an okay job. It just wasn't very good at paying. And plus, I wasn't ultimately enjoying it. But then the channel sort of got about 20,000 subscribers by that time. And I was at the round of the Toyota Racing Series, and I met the owner of Autocar New Zealand, who liked what I did and gave me a job, and so I worked as a journalist for the better part of 4 months, which was okay, but it did kind of envelop life, really, and it sort of it got to a point where videos weren't coming out until like once every 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And it was hurting the channel for sure. So I was like, okay, I got to decide here. Do I want to do journalism or do I want to do YouTube? And ultimately, I guess I'm more of a storyteller. So that's why I sort of went with YouTube. So I left the stable income during the height of a pandemic to go into YouTube, which, you know, is fitting, I suppose. Yeah. And, you know, the first paycheck from Google was, I went way too slow into there. The first paycheck from Google was $758. So I'll let you get back from mowing the lawn. Are you back?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, so it was a bit precarious in the first sort of couple of months, but then, you know, the output started to stabilize. It was 1 video a week and hit 100K by October, which was just out of this world.
You've grown
and
super
now,
fast, no?
I mean, yeah, I mean, ultimately though, it's definitely awesome. And it does sound corny, I know, but I'm still doing videos for the same reason why I started the channel. Like, there are so many stories that sort of no one knows about, which, you know, it's sort of got to be told. And that's part of the next video, where you look at it and you just go, what? That really happened?
Yeah.
But yeah, nah, it's still good fun.
Yeah, amazing.
That's how much I blather. 2 full laps of the Nordschleife, and I just didn't even notice. I'm surprised.
That's why it's so good having guests come on, because it's making the time fly by for me.
Thank you, Key, 5 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. And then Inori as well. Thank you. Super chats coming in. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Have you ever? Do you ever live stream, Josh?
No, I've got no real need to. I think, you know, the great thing about the community nowadays is that there's something for everyone. You know, you got the likes of, you know, yourself, Tommo, obviously the people at the race, WTF1, other up-and-coming YouTubers such as Perspective, FP1, the NPH, other ones that I'm neglecting to mention at the time. But, you know, I think a lot of them offer something for everyone. So when it comes to live streaming for me, the only thing that would be applicable is sort of reactions, but like a lot of people do reactions. I think, you know, I don't personally feel as though I'd contribute anything more to the community by doing those sort of things. So yeah, I don't know. There may come a time in the future where I do a live stream, but there's got to be purpose behind it, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose so.
How have I not crashed yet?
You did a great job.
Yeah, doing a great job for a
crashed,
Class
mate.
B driver.
2 classes above me, mate.
Want any food?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Most of it was acquired in the Skip Barber series. That's always fun.
Love that
That's
one.
good fun.
The marbles on the top of the carousel.
I'm not seeing those actually.
No, because you kept it inside.
Oh, yeah, granted. Oh, whoa. Put too much vigor into that corner. Might as well open the taps a little bit. This will go well.
It's starting to get light outside now.
Is it? Yes. Good. Oh no.
Sorry,
I
made
looked
you
at the
work.
sunlight and then dropped it on the grass.
But you didn't die, did you?
No, I haven't. No, we haven't got damage on, so no.
Ah, right. Okay, that's
My right eye.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ed, for the super chat. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Driver61, he says.
I'll let you catch up.
Cheers.
Where are you?
Do I have the drink? Yes, I know. The amount of Kimmy quotes throughout this live stream has been nuts.
Oh, she's almost broke loose over the crest there. Oh, man.
Come in. What time is it over there?
Hang on, I'm gonna crash if I look. 4:30. What? I've been on the string of. Yeah, I do talk too much, don't I?
Goes quickly.
Oh man. Oh dear.
4:30. It's 5:30 here.
Oh.
There we go. 5:30. Drink.
Yeah, so
yeah, you're right.
there's a bit of a problem because I do release all the videos at Thursday 5 p.m. You know, British, whatever the time is in Britain.
Okay. We do
I
it
think-
12 p.m. now on Thursdays.
What was that? Sorry.
We do it at about the same time, actually, 12 p.m. normally, Thursdays.
I just looked up what were the best times, and I was like, okay, well, that fits a lot of people.
Yeah.
But no, whoa, come on, grip up.
Actually, personal question. Have you been finding YouTube videos take forever to do the complete checking recently?
The first one took about, the first one took 4 hours, but they may have gotten on top of that lately. I'm not sure.
Like for the past 2 weeks, ours have been like that, and it's been crazy. It's mean we've had to release them late.
Box.
Yeah, I remember the first time like that check thing came out. I'm like, what's this?
What have we done
and
wrong?
especially with my channel, I'm just like, oh no. But yeah, it said checking. It should be done in a few minutes or whatever the prompt says. A few minutes went past, and I'm just like, what's going on here?
You done?
Yeah. So I just left it because it was 1 a.m. at that stage, and I just needed sleep. And the videos got released at about 6 a.m. my time, which is 5 p.m. yours. But now 5 p.m. yours, thanks to daylight savings, is 4 a.m. my time. So that's time zone struggles for this part of the globe, especially with Grand Prix, which start about the same time.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
4 a.m., which sucks.
What do you do with that then? Do you watch them the next day, or do you get up?
Oh no! I'll watch them live as you do, but it's more annoying than Formula 2 and stuff is on because you know you gotta be up for that as well. So you know you find yourself up for the whole night, and then you finally get to sleep at about 6 in the morning. You know, after Lewis still finds a way to beat Max.
I know.
I still reckon Red Bull are in with a really good shout this year. But of course, you know, I think we're all yearning for that challenge for the title, you know? Because Bottas is...
fight, don't we?
Yeah, Bottas isn't really doing much of anything in that second Mercedes seat. I mean...
Yeah, but I can only see Mercedes winning the constructors.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't...
Really? I think Red Bull might.
Can you seriously see Red Bull winning constructors this year?
I mean...
It's only been one race.
Would you complain about it? Like, I think we all want some changing here. And then let them dominate for about 3 years and be like, okay, we need another
somebody else.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. It's not like last year where we knew straight from the gate that it was going to be a walkover, you know? And I think that's what makes this season, you know, a little bit more exciting. But,
I do hope so. I hope they take this issue that they've got with the floor, Mercedes. I hope it's like a fundamental problem that they can't resolve too quickly.
They'll resolve it quickly, but it's just a matter of whether or not Red Bull can sort of keep their head above water. I'm sure they will. You know, I'm every bit of confident. Nothing I do or say ages badly. Of course not. Like, what was it? Like, I released a video on a certain someone saying, look, if they behave themselves, then they deserve our attention. 1 week later! Oh my good grief. So, no. I mean, honestly, I do hope for the best. Huh?
Oh, can I guess? Okay. I imagine my guess is right. Okay. So I thought about it some more.
Whoa. Getting a bit sloppy here.
I feel the same.
You've been driving for the better part of 15 hours now. No, that's not a good line. Oh man. I imagine this is a fun show for you to watch.
How are you feeling, Callum?
As I said earlier, I'm reclining more and more.
Don't fall asleep. Oh, well, look, we've got 20,000 Colombian pesos, I think. Thank you so much.
That's good.
And $20 as well. Come on, you can do it.
Man.
Oh, Josh, I'm starting to feel it, mate. I'm starting to feel it.
Oh, come on.
The neck, the foot.
You need a bit of a wake-up call?
How
about I treat you with a brake test?
I've got to go in the pits this time because I'm going to run out of fuel.
All good.
So.
What can I do to... Are the rules turned on in this one?
Yeah, don't go backwards.
Yeah, don't go backwards.
Okay. Well.
Or do that. Oh, are you doing donuts? I can see him.
I'm going to try something dastardly here. I'm going to see how far around the steering lock's not very good in reverse. I'm just going to try and see how far in reverse I can go around the circuit before you finally catch up to me. Well, how long do you have fuel pit stop?
It will black flag you. It will kick you out.
I mean, that's in reverse, not on the reverse direction. But I've just been flicked around again, so that was useless.
Bear with us, chat. We're going to change the stream over.
Okay, I'm coming back out.
Good grief. The times. These times. Far out.
I need to do it. I need to do a quick lap actually. Well, a quicker lap.
You need to do a quick lap.
I need to do an actual quick lap. Yeah. Probably not the right time though.
Go on. Go on. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, well, you crash, I suppose.
Dan did a 5:09. Goodness